This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 470 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. We would have thought that these two are lesbians. Misty also groans. After some weird mother-daughter moment, Hayes finally leaves for her clan. Jill and also go their separate ways to the new house we're moving into. Right now, only Aurora, Misty, Stella, and I are left. We should get going, girls, I say to the women, especially Misty, by tapping her on her shoulder. You are meant to be only mine. Misty mumbles and shifts her gaze to the side. Sigh, I have truly wronged Misty. I was meant to be her man, while she was to be my only woman. However, fate can be a little tricky at times. Moreover, Misty is having a hard time dealing with the other women, something which I noticed recently, especially after Stella's arrival. I may have to sit her down and have a chat with her. Sometime later, a black luxury car stops right in front of us. This is the latest edition of Bachme, the creation of Mercedes, a popular company known for building exotic cars. This was the type of ride I bought for Misty and the other women as gifts after marriage. I bought it for everyone except Myra. She refused it because it was worthless on the Elves planet where they solely prefer flying machines. So instead, I bought her a hoverboard which she would often use to survey the castle every evening. Right now, we are already at home and are putting everything in order since we left the house pretty messed up. You'll miss this place when we leave, Misty says while glancing around the living room. Are we going to rent it out when we leave? She asks, looking at my face. No, we are not renting it out. We're just going to make it sparkling clean before we leave. I give a reply. Why are we doing this? So that you can bring all your shady friends over here. Huh? Misty says in a slightly audible voice with her arms folded. Sigh. Misty, we need to talk. I know that you're angry at me. Let's settle things inside the bedroom. Chapter 160, Irreplaceable Sigh. Misty, we need to talk. I know that you're angry at me. Let's settle things inside the bedroom. Humph. Go into the bedroom for what? Misty asks with a pout while her arms are still folded. Just let's go. To do what? To be with me? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm the only one who has always been enjoying our time together. We both enjoy it. Besides, I just want us to have a little talk. I say with a sigh while rubbing my temple. I'm not going in with you. Please. Okay. Promise me that you won't go after that girl again. Why? Nothing. I just don't like something about her. She's always acting as if she knows everything. It's infuriating. Ah, I see. My notion was right. Misty is jealous of Stella. But what Misty doesn't know is that Stella is very special. She has a hyperthymesia type of memory, according to the explanation that Mimi gave me. She can remember any past event in her life vividly and accurately. To top it all off, she can learn and comprehend things in seconds. She's just like a walking flash drive. Misty, I will have to do things the hard way since you won't listen to me. I say as I swiftly bend down and forcefully carry her towards the bedroom. Yeah, drop me now, you jerk. Misty bellows as I carry her toward the room. Is everything okay? Is Master doing something bad to Misty? Stella asks Aurora with shimmering eyes. Aurora stops what she's doing and looks at Stella for a few seconds before replying. Don't mind those two. They're messing around with each other. Besides, Misty is always like this when she's mad. Why do you ask? Stella? Aurora asks and looks at Stella curiously. I thought Master was hitting her. Aurora lets out a surprised voice. We vampires always respect ourselves. The males don't hit women, especially the royal family. If anyone from the royal family hits his wife or wives, he would be punished severely by the royal verdict or stripped of his noble title. Jake is the heir. It would be really bad for him to hit a woman. Moreover, Jake would never hit a woman, okay? Aurora explains with a bright smile. I'm sorry for thinking bad of my master. It's just that I always feel bad when a man hits a woman, especially when it's not consensual. Some women might want to get hit during sex willingly. That's a form of pleasure. But hitting a woman without consent or out of resentment or anger is just very bad. Stella says with a sad look in her eyes, as if remembering something. Sadness and anger can be seen unfolding in her eyes. I see. But no one hits a woman here non-consensually. You don't have to worry about that. Let's get back to what we were doing, Aurora says with a smile and pats Stella's hair. Stella nods her head and continues to do what she was doing. Aurora and Stella are cleaning up the kitchen since it was covered in dust during their absence. This girl has been traumatized in the past. She seems to be sensitive about a man maltreating a woman. It's weird coming from a girl who derives joy from public humiliation. Wait, that's a consensual form of pleasure. But she's talking about a man maltreating a woman non-consensually. The anger in her eyes shows that she went through something scary in the past. I must inform Jake about this. Maybe he can help her get over her trauma. Aurora thinks inwardly and looks at Stella, who is now wearing a cheerful expression. What do you want to do now? I want to have a little chat with you. And we're staying in this position? This just looks like another idea to screw me. Okay, Fine. I promise not to touch you then. I say as I get up from Misty's body. Wait, T. That's not what I mean. Misty stutters with a red face upon seeing me get up. What the fuck do women want? She wanted me to get off her a few seconds ago. And now, she wants me to come back? Foo. Looks like you're also yearning for your darling. I'm going to show you how much I missed you now that we're back home. I say with a grin as I get on top of her again with our clothes still on. Shut up. Why you said you wanted to tell me something, right? Misty mutters with a red face. There, I know Misty's weakness. Hee. Now, I just have to talk to her about Stella. Clears throat, it's about Stella. I noticed that you've been acting weird since her arrival. You caused it, Jake. You've been paying her much more attention than me. I can't just sit back and watch a random girl take my spot on a whim. You know, Jake, I am your real mommy. Misty says emotionally as she holds my face gently with her hands. I was there for you since when you were a baby, Jake. I understand that Mom never wanted to part ways with us after you developed in the pod. I was mad at her before, but when I weighed all the events that occurred after you were born, I can't blame Mom and Dad. After all, Mom was the one who took care of me till I was finally an adult. She could have left you in the care of nannies, but instead, she left you in my arms because she trusted me and believed that I would be able to take care of my kid brother. I was 57 years old at that time, and I thought that what Mom did was wrong. It was only recently I realized that it wasn't her fault. But that still doesn't change the fact that I am not worthy to be your mom. ID, don't talk too much, Misty. I suddenly interrupt her. To be sincere, you're my hero, Misty. You're my real mom. The one who took care of me and watched me till I became an adult. I sucked your tits from day one till I came of age. You're irreplaceable in my life, Misty. I will always love you no matter what. Everyone is important to me. But you're irreplaceable, Misty. My life would have become messed up without you. I say and give Misty a deep kiss. Sniff. 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 I love you too, Jake. Yoa. I love you, Jake. I am sorry for feeling insecure about someone replacing me. Misty mumbles while tears roll down her beautiful face. Just hold me tightly like this, Jake. Misty mutters, and her hug gets tighter than before. 161 Chapter 161 An Arg Slap. Clap. Slap. Clap. Slap. Lewd sounds can be heard as Misty and I engage in the abyss of lust. Ahan, you're being so rough with me. Arg, this feels even more intense than before. I say with a small grunt as I continue to hold Misty close. You have also gotten stronger. I didn't get stronger. Have you forgotten that I can shape-shift my body? And this is the normal size that I always am when I'm with you. Ahan, Ian. That is because you don't spend as much time with me as before. You caused it. You caused it. You're always trying to take me places I don't want to go. I am sorry for not considering your interest. I thought every girl would like it. I was being selfish, I say, stepping back. No, I don't like it, and I don't enjoy it like the others. I am also sorry for not being the partner you needed. Misty sighs and turns away. Arg. Misty, you pulled away. This pervert just mentioning babies made her tense up. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. I am reaching my limit. I let out a loud groan and hold Misty close. Ian, it's so intense. Wow, that's a lot. Misty gasps loudly and her body begins to tremble beneath me while I continue holding her close until I finish completely. All thanks to the volume potion I drank a few months ago, I can finish inside my partners without worrying about running out. At least for now. You were awesome back there, Puff, but I wanted to continue though, I feel exhausted even after healing myself. I can't continue. We trained hard for 6 hours nonstop. That is right. I think you should rest. I say, caressing Misty's face. Right now, we are lying on the bed together, feeling relaxed after spending some intimate time together. Misty seems a little bit different today for some unknown reason, which made me want to stay close to her nonstop. Okay, what about you? I need to check on the others and also check up on Lilith. Sigh. Just when are you going to stop piling up women? I'm not against you being with other women. Just stop piling them up. Misty says with a sigh. But I already told you about Lilith before we even got married. Furthermore, I am not adding just any type of woman as a member. I have been with tons of women in the past few months, but only Kira has joined the family. And that was even unintentional. If I am going to add any other woman to the family, there must be a very good reason. Ugh, just do what you see fit, pervert. Misty says with a pout and turns her body around, facing the other side. Pervert, huh? I will show you exactly what a pervert looks like. I say with a grin, and in the next moment, I raise my hand and land a small slap on Misty's rear. A hand. That's punishment for you. But I'm not done yet. You've pushed me too far again. So you have to make an atonement with your mouth. I say with a wide grin. Oof, it seems like Aurora and Stella are having a good time watching that movie. I better leave them alone now. Besides, this is the best time for the duo to become closer. I mutter as I peep at Stella and Aurora. Phew, I should go grab my dinner in the kitchen. I wonder what they cooked. Stella, don't you feel like a rat is spying on us? Aurora asks with a wide smile. Yeah, I can smell the rat. And he has a lewd scent on him. Fu-fu-fu. Stella giggles. What do you think we should do with this rat, Stella? Fu-fu-fu. We won't give the rat any cheese. That's a good way to punish a rat. The two women giggle evilly and continue watching the program airing on the holographic screen in front of them. The rat they are referring to is none other than Jake. Damn it, there's no food for me tonight. And all the blood packs are not fresh. I can't even tell Misty to make me anything since she's asleep. Aurora is a cruel revenger. Fuck. I curse as I kick the door of the refrigerator, causing it to close with a loud thud. Suddenly, a burst of light comes out of my head and starts flying around the kitchen. Hee. We are back home, master. I can't wait to play with Misty, and Aurora Mimi giggles in elation as she flies around the kitchen. On the Elves planet, I didn't allow her to come outside much, because allowing her outside drains a lot of my mental strength in Planet Demass. But here on Earth, Mimi can play outside to her heart's content as long as we're at home. All my women know about her existence, so they're always playing with her. Her wisp form has gotten denser and begun to take on a weird shape unlike before when she looked like a round ball. Her existence is still a mystery to me, but all will soon be clear to me. It's just a matter of time. Master, why don't you go and visit Lilith tonight? She would have been expecting you for some time now. Mimi asks as she sits down on my shoulder. That's right. I was about to go there before I got together with Misty. I say with a facepalm as I get out of the house and move towards Mrs. Kremer's apartment. Chapter 162 Visiting Lilith right now. I am in front of Mrs. Kremer's apartment, knocking on the door gently. I keep knocking for a very long time, but no one answers the door even after knocking very hard. What is going on? Is she not at home? Or wait, does she think that it is those people? Have things gotten worse in my absence? Suddenly, I start knocking on the door again, but this time I also start to talk. Lilith, open the door, it's me, Jake. I say with a small knock and continue this process. A few moments later, I start to feel a presence walking towards the door and stop behind it, as if checking me through the peephole. With a clicking sound, the door of Mrs. Kremer's apartment opens wide, and I can see her figure standing right in front of me. "Jake, is this really you?" she says in a small voice, as if surprised. "Yeah, it's me, Mrs. Kremer," I say with a small sigh. Or do I have to strip down as confirmation before she knows it's me? Even after my response, Mrs. Kremer stands still at the doorstep without uttering a single word. I can see dark bag circles under her eyes, and I can also hear her heart beating very fast. "Mrs. Kremer, is everything okay?" Hearing my voice, Mrs. Kremer's body jerks, as if she was in a stupor before. "Jake, I think it's best if you don't get involved. Please, I don't want problems for you," Mrs. Kremer says while tears start to stream down her beautiful face. "Wait, what? What's wrong, Mrs. Kremer?" I ask, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her lightly. Even in this situation, I can't help but admire her soft, tender skin and her curvy, milfy body, of which I can see the outline through her nightgown. "Jake, try to understand me. Those people, kya?" Before Mrs. Kremer can even complete her sentence, I carry her in the princess carry and push the door, entering her apartment. The moment I enter the living room, I can also see another figure standing a few meters away, looking at us. This figure is none other than Lilith. "Mom, Jake, what are you two doing?" Lilith asks with a calm expression and suspicious eyes. Hearing her words, my body freezes in place, while Mrs. Kremer freezes in my arms as well. It's as if she also didn't expect Lilith to come to the living room. Ahem. I stop her from falling down. "Isn't it, Mrs. Kremer?" I ask with a faint smile. "Ah, yes. Jake carried me when I was about to fall." Mrs. Kremer laughs and comes down from my arms. In a flash after seeing her mom get away from me, Lilith dashes towards me and hugs me tightly. "Yua, why did you take so long, Jake? Why didn't you call me? I was worried about you." Lilith bellows as she hugs me. Seeing her like this, I lower my face and plant a kiss on her lips. Lilith doesn't resist my advances, as she also kisses me back before separating our lips. Looking at her right now, I can't believe my eyes. Lilith has grown slightly taller, about 2 inches. She has also started growing in the right places like her hips and ass. She's no longer as skinny as she was the last time I saw her. And to top it all off, there are also 2 handful bulges on her chest. She has begun to develop in the chest area. However, I don't have much hope for her chest since her mom also has them small. After the brief kiss, everyone settles down on the floor of the empty living room. "Mrs. Kremer, what's happening?" I ask. "Jake, I don't want you to get involved in this mess. I understand that you care about Lilith, but we also care about your safety." Mrs. Kremer replies in a low voice while staring at the floor. "What the fuck are you saying?" Realizing that I won't get the right answer from Mrs. Kremer, I shift my gaze to Lilith. "Lilith, what's happening? Please don't lie to me. I love you, and I am sorry for not fulfilling my promise before I left. But now, I am back and ready to marry you," I say, looking downcast. "Really, Jake?" Lilith asks with sparkling eyes. "Yes, I promise." Lilith looks at her mom's face briefly as if hesitating to talk, but a determined expression suddenly appears on her face. "Jake, in your absence, that pig and his father came here again and threatened to kill my mom. They also brought some rookies who slashed my mom with a knife and began to tear her dress. Terrified, I screamed and told them to stop and agreed to marry their son. So they shamelessly picked a date for my wedding with their son, even though he didn't grab my horns, and I didn't accept it willingly. Yua, it's too late, Jake. I am sorry." Lilith burst out in tears and runs towards me before burying her face in my chest. I can feel the anger rising inside me. I can also feel the urge to destroy anything in my way right now. "What did you call those people, Mrs. Kremer?" "Jake, they're not people that you can fig. Just shut the fuck up, woman. Do you even know who I am?" I ask with red, glowing eyes, staring deep into Mrs. Kremer's eyes and giving her a fright. They are called the Hawks family. Mrs. Kremer mumbles in fear upon seeing my reaction. "Jake, your eyes." Lilith also mumbles, but she doesn't look scared like her mom since she's currently sitting on my lap. Some moments later, I calm my nerves down and let out a sigh. "Mrs. Kremer, I am sorry for scaring you earlier. It wasn't your fault for not knowing my real identity. Actually, I am from the royal family. And not just any royal family, the main bloodline of the throne. To top it all off, I am the heir to the throne. Hearing my explanation, Mrs. Kramer and Lilith can't believe their ears. To them, it's as if I am telling a fairy tale. Sigh, I know it's hard to believe, but that's the truth. I believe you. But what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the vampire world. Mrs. Kramer breaks her silence while confusion is etched onto her face. Unbelievable. So I have been with a vampire prince all this while? Lilith also mutters in awe. I'm sure. You all found out about my engagement with my sister and aunt, right? Don't you find it odd that such a thing can't be done by a mere vampire? My mom is a vampire lord. I guess you should know her since you've been here for quite a while. And about living on Earth, it's for some personal reason and family's decision. I explained to Lilith and Mrs. Kramer. That's so surprising, you don't even behave like one. I thought royal families were going to be worse, since even the nobles are so pompous and arrogant. But you and your family don't even behave like one. Mrs. Kramer says while tears stream down her face. It's okay, Mrs. Kramer. The royal family doesn't bully people. In fact, we prefer to keep our identity a secret instead and only act when necessary. I say, while the memory of a certain person flashes in my mind. The vampire that I enslaved for looking down on me at the verdict. So, Mrs. Kramer, this Hawks family, where do they live? After all, I don't know all the noble families on Earth. Jake, what are you going to do to them? Please, don't do anything bad to them. Just make them let go of my daughter and our confiscated property. Mrs. Kramer pleads. I pause for a moment without saying anything. I can't believe that this naive woman is going to forgive the people that treated her badly and even attempted to kill her. You're in no position to decide that, Mrs. Kramer. Lilith will decide that. I say with a small smile and look at Lilith, waiting for a reply before I spring into action. Lilith bites her lips and looks at me with a determined look on her face. Please kill those people and erase them from existence. If you forgive them, they will definitely retaliate in the future. But eradicating them now will erase all forms of threats in the future. Lilith says with a determined look on her face. Chapter 163, Curious Yandere Part 1. Damn. I guess Lilith has developed a trauma from those people's harassment. She didn't even think twice about her decision. Yes, that was the answer I expected from her. I would have felt bad if she had chosen to forgive them. But surprisingly, she made the right choice. I tell Mimi inwardly with a smirk. I am currently on my way to our apartment to fetch the blood packs that are in the refrigerator. Once I let myself into our apartment, I notice that Stella and Aurora are still watching the show that they were watching earlier. Since I can hear the sound of the show, which is coming from the soundbars inside her room, I sneak into the kitchen and start putting all the blood packs in the refrigerator inside my inventory. Jake, suddenly, I hear a voice from behind, causing me to stop what I am doing. Fuck 'em. Misty, I say with a stutter while rubbing the back of my neck. What are you doing? She asks groggily. I'm disposing of the blood packs. Oh, you don't have to do that. At least let it wait till tomorrow. Haha, let me just clear it tonight. I say with a small laugh. Upon hearing my word, Misty's expression turns serious. Jake, you are acting weird. Since when did you start doing the chores? What are you up to? Misty asks with a suspicious look while her eyes dart around the kitchen. You are thinking too much, Misty. Let's go inside, I say as I move towards her before hugging her, planting a kiss on her lips and pushing her lightly against the kitchen platform. Kissing sounds ensue in the whole kitchen as I do a lot of intimate things with Misty. Even after being together all day, I still can't get enough of her. There, you're seriously driving me crazy, Ahan. Don't make too much noise, or else the others will hear you. I'm okay. What are Aurora and Stella doing? I think they're watching a show. They might be asleep, though. I give a reply while shifting my position. I placed Misty on the kitchen platform after things got heated between us. Ahan, they're asleep? Have you eaten, honey? No, y haven't. But you don't have to worry about me. It's not like I'm extremely hungry. I just like eating something cooked with blood. It's an exhilarating feeling. And what are you going to eat? Should I make you some blood steak? The blood is not as bad as you claim. Misty tells me while letting out a soft sound. Suddenly, I start to feel a powerful sensation building inside me. No matter how I try to hold back, I just can't control it. Not anymore. Arg, Misty, I can't hold back any longer, I say with a low grunt. Just keep going already. For crying out loud, we are married. Do you have to keep asking? Hearing her reply, and feeling more aroused by the way she suddenly hugs me, I hold her close and let the moment take over, filling her up to the brim. Ahan, yes, fill me up. Misty lets out small moans of pleasure. There's something that I didn't mention. Vampires' peak experiences last much longer than that of humans or elves. An average vampire can experience this for at least 2 minutes, or much longer depending on the mood of the sex. I love you, Jake. I love you too. I have always dreamt about this day. However, in my dreams, I was the only one for you. I didn't share you with anyone else. Sigh, I understand that you're feeling bad about it, but remember that I love you the most, and you have a special place in my heart, Misty. I say, planting a kiss on her face. Why you love me the most? Yes, I love you the most, Misty. Don't get me wrong, though. I also love and care about the others, but you have a special place in my heart. Thump, 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 thump. I start to hear Misty's heartbeat, and her face flushes red. Seeing her like this makes me grin inwardly and makes me want to tease her further. Misty, the moment you give birth, or latest the second day, will add to our family again. This time it might even be twins or triplets. I whisper in her ear and nuzzle her earlobe lightly. Be babies. Misty mumbles, and her face turns very red. At the same time, she suddenly feels flustered and turns away from the kitchen counter. Jake, you are a bully, Misty mumbles as she gets down from the kitchen platform with a red face and wears her panties back. Once she is done cleaning the platform, Misty looks at me with a still red face. They'll make you something to eat, she says in a small voice and starts to make some blood steak. Once she is done cooking, Misty serves me the food, which I promptly eat. It's quite delicious despite the lack of freshness of the blood. Afterward, Misty and I enter the bedroom and fall asleep. XXXXX X Chapter 164 Curious Yandra. Part 2. Yes, she's asleep, I mutter as I shift my face to the side, looking at Misty's beautiful face. Right now, she's hugging me tightly as if she doesn't want to let me go. Or, better still, as if she's aware of my plans to sneak out of the house tonight. Sigh, how the fuck can I slip out of her grip now? I raise the blanket over our bodies and slowly start to move away from her grip without alerting her. This process will take me a very long time, but it's worth a try. After some minutes, I am finally able to get away from Misty. Next, I silently open the door and walk to the living room. I also quietly open the door of the living room and leave the apartment without alerting anyone. Right now, I am flying toward the Hawks family house, which is also located in District A. After gathering enough info about them from Mrs. Kramer, finding their house won't be that hard. Master, are you not going to use your Ben transform? I am not using it. This time I want to use my real identity to kill all of them. Even if this case somehow gets to the vampire's verdict, I have proof to justify my actions for killing them. They harass my fiancé, and there are a lot of eyewitnesses. Sigh, but still, I understand that you're worried, Mimi, but I don't need to hide my face. I wouldn't want to waste Ben transform on pathetic losers. Master, I spot a large floating mansion from afar. This mansion is none other than the Hawks Mansion. The mansion seems to be built on some kind of flotation device. In this era, nearly everything is possible with the help of technology. The only thing that the mortals are incapable of doing is bringing the dead back to life. Especially in District, most people prefer to build their houses on floating devices that are like a larger version of a hoverboard with the house mounted upon them. However, the mansion in front of me seems to be on a different level, as I can feel the heat radiating from the silent thrusters that are making the mansion levitate. Looking around, it's as if the Hawks family specifically chose this area because it's somewhat isolated from the rest of the world by about 1 kilometer square. Damn, the Hawks family seemed to be richer than I thought. I say in a low voice. Now that no one is around, I decided to talk to Mimi out loud instead of using our mind link. Yes, Master, I have done some research about them, and here's what I found out. They're a branch of the Freeman family. They're also into real estate investment and are quite popular. To top it all off, they're ranked 55th among the richest on Earth. How the fuck did you know? Roth is from the Freeman family. Huh. Master, as a special system, I have access to all the websites in this universe. Mimi says with pride. If she had a physical body, she'd look like one of those spoiled young masters. Oof. Here we go again. They're fucking rich, man. Mimi, what's my position on the wealthy people's list? Sorry, Master. You are not even ranked in the top 1,000 of the wealthiest people on Earth. Oof, that's quite sad. After all, I don't even have up to $200 million in my account. What about my mom, Mimi? Your mom is ranked 15th, and Hayes is ranked 76th, while and is ranked 95th. What the fuck? Mom is 15th on Earth. That's quite sad. So she dropped from the top 5, huh? Sigh. It's not surprising since Dad was the one who earned and worked for the money. So it makes sense that Mom's ranking would drop after Dad went into eternal slumber, since she's neither topping the wealth nor spending from it. Mom has her own money. That enormous wealth is Dad's asset. Since he's in a state similar to death, Mom is automatically the owner. Then how the fuck are Hayes, Ann, and so rich? I guess there's a lot to make in the cosmetic business. Master, you're a lucky bastard. TCA, Mimi, how many guards are stationed outside? I can't see clearly from here. Please use your senses to inspect the mansion. I'm afraid that I might trigger some sort of alarm that would ruin my plans. Affirmative, Master. I am analyzing the situation. Right now, I am levitating in the air several meters away from the Hawks' floating mansion. Their mansion is clouded by some sort of smoke, which renders my eyesight useless from this distance. Master, there are 30 vampires and human guards situated around the mansion, while 10 seem to be stationed inside the main mansion. All of them are high-rank ability users similar to A-rank travelers. Furthermore, there are also several robots armed with torrent laser guns capable of harming a vampire. However, I didn't sense any sort of barrier or security system. Besides, those robots can easily be destroyed if we hit their core. I see. I mumble as I digest all the information that Mimi just gave me. Then, let's get to work. I say with a wide grin as I open my inventory and bring out all the blood packs inside. Blood manipulation. Absolute control. I mumble. All the blood begins to float in the air before it starts shifting and forming several sharp shards. Chapter 165 Attack on the Hawks. Blood manipulation, absolute control. I mumble, and all the blood begins to float in the air before it starts shifting and forming several sharp shards. Swinging my hand forward, all the ice shards fly towards the guards and starts to attack them. Arg, arg, All the guards begin to shout at top of their lungs as my blood attack rains down on them. My eyes are currently closed while I am controlling all my blood shards. I have gotten more efficient with my blood power during the past few months on my own. I realize that I can see through my blood powers and control them from almost any distance. We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. Protect the mansion at all costs. Activate the robots and increase their power output to the max. All the guards begin to yell as they start using their abilities to fight back against the blood shards. At the same time, several laser beams start heading in my direction, causing me to grit my teeth while I begin evading them in the air. The precision and senses of the robots are insane and not to be underestimated, as they can sense the direction of where the attack is coming from. So, right now their attack is centered in my direction. Master, don't get hit by one of those lasers. Whoosh, a laser beam shoots past my face, narrowly missing me. That was a close call, fuck. I curse under my breath as I continue evading the laser beams, while controlling the blood shards. However, now that my eyes are open, my concentration is divided in two as I'm trying to evade the laser beams being shot at me, while also attacking. Looking at the mansion, almost all my blood shards have been destroyed, while some have disintegrated. The guard are also fighting back and destroying the shards with their abilities. To top it all off, I just noticed that only 2 guards have died so far, while the rest are simply injured. They seem to have a healer in their midst who's mass healing them. But who? Fuck, this is going to be harder than I thought. I curse as I notice about 5 guards coming in my direction on hoverboards, and all of them are armed to their teeth with gears. Realizing the situation, I stop focusing on my blood powers and try to figure out a way to eliminate the targets in front of me. Code Zero, are you thinking the same thing as me? A bald vampire asks as he destroys a blood shard by coating his hand with aura and slamming it into the blood shard. Male vampires are known for their handsomeness and charm, but for some reason, this particular vampire seems to be an ugly anomaly. Yes, we are being attacked by a vampire who has one of the special blood powers. These shards are made out of blood, and not even a vampire lord can create such attacks. I think we are going against a monster. A vampire with a mask on his face replies as he swings his whip and destroys all the remaining blood shards in the air. Then don't you think we should run now, that it's not too late? The bald vampire asks with extreme fear on his face. Code 1, you have known me for a very long time, and you should know how careful I am. However, in this situation running is useless because we're going to die anyway if we run away. Code Zero replies while staring at a faraway distance with his hands folded behind his back. The contract. Code 1 mumbles while his legs begin to shake and wobble upon realizing the current situation he is in. As long as we are still working for the Hawks family, we are going to be bound by the life and death contract. Besides, this person might not even be as experienced as a vampire lord, so we don't have to fear him that much. I have fought many battles, and I have never lost one. But is that going to be the case tonight? Code Zero mutters while staring at the scars on his hands before a smile creeps up on his face. Why, you are crazy. Code 1 mumbles while he clenches his jacket tightly. Mimi, what are my current abilities? Ability Bank, 3 current cell. Not defined number of mana cells. 15,050 current ability. Blink, healing, gravity ability category. Esper, 3. Okay, I have 15,000 MC cells. This should be enough to complete my mission. Let's deal with these guys here. I mutter while staring at the guards that are heading in my direction. 2 humans and 3 vampires. In the past few months, I've gotten used to my women's abilities. I noticed that each and every one of these abilities also has its skills and ways to utilize them, just like the way I'm learning more about my blood power. It's not easy to master so many abilities, but thanks to my sparring with Misty and Aurora, I have gotten more efficient with using the abilities. Heaven Palm Strike. I bellow as I fly towards the guards while raising my right palm in the air. In a flash, a huge ball of aura starts gathering around my palm. When it gets big enough, I swing my hand down at the guards before they even have any chance to fight back. Boom! Just like a meteor, all the guards crash into the ground and turn into meat paste in an instant. They couldn't withstand the force of gravity. Chapter 166 Carnage Part 1. After confirming that all the guards are dead, I continue to fly forward until I am just a few feet away from the mansion. At this point, the laser guns are getting stronger, with lethal beams shooting out of them. If it were me from a few months ago, I would have been burnt to a crisp long ago. Making a small cut on my arm, I form 3 blood spikes with my blood and launch them at the robots, destroying their cores in an instant and shutting them down. I don't stop there as I descend on the mansion's grounds and begin to walk slowly towards the terrified guards that are about 30 in number now. It seems like the ones that were formerly positioned inside are now outside, trying to protect the mansion at all costs. All of them are wearing black tuxedo suits just like normal guards, and they're not wearing any apparatus like the first set that attacked me. Just move out of my way. I don't want to kill anyone, I say with a sigh, taking a few steps forward. With each of my steps, the guards move backward in fear. What are you doing? You'll be prosecuted by the verdict. One of the guards, who seems to be a vampire, says in fear while pointing a weapon that has a shape that's similar to a baton at me in defense, even though he knows that it's going to be ineffective. I'm above the law. As you can see, I didn't hide my face, I say with a wide grin and take a few steps forward boldly again. Who are you? Why are you attacking this place? The guards ask in horror as they watch me get closer. Oh, I have been waiting to hear that question. I am Prince Jake, the crown prince of the vampires. And my reason for attacking this place is that these people messed with me and even tried to execute someone close to me. I say frankly with my hands folded behind my back. Prince. See, Crown Prince? The vampire guards mutter and their legs begin to shake. They just realize the situation that they are in. After all, it makes sense. No ordinary vampire can create such an attack. Please spare us. If we do not protect the mansion and Hawks family, we're going to die because of the blood contract we signed. The vampires plead fervently while gripping their batons and stepping back in fear. The aura radiating from me is enough to make them piss their pants despite them being as powerful as A-rank travelers. Well, that can only happen if vampires are even able to pee. This is one of the quirks of having a special blood power. Fuck it. There's nothing special about this guy. 3 human guards bellow in anger and dash towards me with daggers in their hands. Foolish humans, I mutter as I eject my claws. In a flash, the heads of the humans can be seen rolling on the ground. He didn't even move from his position. The other guards trembles in fear, but they can't budge from their position. Fear, hopelessness, regret, and despair can be visibly seen on their faces. They are waiting for their deaths like sacrificial lambs. The reason why the humans weren't scared of me is because they couldn't see how dreadful and sharp my aura, and this is because they're simply humans. Sigh, these guys humbled themselves. It would be cruel of me to kill them. In the next moment, I start blinking around all the guards and begin to knock them out. In 2 seconds, all of them are lying unconscious on the ground. I have to do something to these guys, although it might affect them a bit. I mumble as a red aura in the form of tendrils starts dancing around my body before extending and latching onto the guards' heads. With this cruel method, I can erase all the memories about me from their brains. The reason why it's a cruel method is because it can have many possible inhumane backlashes once the victim wakes up. However, I don't care. They simply had to meet their doom. My only aim is to achieve my goal. Once done, I look at the large door that leads to where the Hawks mansion is situated. However, I notice something which makes me hesitate a little bit. The mansion is currently flying away from its position and towards the main buzzing city of District A. Oh, I forgot to mention that Mimi assisted me in jamming all forms of communication so that the Hawks family would not be able to seek assistance. However, who knew that they would resort to this shameless way of trying to fly a whole fucking mansion into the city? Not so fast. I bellow as I leap into the air and cover my right fist in a very large ball of gravity aura, which is about the size of a van. Descending like a meteor, I slam my fist into the hard ground, which is probably the surface of the floating machine. Rumble, 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 rumble. The whole floating machine begins to shake violently, while some parts of the mansion begins to crumble since it is mounted on top of this machinery. After shaking for a few minutes, the whole mansion crashes into the ground as the thrusters underneath malfunction due to the heavy gravitational force, causing it to go into overdrive mode before crashing. Luckily for me, the mansion hadn't flown out of the Hawks' domain yet before crashing, so there's no need to worry about people finding out what's going on here. Running forward, I pick up my pace and slam my foot against the Zletherium door leading into the Hawks mansion, causing the door to burst open with a loud bang. However, before I could take a step forward, a kick lands on my chest, sending me skidding a few meters back. Chapter 167 Carnage Part 2, however. Before I can take a step forward, a kick lands across my chest, sending me skidding a few meters back. The kick is so strong that I wouldn't have been able to withstand its impact if I hadn't used gravity to brace myself while skidding backward. Only one thing is going on in my mind right now. This person is strong, and he has something in common with Roth and me. I look up and see a tall vampire with a mask on his face. From his aura, I can tell that he's a royal vampire, although his aura is somewhat faint and peculiar, like that of a subclass. He's wearing a black long coat, commonly used by vampires. Stopping my momentum, I hear his footsteps slowly walking towards me. It's as if he's also careful and trying to observe things before acting in the most rational way possible. That kick, who are you? I ask, raising my head and looking at the masked figure. The man pauses for a few moments before finally speaking. You have become a man, my prince. Don't you think you're doing things the wrong way? I am sorry for my actions earlier, but I won't allow you to enter this mansion because my life depends on it. Not to be rude, but can you leave and solve things legally? Please? The man says with a deep bow. Huh? Who the fuck is this man, and what the hell does he mean? Confusion is etched on my face as this man acts weirdly. I could have blinked behind him and finished him off, but for some reason, my instincts are screaming at me. Master, look at his hand. He's making some sort of sign. Hearing Mimi's voice in my head, I lower my gaze and look at the man's fingers, which are moving weirdly. He is tapping his index finger on his right clenched fist. What does he mean, Mimi? I don't understand what he's trying to convey. Calm down, Master. I think he's trying to tell you to bend down. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Looking back at the man's face, I don't act suspicious. I simply act as if I am contemplating something, because I can guess that someone is probably watching us right now. Mimi, if I remember correctly, he said his life depended on the safety of the Hawks family. If I were to go against this man, I am sure that I won't leave unscathed. Worst case scenario, my mom would appear out of nowhere, and it's kind of embarrassing to get my ass saved by her. Since he knows me, and he's trying to tell me something secretly, then he's probably telling me to knock him out like the others. Master Mimi says with worry. Don't worry, I am pretty sure that it's what he's trying to tell me. In a flash, I blink behind the man, lodging a jab into his neck and knocking him out in an instant. However, a feeling of horror overwhelms me because the moment I blink from my position, it's as if time stopped around me. That means this man intentionally wanted to get knocked out by me. The moment I knock him out, I hear loud footsteps running away, causing me to raise my head and see a bald vampire running straight into a hallway. Master, that's the healer that ruined your blood attack. You could take him down. He might have some tricks up his sleeve. Pant, 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 pant. Fuck it. Code Zero got knocked down. Is that bastard so weak? After all his bluffing, he got knocked out with just one jab. I could even survive that kind of ATT. Wait a minute. Code Zero called him Prince Jaden or something along those lines, and also bowed to him. Is this a setup, or was he afraid of that person? The Code Zero I know would never betray his comrades. I guess I am overthinking things. Code 1 mutters while trying to catch his breath before picking up his pace and starting to run through a hallway that is illuminated by outdated LED lights arranged on the walls. After running for some time, he finally reaches a dead end. However, instead of panicking, he places his palm on a digital screen in front of him. The screen begins to scan his palm access granted. A mechanical voice emerges from the screen, and a rumbling sound can be heard as the plane walls open up while smoke covers Code 1's view. In a flash, he enters the room, and the door instantly closes behind him. The moment he enters, the smoke disappears, and in front of him is a big secret lair. Inside this room, there are also 4 people along with Code 1. What the hell are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to protect us? How did you even have access to this place? A fat vampire boy with round, odd-looking glasses on his face asks in panic upon seeing Code 1. This boy, although vampires have great vision and don't need glasses, this boy loves using them. He likes behaving like a human. And about him being a fatty, well, just like how humans get fat by consuming a lot of food, vampires can also get fat from consuming too much blood. Although, this case is extremely rare and can only happen if the vampire drinks a single blood type. For example, if a vampire only drinks Group B blood type, she is likely to have this problem. However, this doesn't happen often because the blood that is usually sold is from different blood groups. But this boy has been specifically drinking only one type of blood over the years, which made him look like this. This boy is none other than the young master of the Hawks family, Alan, a young scientist and inventor who is well known. He also contributed a lot to the success of the Hawks family at a very young age, which is why his dad always tries to fulfill all his wishes. Chapter 168 Carnage Part 3. Apart from this fatty called Alan, there's another girl who is about the same age as Lilith here. She is wearing a pink pajamas, but she's not a subclass like Lilith. This girl's name is Arya, Alan's little sister. Unlike him, and despite being pampered by her parents, Arya is not a spoiled girl. She's a well-mannered girl who barely even talks. Of course, her parents are proud of her, and they can only wish for her brother to also be like her. However, Alan has always been a spoilt brat since he was young. It even got worse after he became a successful scientist. Ugh, look at what you caused now, idiot. If it weren't because of you, this wouldn't be happening to us. What the hell did you do this time? The little vampire girl asks with a frown on her face while her arms are folded at the same time. If it were someone else, they would have been panicking by now. However, there is not a single hint of fear on her face. Why, you brat? Keep your mouth shut. I didn't offend anyone. Alan bellows in anger while shaking in fear. I don't want to die. All the lines are not going through. We can't call for help. A mature man says. He's like the older version of Alan, except that he isn't fat like him. The man smashes a telephone on the table in frustration. George, are we going to die now? A woman asks in fear while clinging tightly to George. This woman is none other than his wife, Helene, who is also Alan and Arya's mother. We'll be all right, Helen. I promise you. George mutters as he hugs his wife tightly while looking at Alan hatefully from the corner of his eyes. This boy, if it hadn't been because him, the whole family wouldn't be on the point of extinction today. George thinks to himself while clenching his fists. On the other hand, Alan has almost gone crazy. All of his beloved types of equipment and creations were useless and unable to counter whatever had jammed their network. I thought I was one of the best scientists out there. However, in this situation, all my creations have been rendered useless and has been unable to bypass this jammer. Just who the hell created such a device that could block all my devices and servers? Alan thinks to himself in desperation and regret. If only he knew that they were being attacked by someone because of one small girl, whom he threatened into marrying him. I just entered the Hawks mansion, and to be honest, it's very grand and beautiful, but that is the least of my concerns right now. I pick up my pace and begin to walk along the hallway that the bald vampire also followed. Master, be careful. There might be some sort of trap around here. Hey, I'm more careful than you think. I give Mimi a reply, while walking slowly with all my senses working past their limit. I am ready to blink at any moment if I sense any odd sensation. After walking for a few minutes, I reach a dead end, which is a plain wall and nothing more. Ugh, Mimi, this is weird. Don't you think something is fishy here? I ask confused. Foo. You don't have to worry, master. Look over there. Shifting my gaze to the side. My gaze lands on a small screen mounted on the far end of this wall by the right side. If it wasn't for Mimi, I wouldn't have noticed it. Nodding my head in amusement, I walk towards the screen, waiting for Mimi's next instruction. Right now, the screen is currently blank, and I have no idea what to do about it. I can only rely on Mimi. Master, this is a security check that is linked to some sort of door, and I can sense the presence of some people behind the wall. We just have to bypass it. And looking at the level of security this door has, I am afraid that I can't bypass it. It's a technology built by Edgar Frost himself. It's so complicated. Sigh, it's okay, Mimi. I say in exhaustion and check the time on my wristwatch. It's 1:03 a.m. right now. Time is really flying faster than I thought. Suddenly my eyes widen as I realize something. Mimi, I have an idea. Master, what's that? I don't say anything. I simply give Mimi a wide grin before walking out of the hallway. Sometime later, I return to the hallway with a big bag, which is dripping with red liquid, in my hand. Bam! The bag lets out a small sound as I let it fall to the ground. Phew, that was tiresome. Master, I still can't believe that you cut off all their hands. I can't take any chances, Mimi. I had to cut their hands, including that strange guy's hand. Well, they're vampires, they'll grow another hand. I say with a careless shrug. In the next moment, I start to pick up the hands one by one before testing them on the small screen. However, everything keeps showing access denied right now. Only one hand is left. The right hand of the man that secretly told me to knock him out. I hope this works. I say with a sigh before placing it on the screen. Access granted. Clang. Creak. Creak. Click. Seeing this notification, a bright smile appears on my face. X Chapter 169 Father's Love Clang. Creak, creak, click. Seeing this notification, a bright smile appears on my face. The door begins to open while smoke suddenly appears and clouds my view. I enter the space and move forward a little. The moment I step inside, the door closes behind me and the white fog disappears like it never existed. Then, lo and behold, the Hawks family appears before my eyes, coupled with the guard that also ran away. Awkward silence ensues for a few moments before I start walking forward. While walking forward, I create a ball of gravity aura and hurl it at the bald healer, killing him in an instant. I made sure that the gravity was strong enough to kill him at once so that he won't have the chance of regenerate. Seeing the healer die by a single attack, the Hawks family sucks in a cold breath. The most annoying person among them right now is an odd fat vampire who is wearing a white coat. He's sitting on the floor and crying profusely. Shifting my gaze to the side, I also see two mature vampires, a woman and a man, who are cuddling while weeping. Then lastly, there's a young vampire around Lilith's age. She's wearing pink pajamas while hugging a doll tightly to her chest. She doesn't show any emotion on her face. I don't know what she's feeling or thinking right now, because she seems empty and I am unable to read her. You got a nice lair here, I say, picking up a Rubik's Cube from a table while walking toward the Hawks. Who are you? What do you want from us? The mature man asks in horror while moving backwards with his wife. This lair is quite spacious, so there's enough room for me to mess with them before finishing them off. You're the man of the house, right, Mr. George? I say with a small smile while playing with the Rubik's Cube in my hands. Igriegagis. Please, what do you want? Do you want money? We have plenty. Please just don't kill my family, I beg of you. Mr. George pleads fervently for his and his family's life. You have an innocent face, like that of someone who has never done something wrong. However, your life has been decided by my fiancé. Well, I'll answer your question first. My name is Jake Mistro. Zizek Mistro. Isn't that the royal family's name? And why you're Prince Jake the next in line? Mr. George mumbles while he and his wife collapse on the ground after hearing the groundbreaking information. The fatty Mrs. Kramer told me about is currently sitting down on the ground at the other side of the lair, with his back pressing against the wall. It's as if he's broken. In my conclusion, I believe he's heartbroken. After all, his beloved creations are useless and unable to save his ass. The worst part is that they were even bypassed by someone else. Master, why are you toying with your prey? Just finish them already. But this small girl is somewhat weird. Toying with them makes it more fun. Prince Jake, what exactly is our offense? George finally musters up the courage to ask. Lilith, I say in a low voice. Alan and George's eyes widen in shock while the woman's mouth opens in shock. She is your fiancée? George asks while his whole body begins to tremble. Yes, she's my fiancée. You have traumatized her, and I am here to execute her judgment. Please, we didn't mean to torment her. We proposed a marriage offer to her mom, but she disagreed. And since my son said he was interested in her, we tried to force her to agree. I didn't know to that. George burst into tears. Not only did you confiscate their property in my absence and make Mrs. Kramer lose her job, but you also trespassed. You always barge into my property as you wish and carry out your evil intentions. Aren't you ashamed? I ask with a disgusted expression on my face. We're sorry. George and his wife say at the same time while weeping profusely. Right now, I am acting as if I might consider forgiving them, if only they knew. You're sorry, huh? Just think about it. How disheartening would it be if I assaulted your daughter right in front of you? I say, glancing at the little vampire. No, please, don't do that. You can take my wife instead. George pleads profusely. On the other hand, his wife has a look of disbelief on her face. George, I'm sorry, honey. I just can't stand Arya getting assaulted. She's innocent and knows nothing about it. George pleads while bowing his head. I don't answer him as I simply walk towards his daughter and put my hand around her neck. Although I don't plan on assaulting this girl, I want to break George's spirit before killing him. As for the main culprit, Alan, he already broke when his creations failed him. Hey, what is your name? The name is Arya. Arya, huh? Arya nods her head without any emotion on her face. Arya, you look comfortable in your pajamas. I say with a grin while looking at George through the corner of my eyes. Are you heading to bed soon? Arya asks with an innocent look on her face while blinking her eyes a few times. No, please don't do that. George bellows and dashes towards me while throwing several barges of blood attack at me. Chapter 170. Last member new. Please don't do that. George bellows and dashes towards me while throwing several barges of blood attack. I simply catch his blood strikes with my bare hands before they disintegrate and join my aura. Stunned by my action, George stops running forward and breaks down in dismay. Coming closer to me would only quicken his death. Why you added my blood attack to yours? Were you? Seems like you don't know your situation. You even tried to attack me in defense of your daughter. You know how to protect your own daughter, while tormenting that of other people. I bellow as I kick the air. But this kick of mine contains a lot of force which raises George and slams his back against the wall. Arg! George lets out a groan as he is slammed against the wall before falling to the ground. Unfortunately, I don't have any interest in your daughter tonight, but I can do this, I say, getting behind Arya and grabbing her shoulders. I didn't plan on doing this before, but I got infuriated after George attacked me, and I'm going to break him further. Arya cries out while her doll falls away from her hands. No, you bastard! Get away from my daughter! George screams at the top of his lungs, but I don't answer. I decide to take things further, pushing past her protests as I pull her closer. Arya gasps and struggles, calling out for help. This time it looks like she had her first moment of overwhelming excitement. It's not surprising that a 16 to 17-year-old vampire doesn't know what that rush of feeling is called. Some don't even know much about such things at this age, unlike humans who are quick to adapt. Unlike her gloomy expression before, there seems to be small tears on Arya's face. However, I don't care. Her family has made Lilith cry several times, and they even did worse things to her. Why? Just why are you doing this to my daughter? She's innocent. George mumbles while his eyes are looking lifeless right now. Innocent, my foot. Didn't you consider the fact that Lilith was also innocent? I say in anger, kicking George away again. BM honey. His wife dashes towards him and starts crying as he lays half dead on the ground. Looking at the woman, she doesn't even seem fazed, nor does she care about the fact that her daughter just got assaulted. She only cares about her husband's life. This is one of the flaws of vampires. We care less about our children. For instance, if 90% of vampires were to choose whose life to save between their spouse and their children, most won't think twice before choosing their spouse. They never even bother to bargain or check if there's a way to save both. What I seem to notice about this family is that George cares about his daughter very much while his wife only cares about her husband. As for the young girl, she's unreadable. Useless woman, you care so much about your husband, yet he offered you to me to save his ass. I say with a small laugh. You bastard. I don't care what my husband uses me to do. I know that he loves me. The woman bellows while crying profusely beside the body of her half-dead husband. Okay, I have had enough play. It's time to get things done. I look at Alan, who is sitting down on the far edge of the lair, before I start walking towards him. When I get closer to him, he doesn't show any signs of resistance. He's already broken after his precious machines failed him. This will make things so much easier, I say, before grabbing his head and bashing on the wall, killing him in an instant as his head explodes on impact with his Letherium wall. Only his headless body is lying down on the ground. Yeah, seeing her dead son, the woman screams. But I quickly blink in front of her before grabbing her head and twisting it several times, detaching it from her body. Thud! I throw the head of the woman to the corner of the room and look down at George's half-dead body one more time before raising my foot and stomping on his head, turning it into meat paste. Once I am done killing the trio, I look at the last person in the room. Arya, are you going to kill me too? She asks in a shaky voice while cuddling her doll. This is the first time I am seeing fear on her face ever since I entered this lair. I look at her for a few moments before walking towards her and stopping in front of her. I don't kill innocent people, Arya, I say, bending down and bringing my face to the level of hers. And I'm sorry for touching you inappropriately the other time. Anger took over me, and I also wanted to break your dad. All of them are bad people. If I had only wanted to avenge them for what they did to my fiancée, I would have simply punished them severely. However, I realize that they have destroyed a lot of people's lives, innocent people. Vulnerable people like my fiancée. They are bad people? Arya asks, her face swelling with tears. I am sorry, Arya. I just couldn't let them keep living. I could have spared your mom's life, but she knew everything about what your dad and brother are doing, yet she refused to stop them. They used many people for experiments. I am pretty sure that he doesn't even like my fiancée. He just wanted to marry her so that he could learn more about Eitrees or carry out some sort of experiment on her. I just can't let such dubious people continue living and allow other people to fall victim. I am sorry for your loss, Arya, I say, placing my hand on her head while she weeps profusely. Suddenly, a bright red aura starts dancing around my palm before sinking into Arya's head, giving me access to her memories, and I begin to alter them. I alter her memory by erasing my face, but I leave every other memory intact. In her memory, I am an anonymous person with a mask and whose face she doesn't know. Once done, I put her to sleep and place her in the corner of the lair along with her doll. Phew. Afterward, I ask Mimi to erase every data on the security cameras, and I remove every trace that can lead to me. All this while the guards are still unconscious. Once I am done, I teleport directly back to my house. Chapter 171, Waifu's Feelings, Part 1. It's a bright morning. The sun is hanging high in the sky and shining brightly. Today seems a little different and calm compared to the normal days on Earth. Today appears a little bit different. I hope Jake stays at home all day since today is Saturday. Misty mumbles with a smile on her face while rummaging through the dirty clothes inside the laundry room. For some reason today, Misty woke up early before the others and decided to do the laundry before they woke up, as she didn't want Aurora to do all the work while she would only laze around. Or better still, she still feels insecure about Stella for some reason, and she vowed that from today onward, she would always do her husband's laundry herself. However, this morning she decided to do everyone's laundry, including Stella's. She did everyone's laundry and kept Jake's own for last. While putting Jake's clothes into the washing machine, Misty notices something on one of Jake's clothes, which makes her pause for a moment. She's always observant in everything, especially when it comes to Jake. This is blood. How come? He wore these pajamas last night. Misty mutters in shock while staring at the several blood stains on Jake's pajamas. This is one piece of evidence that Jake forgot to get rid of. This shows that there's nothing like a perfectionist. Misty brings the pajamas close to her nose and begins to sniff them. These bloods are vampire blood, and there are different scents of blood that don't belong to anyone that I know. I can smell at least 7 different scents. Misty mutters in confusion and bites her lips. Only one person can confirm her suspicions right now. Amber, are you there? Please can you tell me what Jake did while I was asleep yesterday? He sneaked out of the house and returned after 2 hours with another set of pajamas. I knew it. He sneaked out of the house yesterday and went ahead to flirt with other women. Who knows if he had some sort of bond with them, which is why he has their blood all over him. Misty says in anger while clenching the pajamas in her hand with tears streaming down her beautiful face. That man whore, that pervert, he couldn't fulfill just one wish for me. I told him to be only with me throughout yesterday and cuddle me. Yet he sob, hey. Calm down and stop crying like a baby. It might not be what Misty doesn't let Amber finish her words before she storms out of the laundry room with the pajamas in her hands. I blink my eyes a few times as I notice that it's already morning and it's time to wake up and do some other things. The first thing I notice is the empty space beside me. Misty is not inside the room, and this is strange. The Misty that I know would still be on the bed this morning, swooning all over me. Besides, I'm also feeling horny this morning. I say with a yawn while stretching my body on the bed. Yippee, a certain annoying voice sounds in my ears, causing me to let out a sigh. Just when am I going to have a normal day like every other vampire out there? I say, looking at the ceiling. Not listening to me, Mimi comes out of my head in wisp form and begins flying around the room. She flies towards the window to look at what is going on outside. Good morning, master, she says, finally landing on my shoulder after playing around. First and foremost, is my shoulder some kind of secret spot for you? Your shoulder feels good. By the way, how are you feeling this morning, master? I feel good. I just feel a little sore in some places. It seems like using my blood power on a large scale took a toll on my body. That makes sense. So what about? Mimi and I begin to talk, discussing many things, both important and irrelevant things, when suddenly the door burst open with a loud bang. If the person who opens it had added more force, this door would have been ripped off its hinges. Misty, what is that? I ask in a surprised tone. However, I stop talking when I see the state that Misty is in right now. Sob, Jake. You promised that you'll touch only me yesterday. Why didn't you keep your promise? Misty asks in a loud voice. Her eyes are red with crimson tears streaming down her face. I look puzzled and dumbfounded about Misty's question, causing me and Mimi to look at each other's faces. It's not like she even has a face, though. She's a fucking wisp. I kept the promise. I don't know why you're crying, Misty, I say while trying to get up from the bed. However, Misty doesn't allow me as she pushes me back on the bed and also climbs on top before sitting in the size posture. Explain this. Jake, I swear the neighbors are going to hear me scream this morning if you dare lie to me, Misty says before bringing out my blood-stained pajamas. Oh, I say in a slightly surprised tone while scratching the back of my neck. All right, they'll tell you everything, Misty. Just don't shout. It's too early for drama, I say with a sigh and begin to explain things to her. So you killed them all except their daughter? Misty says in surprise and guilt for accusing me wrongly. Yeah, people like them don't need to live anymore, I say with my face shifted to the side, while I wait for her to berate me for killing the Hawks family. However, contrary to my expectations, Misty has a bright smile on her face. One of the rarest smiles that she has ever shown me. Chapter 172, Waifu's Feelings, Part 2. You've done well, Jake. You're getting more mature than I thought, my king, Misty says with a smile as she tosses the pajamas in the corner of the room and begins to crawl towards me on the bed sexily. Huh? Misty, what's wrong with you? I asked, surprised. She seems very happy right now after I explained everything to her. She sexily pushes me on my chest, causing me to fall flat on the bed before she sits down on top of me and starts moving her hips. Okay, I think I'm gonna go play with Aurora and get away from you weirdos. Mimi cusses as she flies out of the room by passing through the wall. Jake, you acted like a king would, right? You need to act like that so that when you become king, you'll be liked and feared by your subordinates, Misty says, leaning her face towards mine. And me, your queen, will always support my husband, she whispers before giving me a deep kiss. After separating our lips briefly, Misty and I look at each other's faces. Misty, I thought you said that you don't want me to interfere in the vampire's affairs. So why are you saying this now? Honey, you have the qualities of a good leader. If you become king, I know that you will lead the vampires in a good way and restore our former glory. Cliché. Misty, what has come over you? You haven't been yourself these days. People change, The more I view things about life, the better. I try to fix things. As your wife, I want the best for you, Jake. If we stay in this damned, cramped place called Earth, would continue to be used as chess pieces for Grandpa when he wakes up from his slumber. No one knows when that old man is going to leave the throne. He might decide to leave it for you when he wakes up. But if he doesn't, you'll have to take it by force because that Grandpa may be up to another plan. And he'll use anyone as cannon fodder as long as he gets what he wants. Misty says, biting her lips. Everything is starting to make sense to me. Misty is right. If the old man doesn't give up the throne when he wakes up from slumber, then he still has something that he's planning. And the old man will go to any length to get what he wants. He could even sacrifice his loved ones to achieve his goals while grieving at the same time. He's a psychopath. Misty, I promise you, if Old Man Duke doesn't leave the throne, they'll take it by force. I didn't tell you before, but I also have my plans. I have some scores to settle with the old man. That's why I want to get stronger in the span of 2 years before he wakes up. I'm so happy, Jake. You're making me feel flustered. Misty mumbles and starts kissing me again. You made me horny this morning. I feel a bit off today. Misty whispers. Me too. I have so much restless energy ever since I woke up. I feel like I need to go on an adventure. Fufufu. Energetic as usual. Ahanan Ayahan. Hey Mimi, how are you doing? Aurora asks with a small smile upon seeing Mimi. I am good, Rora. Seems like your ass has gotten bigger. Fufufu. Mimi giggles evilly. However, Aurora doesn't say anything and simply continues what she is doing. She's currently inside the kitchen with Stella, making breakfast while also teaching Stella at the same time. Rora, what is this talking blob? Is it Master's toy? Stella asks with curiosity while poking Mimi. You idiot. I'm not a blob, and I am not that pervert's toy. You should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Mimi bellows. I'm so cute. I didn't know that Master had such an adorable pet. Stella's eyes sparkle with stars. In her eyes, all of Mimi's actions are cute. Even when Mimi boasted that she has the power to destroy a planet, Stella found it cute. Phew. Thank you for saving me from this weirdo. Mimi says with a sigh while resting on Aurora's shoulder. It's nothing. What about Jake? Is he still sleeping? Aurora asks while chopping a large chunk of meat. He's awake. He and Misty are getting all lovey-dovey, and when they were about to do the deed, I left the room. Mimi replies, I see. Aurora says in a small voice. Just why? Just why has Jake refused to even consider my feelings? It's like I don't even exist in this marriage. Am I the problem because I don't know how to express my feelings? This is so saddening. I don't think I can hold it in anymore. Aurora thinks inwardly while tears start forming on her face. Aurora, be careful. You're getting clumsy with a knife. X173 Chapter 173 Slice of Life. Aurora, be careful. You're getting clumsy with a knife. Chop, 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 chop. Aurora. Stella also shouts upon seeing the way Aurora is chopping the meat while crying. However, before Stella can grab the knife from Aurora's hand, Aurora cuts herself with the knife after getting careless with it. Instantly, she drops the knife and starts weeping. As for the knife cut, it closes up immediately due to the vampire's self-healing capabilities. Nevertheless, the pain is still there. Sobi, why is Jake doing this to me? I can't take it anymore. I can't. Aurora bellows as she wipes her tears and runs out of the kitchen, going into her bedroom. Only silence ensues in the kitchen for a few moments as Mimi and Stella look at each other. At this point, Stella is extremely confused because she doesn't know what's going on. After all, she has been with her master for a week now, and she hasn't seen him treat any of his women badly. This doesn't make any sense. I think I should ask this Blob some questions since it seems to be the talkative type. Hey, Blob. WH, the name is Mimi. Mimi replies in anger, cutting Stella short. For some reason, this small act of hers scares Stella. What the fuck was that? How could this thing scare me like that? Stella thinks inwardly and swallows a mouthful of saliva. Okay, Mimi, what happened to Aurora? She was laughing a few moments ago, and now she's crying. I wanted to follow her, however, since I don't even know what's going on, how will I console her? Mimi stays silent for a moment before she starts talking. Just leave her alone for some time. I think she needs some time alone. Aurora is someone who doesn't know how to express herself. Even when she wanted to express her feelings to Jake before they got married, she was unable to do so without Misty's help. Right now, what I'm thinking is that Aurora is jealous of Misty, and she also wants Jake to get all flirty with her. But she doesn't know how to initiate it. Mimi explains. But why did my master not notice this? Now that I think about it, Master seems to be a bit one-sided with his women. He gives Misty, Myra, and Jill the most attention. But it seems like he likes Misty the most, and he's trying to hide that fact from others. But he's not perfect. Stella evaluatis. Indeed, no one is perfect. But there's something you don't know. No one can take Misty's place in Jake's heart. Not even Zella. He also likes Zella, and he always feels guilty about his actions towards her, but he doesn't want his emotions to get the best of him. Apart from being his wife, Misty is also Mimi starts telling Stella everything about Jake in his stead, since he probably won't have time to tell her himself. Ah, I see. That makes sense, so if my master hadn't gotten that system thingy, he would have married only Misty while Aurora might have been his mistress. So now, if my master becomes king, will Misty be his queen? Yeah, Mimi replies. I see. Misty is indeed special to master. But that doesn't mean he should get carried away and let his other women get angry or jealous of each other. Stella mambols. Peace is never an option, fufufu. Huh, never mind. I was just joking. We'll talk to Jake about this issue. I also like Aurora, since she's the one who plays with me the most. However, she finds it hard to express herself to Jake. I also like her. Since my master took me in, she has been nice to me. She's also a hard-working woman. I feel sad for her. Jake, why are you so good at this? Misty asked with a satisfied smile while cuddling me. Right now, we are covering ourselves with a blanket after being together. I also don't know the reason why you're so sweet, Misty. Teehee teehee, what is so sweet about me? Misty asked with a beet-red face. The emotions between us when we're together. But the most interesting thing that drives me wild is your adorable reactions, Misty, and the way you get so flustered anytime I mention babies. I say with a grin while holding her close. Vufhat. Misty's face turns hot red, and she covers her face in embarrassment. Jake, you don't have to mention the baby part. It's so embarrassing, fufufu. But you asked me a question, and I answered it sincerely. If you don't mind my asking, why do you like babies so much? I just love them, Jake. I don't know the reason why I like them. But I want to have as many babies as I can with you. Misty says with a smile as she hugs me and pulls me closer under the blanket. You're weird. You're also weird, Jake. Since you mentioned babies, I'm feeling excited again. Let's go again. I want you to hold me in my favorite way. I also enjoy sparring with you from behind while you laugh uncontrollably. I say, tapping Misty's shoulder, causing her eyes to roll to the back of her head and her hand to let go of my grip. Afterward, only Misty's laughter and my chuckles can be heard as we indulge in another playful round together. X 174 Chapter 1 74 Slice of Life. Ahan. Arg. I groan and hold Misty close. I love you, Jake. I love you too. I'm tired. I feel exhausted. Knowing you, you might decide to keep going again. This time I'm serious. Then take some rest. Kiss me, come on, Misty. It seems like you want to have me to yourself all day. I say, planting a kiss on her face after we finish being together. After separating our kiss, I look down at Misty and see the evidence of our intimacy. I'm resuming work on Monday, so tomorrow, which is Sunday, is the last free day for me. Misty says with a sigh, putting the blanket over her body. Why become king? We'll get away from the shitty place, I promise. I say, using my hand to swipe her hair sideways, which is scattered across the bed. Jake, your words always turns me on. Oh, that mere word affected you? I say, surprised while trying to get up from the bed. You're already tired. We have been together since yesterday. You need some rest. I tell her as I enter the bathroom and clean myself up. Once done, I return to the room and wear some simple clothing. I notice that Misty is already asleep. Although we vampires don't really need to sleep, as we can live without sleeping for centuries. However, recent studies during the last decades have shown that deep slumber makes up for us vampires' lack of sleep, which is why our body might break down at any moment if it needs rest. Vampire scientists discover that sleeping like humans reduces the possibility of going into deep slumber very early and somewhat rejuvenates us bit by bit, just like the way a deep slumber does. Sigh. She's really tired, but she wanted to go another round. Misty, I promise you that I will become king soon. I think inwardly as I get out of the room. Once I get out, I walk toward the sitting room and see Stella and Mimi. Mimi is currently sitting down on Stella's shoulder. However, the moment they see me, they stop talking. Were you guys talking about me? What's with the sudden pause? I ask with a laugh as I sit down on a couch adjacent to Stella. Nothing important. Master, I have something to talk to you about. Mimi says while flying towards me before entering my head. Yo, what do you want to tell me? I ask inwardly. Now that Mimi is inside my head, I can communicate with her through telepathy. Master, it's Aurora, huh? What happened to her? Where is she, by the way? She's inside her bedroom, crying. What? We were all inside the kitchen. But she started crying when she learned from me that you were awake and also heard Misty's moans. Did I mess up, Mimi? Master, to be honest, I think you're getting a bit one-sided. You barely even pay attention to Aurora. She's a hardworking woman who does 80% of the chores. But you barely even compliment her for her efforts. If she wears a new dress, you don't even notice her, let alone compliment her. Master, do you even like her? I can read your thoughts and all that, but I can't read your emotions. I can only evaluate it. You need to do something to make this girl happy. I like her Mimi, but it always feels like she's hiding from me. And after our wedding, she usually looks gloomy at times. That's why I always hesitate to flirt with her, because I thought that she wanted some time alone. Even though you've been living with her for many years, you still don't understand her. You're a pathetic, master. I agree. Fix your mistakes. Sure, I will do that. So, what is your next plan now that the Hawks family is out of the picture? I want to find a way to meet Alice Gunner. Then I plan on going to the dojo to learn how to use Ki for the upcoming examination. Hee. I'm getting all excited for the Supers Academy exam. I open the door of Aurora's room and enter. She's standing beside the windowsill, gazing at the view below. She mostly does this whenever she's mad or sad. Seeing me walk inside, Aurora turns her body around and wipes her tears, putting on a fake smile. Jake, you are here? She says with a smile, walking towards me before stopping in front of me. Aurora, you are crying. At that? Haha. That is because I had a small argument with my mom over the phone. Aurora replies and tries to cover up the truth. Stop lying, Aurora. It's my fault. I am sorry. I am so sorry, I say with a genuinely apologetic look as I hug her. Jake, I can't hold it anymore, Aurora also hugs me tightly and start crying again. Note, this chapter doesn't have any significance to the main plot. It's more like a family slice of life drama. After all, a harem without any conflicts or problems is unrealistic. X 175 Chapter 1 75 Slice of Life. Jake, I can't hold it anymore. Aurora also hugs me tightly and starts crying again. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not paying attention to you. I promise to be a better husband, I say, wiping off the tears on her face while gently holding her close. You look beautiful, Aurora, I say in awe while staring at Aurora's D-cup boobs, which were formerly a C-cup. That's because I am pregnant. I see. Are they lactating yet? Why are you asking me? Why don't you check them out yourself? Aurora says with a red face while her face is shifted to the side. Oh, I thought you didn't like me touching them? It's not like that. I enjoy it when you touch there. It's just so sensitive that I might react from even the slightest touch. That's true, but some places are more sensitive than others, Aurora. You want? Aurora lets out a surprised voice as I carry her and place her on the bed. I quickly pull off my clothes and move forward, climbing onto the bed to get closer to Aurora. You haven't taken off my dress completely. Fu. Ah, that's right, I say with a sigh as I remove her dress and panties, throwing them away to the side of the room. Right now, Aurora's body is on full display in front of me, flushed and warm from how aroused she is. Only one thing is on my mind right now, and this is something that I rarely do. But as she's my wife, I don't mind doing it since she also does the same to me. It would be unfair not to give her this type of treat once in a while. I grab hold of her legs and raise them in the air before gently spreading them apart. In this position, I can see her face clearly. See me do this. A curious expression appears on Aurora's face since I don't usually hold her like this. Next, I move my face forward and continue the intimate moment. Hey, a hand, Jake. Wow, Aurora says with a loud, surprised exclamation as my lips begin to explore. The more I continue, the more she reacts intensely. Once her body stops trembling, I decide to take things further. I shift my focus and move slowly upward, gently exploring her sensitive area. Aurora moans loudly again, but this time with all the strength she can muster upon feeling my touch. Slowly, I begin to focus my attention on her sensitive area, gently stimulating and teasing it, making it more responsive. Shortly after, Aurora's body starts to jerk. Seeing this, I know that something is building, but I want it to build intensely. In a flash, I place my hand against her in a gentle position and begin a slow, rhythmic motion. I continue this process for a few seconds before Aurora suddenly lets out a loud scream, and a burst of liquid erupts from her like a volcanic eruption, hitting me directly in the face. I don't let any of this go to waste as I make sure to enjoy every bit of it carefully. Wow, Jake. Once done, Aurora can be seen breathing heavily as if overwhelmed. Seeing her very flustered like this, Stella and Mimi are in the living room, looking at themselves weirdly without saying any words due to Aurora's loud moans that keep emerging from the walls nonstop. I have even forgotten that she's always this loud. Stella says with a sigh while playing with her hair. Yeah, Aurora is very dramatic, so she's always loud and energetic. This is one of the reasons why Jake doesn't spend much time with her. Meanwhile, she's jealous of the way Jake often spends a lot of intimate time with Misty. That makes sense. Stella Mambols. Stella, I have a question to ask you. Mimi asks while her body glows brightly. Sure, you can ask me anything. Why do you like public humiliation? At least, there must be a reason behind it. You don't need to say it, though, if you don't trust me. I am sorry, I can't tell you, Mimi. Stella replies in a low voice without looking at Mimi. It's all right. I know that you are still wary of me, but I am very loyal to my master, you see? Hearing Mimi's words, Stella looks at Mimi for a few moments before letting out a heavy sigh. Okay, he'll trust you then, but please don't tell anyone about it, not even Master. At least, I don't want him to know now. If he asks me, I'll tell him, but since he hasn't asked, then it would be better not to tell him. Promise me. I promise. X 176 Chapter 1. 76. You lasted longer than I expected this time around, Rora. Don't say words like that. It's embarrassing. Aurora mutters with a red face. Right now, I'm currently wearing my clothes after a long intimate moment between me and Aurora. Aurora, on the other hand, is removing the bedsheet since it's soaked from our time together. This bedsheet is designed to absorb a lot of liquid despite its light fabric without staining the bed. While changing the sheet, she bends over the bed, making the outline of her huge backside visible despite wearing a big red dress right now. Taking a few steps forward, I place my hands on Aurora's back, giving her a gentle pat. Oh, I thought we were done. Do you still want to continue? Aurora asks softly upon feeling my hands resting there. Yes, I do like to continue. However, since you said that you were tired, I won't force you. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's not your fault. We will find a solution to your problem if we go to the vampire planet. Is that even a thing? Aurora asks as she tilts her head sideways while looking at me stand very close behind her. In reality, I still have strong desires toward Aurora. But since she said that she was tired, I have resigned to my fate. Aurora tends not to last long on the bed. I thought it was a normal thing, but today's sex and occurrence prove that it's not normal. Maybe I should ask Mom. She might know what a D. Note, don't. Don't tell anyone about it until we go to the vampire planet. I mean, it's embarrassing to tell my fellow woman that I can't last on the bed. It doesn't make any sense. Aurora says with a small sigh as she turns around and hugs me, burying her face in my shoulder. Ah, I see. It's the same for us guys. It would be somewhat embarrassing to tell my friends that I can't last long during intimacy with a woman. But it's different for women. I have never heard that a woman is unable to last in bed. Isn't it just about physical closeness? I ask in confusion. It isn't all about that. It really gets uncomfortable and painful when partners lose interest in being intimate. In my case, I get extremely tired after these moments, making me lose my enthusiasm even though I yearn for more. Aurora explains. I see. That makes sense. We'll find something to do about it when we go to the vampire world. However, it might take a while before we go to the vampire world since it will be my first time going there as an adult. I was given birth to there, but left when I was a baby, and I have no idea what it looks like. Going there now is like walking into my own trap, since there will be many people who are against me. So, they'll have to deal with this till then? Aurora asks in a sad voice. I'm sorry for whining this morning and getting jealous of Misty. Meanwhile, I'm the one who has a problem. This has always happened, and I never took notice of it until today. Honey, please help me. There should be a solution here on Earth. I'm sure some women also have this problem. Aurora says, finally raising her head and looking into my eyes. Sigh. You know, everyone has their own problem, some even greater than yours. I'm not supposed to say this, but I don't mind since you are also my woman. I can't get Jill pregnant no matter how hard I try. She's extremely worried about it, because she also wants to have a child for me. Huh? Why your mom wants to bear a child for you? Yes. You know, Misty and I were born through artificial methods, right? So, my mom hasn't gone through actual motherhood. To top it all off, I was the one who was with her first. Wufhat, Aurora says in shock while covering her mouth. The vampire's birth pod is commonly used in the vampire planet to increase our population due to our low birth rate. This process is done by mixing both parents' fluids and blood. Since Aurora didn't know this, she is surprised that my mom had been a virgin. She's unable to get pregnant, and she doesn't want to tell anyone else, just like you don't want to tell others about your problem because of the fear that they will mock you. Jill and I have picked an appointment to meet a doctor who specializes in dealing with vampire fertility-related issues. If you share your problem with her, she might know something about it, since she's much older. Besides, you are all my women. I don't see the reason why you should hide things from yourselves. Okay, I'll try to tell her, but it's embarrassing. It's okay. She won't mock you. Moreover, I have prepared what you requested, and everything is ready. It was ready before we went on our honeymoon, but I didn't want to tell you until we returned. Hearing my words, Aurora's eyes widen in shock, and a bright smile appears on her face. The supermarket is ready? Thank you, darling. Aurora mumbles and hugs me in excitement. After our wedding, Aurora requested that I get her a supermarket in district not too far from our house. This way, she will at least have something to do if she supervises her supermarket. With her money and part of my money, I got the biggest building suitable for a supermarket in district and stacked it up with almost anything anyone would want. Once I exit Aurora's room, I don't waste any time as I leave the house and fly toward my master's dojo, which is located in District H. I could have used the teleporters to make it easier, but I want to practice more so that I can become efficient with my wings, since there are no rules that ban races with wings from using them. Chapter 177 Return to the dojo as usual. A dome-shaped building appears before my eyes with the words Behemoth written at the top of it. This building is none other than my master's dojo. I don't really know why this building is built in a dome-like shape, but for some reason, I just like the design. Next, I walk toward the entrance and see two ancient vampires standing at the entrance as usual. I greet both of them. Ho ho! Here comes the future king of the vampires. Mr. Pam and Mrs. Pam say at the same time before giving me a small bow. I also give these ancient vampires a deep bow, since it's somewhat awkward, considering the fact that they have never acted this way before. How are you doing, Jake? Mr. Pam asks with a wink. Haha, I am good. I reply with a small laugh. That's good. How about your wives? Mr. Pam continues, his grin growing wider. Seeing my expression, his wife lodges a small jab into his ribcage, signaling for him to keep quiet. I'm sorry that I couldn't attend your wedding. Mr. Pam changes the topic while scratching the back of his head. It's okay, my master also didn't attend my wedding. It's not really important, though. I reply with a shrug. That's true. Mrs. Pam nods her head in confirmation. Luckily, I get away from the old perverted vampires and enter the hallway of the dojo. Just like before, nothing has changed in this dojo. All the weird drawings of ancient vampires can still be seen on the walls of the hallway I am currently passing through. Sometime later, I get to the main hall of the dojo, where all the dojo students are free to practice and use any of the equipment inside this hall. And right now, I notice that there are many VR capsules situated in a corner of the dojo. These capsules are the new trending VR capsules that were created by none other than the mad renowned scientist. I have seen several gameplays of this game on WowTube, and to be honest, it is very realistic and is exciting to try out. However, I don't know the details of it since only short clips of its gameplay have been posted online. It's not even on dark websites. The VR console seems to have a strong encryption and limitations, which stops people from being able to download their gameplay into external sources except from the capsule itself or the mini charter helmet. Master and the other dojo masters have finally gotten these consoles. It seems like a new era is here. People could really train inside this game. Master, I can't wait for you to try out the game. Hee hee hee. You sound so mischievous right now. I say inwardly with a raised brow. Of course, Master. I can't wait to check out some things. Like what? Like seeing if the pod will be able to replicate me inside the game. And I would also like to see if you will be able to use your powers in the game. Mimi says excitedly while brimming with immense joy. Sigh. Even though I want to check these things out badly, I can't because I came here for another thing. I tell Mimi while shaking my head. Right now, several people are trying to check out these pods, but they are unable to do so because the number of pods is limited compared to the demand. While walking through the hall, many people stare at me in awe while some whisper and tap each other. However, I just don't know if they're stupid or something. They should just come out and say it to my face, since no sound can escape a noble vampire's ears. I can hear even the slightest drop of a pin. Isn't that the strongest student in the dojo? It has been a while since I saw him. Yeah, I'm also surprised to see him here. He looks a little fatter than before. Foo. Didn't you hear that he got married to many wives? What do you expect? What the fuck? Did I get fatter? I mutter, looking at my hands in embarrassment while walking away from the two regular vampires that are gossiping. However, the farther I walk, the more whispers I can hear, making me grit my teeth. Hey, that's the guy that single-handedly won the weekly duel. Many people have tried to be like him, but no one was able to achieve the feats he performed. I thought Roth is now the strongest student here. We wouldn't know since this guy suddenly disappeared after that duel. Roth would defeat him in seconds if they were to go against each other. Besides, he looks fatter, but he's handsome nevertheless. No wonder Myra the stoic girl fell for him. Yeah, he looks fatter, but you never know, he might have also improved just like Roth did. But I would like to watch their duel. Me too the fuck. Am I fatter, Mimi? I mutter angrily while stomping into one of the changing rooms inside the hall. Not really, Master. It just happened that you grew a lot in the past month. I see, I say with a sigh while checking myself out in the mirror that's inside the changing room. But Mimi, hearing these rumors, it seems like Roth has gotten stronger. I wonder if I can defeat him because Blair mentioned something about him being a battle freak. Master, You also didn't relent in the past few months. But I would like to see you two fight, though. Roth is better at hand-to-hand combat than me. I am afraid he would have become a monster now. Make him your ally, Master. He's already my ally. I am just the one who always ignores him. I give Mimi a reply, talking out loud this time. Sometime later, I get away from the changing room and move to where my master's floor is located. Chapter 178 VR Capsule. Sometime later, I get to my master's floor, and upon getting to the floor, I also see about 3 pods situated in a corner of this floor. Just like I have explained before, there are many floors in this dojo, each for a dojo master. Each floor contains a private training ground and a quarters where the dojo master lives. Currently, I'm inside my master's quarters. Instead of a normal living room, this place seems more like a mini hall of some sort with many destroyed training dummies and VR pods lying around. The most fascinating thing right now are the sparkling glass walls that were always dirty before, no matter how hard we try to clean them. This way, I can see everything that's going on outside. Many things changed in this dojo. Where's everyone? I mumble while walking through the room, moving towards a hallway that leads to my master's bedroom and other rooms. At the same time, I am wondering why there are so many destroyed dummies. These dummies barely had any scratches on them in the past when we were using them to train, because they could repair themselves automatically. However, looking at them now, they look beaten up beyond repair. Darling. Suddenly, I hear a familiar voice coming from the hallway, making me pause my movements while my heart starts beating very fast. This voice is none other than Blair, I say in a low voice while looking ahead. For some reason, I can feel butterflies fluttering in my stomach. I don't often feel like this in her presence, but today seems different. Blair is wearing something different today, mature women's clothes. Unlike her taste in kidult dresses. Right now, she's wearing a simple red blouse with sky blue jeans. There's nothing special about her dress, but the outline of her womanly figure can be visibly seen. To top it all off, her hair is tied into a single ponytail compared to her usual twin ponytails. When she gets closer, I wrap my hand around her waist and plant a deep kiss on her lips. Blair also returns the approach by kissing me fiercely. I missed you, she says, after separating her lips from mine. But we just parted ways yesterday and even spoke over the phone this morning. I give a reply while caressing her face. That won't do, honey, but I'm glad you're here. Me too. By the way, you seem different than usual today. What's wrong? I ask with a gentle smile while raising a brow in curiosity. Well, that's... Blair mumbles and shifts her face to the side. Looking at her, I see that her face is very red. She looks at my face again. I have spoken to my parents, and they said you should come and see them for our marriage. Blair says, her face getting redder. All right, I'll go and see them. However, you're still not telling me something, Blair. Okay, Fina. I have decided to stop wearing those type of dresses since I am going to be a young mom soon. Blair finally lets out, unable to look at my face anymore due to her embarrassment. It's fine. I like this version of you, Blair. I say, kissing her forehead. Really? Blair mutters, her eyes sparkling with love. Yes. Oh, let's go somewhere. I want to spend time alone with you right now. Blair says while biting her lower lip and looking at me with eager eyes. Me too. I can't wait to be with you. Just how excited are you? I say with a little grin while placing my hand on her back. I'm very excited. I feel completely ready right now. Do you want to see it? Cough, cough, cough. We suddenly hear a voice coming from the hallway, causing me and Blair to separate from ourselves with a jerk. I understand that you guys are couples, but let's be serious here. There is a time for everything. You two shouldn't be like my perverted parents. Alfonso says, his appearance slowly coming into view. He's wearing our usual dojo uniform, and his signature cigarette is also in his hand. Yeah, you should stop appearing like that. Blair's face burns hot red, and she storms out of the room in embarrassment. Once Blair gets out of the room, I look at my master for a few seconds before bowing my head. It's such a pleasure to see you back here, Alfonso says with a smile and puts his hand on my shoulder before patting my back. I'm also glad to be here, master, I say with a bow. Haha, you shouldn't say that. I'm the one who hides things from you. Alfonso replies with a small laugh while raising his right palm in the air. A lot has changed, Master. I mutter, staring around the room in awe. Yeah, I noticed that these VR pods are really helpful. Then I, along with the other dojo masters, contributed some money and bought a lot of these pods. This game is like a different world, an exhilarating place to explore. Alfonso says, taking a puff of his cigarette. Hearing this from you, I guess it must be awesome because you're not the type of person who loves these things. I say, looking at my master's face. You are right. I just like this pod because we can train inside it just like we do in the real world. The pod would replicate all your abilities and stats once you get inside. So, with this pod, I can actually show you my true power without destroying things in the real world or injuring you. Alfonso says with a wide smile. I also give him a wide grin. I'd also like to show you my full power. But unfortunately, I only have 2 pathetic abilities with me right now. Now I remember that you gain your power in a perverted way. I would really like to have a duel with you and Roth. I have been waiting for this moment. Alfonso says with a sigh. There's another option, though. I say with a smile, while showing off my sharp fangs. What is that? I just have to be with Blair? 179, Chapter 179 Be with Blair? Alfonso asks with a bitter smile before nodding his head in confirmation. By the way, where's Roth? I haven't seen him in a while. I ask with a sigh while looking towards the hallway. Roth is here. Alfonso replies. Wait, what? I ask in surprise, glancing around the room left and right. Roth, show yourself. You can't hide away from my eyes. Alfonso says, as he clicks his fingers and a wide, nasty grin forms on his face. TCH, old guy, just when am I going to be able to catch up with you? I hear a familiar voice and Roth's figure slowly starts to appear before my eyes. He's currently leaning on the glass wall with a blood pack in his hand. When did you get here? Roth? I ask with a stutter, unable to believe my eyes. Huh, I was here even before you came. Roth replies with a shrug and continues to drink his blood pack. I open my mouth in bewilderment as my jaw drops. For some reason, my face also turns red because I didn't know that Roth was also hearing and seeing me in Blair's act of perversion. Roth has mastered his blood power to a certain extent. Now, I guess this is one of his new skills. Alfonso says with a shrug. But I thought his blood power was summoning familiars. How the hell did he have an invisibility ability? I ask in confusion while looking at both Roth and Alfonso. Brother, we should have some fun first before you start questioning me. Roth says with a laugh after drinking the last drop of blood from his blood pack. Throwing the empty pack to the side of the room, he walks towards me and gives me a friendly hug. I missed you, brother, Roth says while patting my back before separating himself from me. Although I am still shocked, I give him back the same energy. Roth, this is weird of you. Why didn't you challenge Jake to a duel? Alfonso asks with confusion. Haha, I don't want to bully Jake. Besides, I don't challenge people that I can beat. The people I want to fight now are you and Blair. He'll protect Jake from getting bullied. Roth says, puffing his chest with pride while patting my back. Did this guy just get worse or something? Mimi also mutters inside my head in surprise. Jake, don't mind Roth's words. He's probably joking. Hey, race how his skills work. His blood power is to summon familiars and make them fight for him. But that's not all. We all know that familiar owners can also have the skill of their familiar. There's this unstated rule of having only one familiar. Even though you try to possess 2, you won't be able to do that because you've formed a contract with your current familiar. However, in Roth's case, he's been able to form contracts with different familiars, and he doesn't seem to be stopping or hitting any limit. His first familiar was the one with a space-related ability. Alfonso explains, I see, but want to backfire? I thought familiar's relationship with people is equivalent. They also collect something in return. I say, glancing towards Alfonso in confusion again. Yeah, familiars also want something in return, which is a vampire's aura. I think they collect ki or other energy from other races. Alfonso elaborates. Master, speaking about ki, when we go to begin the ki process, after our duel inside the pod, Roth can now use ki. You're the only one remaining. What the fuck? I mutter in surprise before glancing towards Roth, but he's no longer inside the room. Jake, do not fret. I don't know your full capability, but Roth is still learning Ki. So, it's fair between you guys if you duel. Alfonso replies, turning his back towards the hallway. You should do whatever you want to do and come back in 30 minutes so that we can start a duel. Alfonso continues before walking towards the hallway. Seeing him disappear into the hallway, I let out a sigh and get out of my master's floor, looking for Blair. I have a perfect idea of where she will be right now. Master, I think Roth is very strong. I can tell from his aura. I see. I have to evolve. Master, speaking about evolution, you are already getting to the peak of the vampire noble stage. I think your body needs to evolve to the next stage. This way, your body will be able to handle large amounts of MC cells. I have also noticed this. I feel full from the inside as if my body is limiting me. I'll talk to my mom about it. She will probably panic if she finds out because evolving is very hard. Apart from that, it takes a talented, noble vampire to evolve to the Lord stage for hundreds of years, just like Mom. She is considered a talent because of her fast evolution at 120 years old. But an 18-year-old becoming a vampire lord is scary. I tell Mimi, shaking my head inwardly. Sniffing the air, I realize that Blair is in one of the dressing rooms in the dojo hall. Without wasting time, I walk towards the room and open the door. Blair's figure appears before my eyes. She's sitting on the small couch inside the dressing room while staring at the floor. I thought you wouldn't come for me. XXXXXXXX XXXXXXXX X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X 180 Chapter 180. I thought you wouldn't come for me. I would surely come for you, Blair. I say while walking slowly towards her before sitting down beside her on the chair. Why are you sitting here, though? I ask while wrapping my hands around her waist. I was so embarrassed back there. Blair says while looking sideways. I was also embarrassed. Did you know that Roth was also standing there? I ask while facepalming myself. What? Roth was there? Blair mumbles, her face turning very red. I think we need to be cautious in public. We'll be parents soon. Blair, what happened? You changed. I didn't change. I'm just trying to become more mature. Blair mumbles while looking sideways. She's acting unusual today. Blair, what's up? You aren't telling me something? I say, before grabbing her waist romantically. Can you guess? I have been giving you hints for a while now. Blair whispers in my ear. You know that I suck at guessing. I reply, slowly kissing her nape. Just guess. Blair groans. Okay, Fine. I say, with a mischievous grin slowly forming on my face. Getting a little excited. Huh? Did you really mean ouch? Blair suddenly lodges a jab into my stomach. A normal human jab can't hurt me unless they use their abilities. However, Blair isn't using any ability, yet this light jab feels as if I was hit by a boulder. Yes, she must have used Ki. You horny pervert. You must have been thinking about my panties the whole time. Blair says with an exasperated look on her face. I'm sorry, I suck at guessing. It's fine. I'm glad that you were even thinking about seeing my panties. Blair says with a small laugh. After laughing for a few seconds, Blair looks at me with a serious expression. Jake, don't get mad at me. I was pretty excited to know what it feels like. It's my fault for not sticking to our plans. Blair says as she turns her body around and finally faces me before sitting down on my lap and bringing her face closer to mine. What are you talking about? I promise not to get mad. I say while caressing her face. Do you remember that I mentioned something about being a young mom the other time and also mentioned that we're going to be parents soon? Blair says in a low voice, her face getting redder. You're pregnant? I ask in a surprised voice. Yes. I'm sorry. I just couldn't wait even though we planned to have a baby after we get into Super's Academy. Blair mumbles while staring at the ground. When did you realize? My parents were the ones who noticed, and they immediately requested that I do a pregnancy test. That was how I knew that I was a week pregnant. I'm sorry for not using any preventive pills. What? I'm the one at fault. Have you forgotten that I can make myself infertile? However, I miscalculated your case. I thought humans couldn't get pregnant easily with vampires, but I was wrong, once again. I explained. That's why my parents requested that you see them immediately. I think they must have dialed your previous number, but weren't able to reach you since you changed your contact. My brother is also angry at you. Blair tells me, with a perplexed expression. Sigh. Of course, he would be mad. After all, I told him about the news regarding his little sister. I say with a smile, when are you going to see my parents? Tonight. Thanks, darling. Blair tells me happily. Only Blair's soft sounds can be heard inside the dressing room as I hold her close from every angle. You seem energetic today. Is something wrong? Blair asks while putting on her clothes. Her face is also bright red, which shows that she's happy. Oh, did I do something wrong? I ask in confusion. No, not at all. It's just that you're different today with the way you handled me. I enjoyed it, though. Blair says, her face getting tinged red. I may need to change today. Don't worry about me. I will get a disposable panty and clean up. Blair replies and continues to do what she's doing. Master, how do you feel? Mimi asks with worry. My body feels sore, and I can feel a lot of MC cells flowing through my body. Just how monstrous is Blair to be able to hold such an amount of MC cells in her body? Well, she's stabilizing the MC cells with Ki so that it won't put a strain on her body. I see. That makes sense. I was so careless back then. But she has been enduring this even before learning Ki. You are right and wrong. Master, the thing is that she didn't have this many MC cells before learning Ki. I'm afraid that she would have been ripped to pieces if she had suddenly gotten this amount of MC cells right from the moment she absorbed the ability crystal. I'm sure we haven't seen the full extent of her MC cells. Mimi, show me my stats. Affirmative. The Cuckold System user's stats name, Jake Mistro Race. Vampire Strength, 30 Dexterity, 30 Stamina, 30 Resistance, 30 Perception, 30 System Respect, 7 Free System Stats, 5 Sex Points, 203,000 Charm, 100 Unlocked Celestial Points, 23 Locked Ability Bank, 3 Current Cell, Not Defined Number of Mana Cells, 112,000 Current Ability, Shadow, Healing, Blink. Ability Category, Esper, 2, Super, 1. What the fuck? I exclaim in surprise when I see the amount of MC cells I have right now. Stealing a glance at Blair, I just understood the reason why Roth is unable to defeat her. Roth, maybe you can't defeat me after all. A wide, nasty smile starts forming on my face. With this amount of MC cells, the Blink and Healing ability would be on a whole different level. 181, Chapter 181. Jake. Why are you grinning? A familiar voice brings me back to reality, causing me to turn my head around in a jerk. Blair is currently standing in front of me and looking at me with a flirtatious gaze. Or do you want to be alone with me again? Blair whispers into my ear while gently touching my chest. Ha! Kya! Blair exclaims in surprise and also jumps back at the same time as a result of my sudden action. I landed a strike on her ass, which took her by surprise. You scare me, Blair says in a low voice while putting her hand on her chest before heaving a sigh of relief. Who's the tease now? You were crying nonstop a few minutes ago when I wouldn't let up on you. But now you want to keep going. I say while slowly walking toward her. I thought you wanted more. Blair mumbles with her face turned to the side in embarrassment. Despite opening up to each other, Blair still gets embarrassed during some of our interactions. This won't last forever, though, since Misty also did the same thing at the beginning. I stop in front of her, pulling her into a tight hug before planting a brief kiss on her lips. Let's go back to Alfonso's floor. I want to surprise you. Surprise-me? Let me guess, you got a gift for me? Blair says with excitement on her face. Gift? Got a gift? I think inwardly while scratching the back of my head. To be honest, I barely even get gifts for my women. And this is something I really need to learn how to do. Master, there's a ring inside the inventory, though. You can use it to save your ass now. Blair thought you were talking about gifts, not knowing you want to surpass her by showing her that you copied her ability. TCH, you need to be more romantic. Huh, the actual fuck? Ain't I romantic enough? You are, but you're still lacking in many places. You need to surprise your women once in a while. Not frequently, though. I see. So where did that ring come from? According to my memory, that ring belongs to Mrs. Jack. She told you to keep it for her, but she forgot to collect it back from you. When was that? The last time you took her to a love motel. Jake, is something wrong? Blair asks with worry when I do not reply to her statement. During my whole chat with Mimi, only a few seconds have passed in the real world. Sai, you guessed it. I wonder why I suck at guessing. I say, faking defeat. Really? You got me a gift? Blair's face brightens. Yeah, I got you a gift. Hearing my words, Blair's face turns very red and her heart begins to beat very fast. Can I see it? Blair asks in a low voice. Sure, I say, and in the next moment, a gold ring with a tiny blue stone on it appears in my hand. Suddenly, I go down on one of my knees while gently holding Blair's left hand in front of me. Blair, will you marry me? I ask, bringing the ring closer to her left hand, but stop when I see that she hasn't replied. Looking at Blair's face, she has a look of disbelief. Yet there is this look of satisfaction, as if she has been expecting this moment to come. Small tears can be seen falling down from her eyes. Idiot, what took you so long to propose to me? Of course, I'll marry you, Blair says with a profound smile while wiping away her tears. Hearing her words, I gently spread open her palm, take her fourth finger, and put the ring on it. And to my surprise, it fits perfectly. The moment I get up after putting the ring on her finger, Blair kisses me on the lips. I love you, Jake. I love you too, Blair. Ding. One of the host's permanent women's love for him increased by leaps and bounds. Seeing this notification, a surprised look appears on my face. This is the first time I am seeing something like this. So, Blair's love for me increased tremendously, huh? Blair, let's get going, I say, lifting her in a princess carry. What? People put me down. People are going to look at us, Blair says in a surprised voice. No, I don't care about what people say. I'm going to carry you like this, I say assertively. Blair simply nods her head in defeat, while a pink blush appears on her face. In the next moment, we leave the dressing room. Right now, we are inside Alfonso's quarter, with each of us standing in front of a VR pod capsule. Blair is also going to enter this game and fight against Alfonso. Inside this game, the Ruined Legacy, there are several modes there, according to what my master told me. So we're going to select a mode used specifically for training. The next moment I get inside the pod. The inside is comfy like the seat of a Bachme, and it also has the smell of a new car. After sitting down in the pod, the cover closes up and complete darkness ensues. At the same time, white fog begins to fill up the confined space of the pod, clouding my vision, and slowly I start losing consciousness. X 182 Chapter 182. Right now, I'm in some sort of empty space with darkness surrounding me. Even with my vampiric eyes, I can't see anything in this place. Suddenly, a status bar appears above my head. This status bar is almost similar to the way my system works, but it's more designed and unique. Unlike my system interface, which seems somewhat old. The first thing I would like to know is if Mimi is here. Mimi, are you there? Yes, Master. As expected from the mad scientist, his creation was able to replicate me since I am also a life form. I see, but I'm unable to open the system. I intentionally made it that way. If the system appears inside here, who knows if it will alert Edgar Frost? Makes sense. Suddenly, the game interface starts floating in front of me. Choose a name. What if I choose something like this? I mutter and begin to input my name into the holographic screen. You have created a character, Blood Overlord. Choose an avatar, or would you like to use your real identity? Yes or no, seeing the next step. I click on no and start skimming through the tons of avatars here, till I eventually settle for a hooded guy with a scary red mask on his face. I notice that there's also a store where I can buy different skins and beast gears. However, it's currently locked. Once I am done, my body starts morphing into the avatar I chose. Alfonso sent you a friend request. Will you accept his request? Yes or no. I click the button yes without hesitating, and in the next moment, my body disappears and appears inside a room that looks like a lobby. Looking to the side of the room, I see Roth, Alfonso, and Blair. They are all looking at me weirdly as if, wait a minute, they are not using any avatars like I did. You look weird right now, Blair says while walking towards me. Honestly, Roth also chimes in. Okay, Fina, I say in defeat, putting away the avatar. Holy shit, you're a naked dude. Roth bellows, causing my body to jerk in shock. Before realizing what is going on, where the fuck did my clothes go? I also bellow in return. Now this game is really frustrating me. Just check the interface, you'll see some clothes there. Choose your preferred choice. Roth explains to me. Hearing his words, I quickly scroll through the interface and settle for a black jacket and pants, which is the most casual dress here. For some reason, Blair has a red face. I don't know the reason for this, though. Maybe it's because her husband was caught in an embarrassing moment earlier. That's quite an impression for a male. Roth mumbles, while taking a swift glance at Blair. He's probably wondering how Blair is handling his advances with her petite body. As if she also knows what we are thinking, Blair turns her face away in embarrassment. Cough. Alfonso suddenly breaks the atmosphere with a fake cough. I have used this pod for a while, and I have bought a training arena. I'm going to transfer everyone there. In this game, there are also many events and challenges, but that isn't our goal. Our goal is to duel against each other. So other than that, we won't be exploring the game. If you wish to explore this game further, it won't happen today. Alfonso says and starts typing something on his interface, which only he can see. In this game, other players' interfaces are blurred as a privacy measure. While Alfonso is doing his thing, Blair walks towards me and starts looking at me with a pout. What's wrong? I ask with a small smile. That was embarrassing, Blair says, before lowering her voice. However, I make up my mind to do something that she's not expecting. I move my hand and tap her on the back to get her attention, catching her off guard. Inside this game, we can feel anything, just like in the real world. The only thing that reminds me that I am in a game is my flowing status bar. However, if I want to make this status bar disappear, I can pay a small amount of money. This is one of Edgar Frost's schemes to farm money from players' wallets. A hand. Blair leaks out a small moan, causing Alfonso and Roth to look at us weirdly. Alfonso wants to say something, but he seems to be completely speechless right now. However, I can hear him mumbling some words that I can't hear. Do you have to do that? Blair asks with a very red face. Before I can give her a reply, our body vanishes from the lobby area and appears in a different place. The place we are currently in looks like some sort of stadium. There are many rows of empty seats right now. This stadium looks as if it can hold at least 10,000 people, but only 4 of us are here. In the center of this stadium, there's an extremely large field with a floor made out of black material. There are also several burnt scorch marks on the floor, as if a battle had taken place here before. Master, I thought you said you bought this arena inside this game? I ask in confusion, wondering where the burnt marks came from. Yes, remember, this is a realistic game. Everything in this game is built from the perspective of the real world. The first few arenas I bought couldn't withstand my full attack, but this particular one could withstand my attack. As you can see, this arena is quite large. It's where one of the top players' events or duels was formerly hosted with thousands of players watching and betting on them. When I discovered that this arena could withstand my attack, I've bought it off with a lot of money. I don't want to go into the details. Alfonso says with a bitter smile. Only one thing is going on in my mind right now. Just how monstrous is Alfonso? Chapter 1, 83 Jake versus Roth. Just how monstrous is Alfonso? Hey, old guy, stop bluffing about your powers. Roth suddenly speaks up while Alfonso lets out a small laugh. I, on the other hand, still have many questions to ask. Master, does the game also replicate our blood level? Like the amount of blood I had in my body before entering the pod? I ask out of curiosity. Blood is the most essential part of every vampire. To survive and make attacks, we need blood. That is one of the things that made me like this game a lot. Of course, it also replicates the level of blood in our bodies. However, using our blood in the game doesn't affect or consume our blood in the real world. If you also exhaust your blood in the game, you won't go into berserk mode like in the real world. You'll simply grow weak. Alfonso explains. I see. I don't have to use my blood power unless necessary. So, how should we begin the duel? Roth asked with a yawn. Good. Before I fight all of you, you guys have to battle yourselves first. Alfonso says with a neutral look on his face. The first match will be Roth versus Jake. Alfonso declares with a serious expression. Roth, on the other hand, has a bored expression on his face. His demeanor is brimming with overconfidence. Don't worry, Jake. They'll go easy on you. I might just break a few ribs here and there. Foo-foo. Roth says mockingly and jumps onto the field below. Honey, are you going to be okay? Blair asks with worry etched on her face. Have you forgotten? We are in a game. I say with a chuckle. Hearing my words, Blair hangs her head in embarrassment while her cheeks turn beet red. For a moment, she forgot that we are inside a game. Taking a glance at Alfonso, I also jump onto the field below, standing several meters away from Roth. Let the match begin. Alfonso roars. Roth simply stands in a position without moving while yawning. Now, this is annoying. Please teach him a lesson, Master. Come on, attack me, Jake. It would be bullying if I attacked you first. Roth says with a confident smile. Okay, let's do it like this. It seems like you underestimated me, Roth. If you can defeat me with a single punch, you win. However, if I can defeat you with one punch, then I win. If both sides are unable to defeat each other with a single punch, then we'll begin a real duel. I say with a confident smile. I can see Roth gritting his teeth upon hearing my words. Yes, this is the perfect way to break him and make him lose his ego. I wouldn't mind teaching a brother some common sense and humility. Since you propose this, then I have no choice but to agree to it. Don't blame me for whatever happens. Even though this is a game, you can still feel the pain, just like the real world. Roth smirks, and in the next moment, a large pool of aura starts dancing violently around him. Such powerful aura. Just when did Roth become this monstrous? Looking to the side, I notice that Blair has a worried expression on her face and is restless. Even though we are inside a game, she cares so much about my safety. She's so cute. Suddenly, I hear a battle cry. Aya! Roth lets out a wild battle cry and starts running towards me at full speed. In return, I also brace myself for the impact while swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Dracula's Rage, Step 1. Roth bellows, and instead of him to continue running forward, he slams both of his feet into the ground and leaps into the air. Right now, I can see his figure in the air as it descends towards me like a meteor. Both of his hands are also cupped into a single fist like a sledgehammer, trying to slam into the concrete. And not this technique. I have seen him use this technique against Mule. Besides the name of that technique, no way, only the royal family is allowed to use that. I think inwardly as I watch Roth's figure get closer. Blood for blood, aura for aura. Heed my words, ye blood. Absolute blood control, ultimate defense. I bellow, and instantly a burst of aura erupts from my arms, creating a large shield above me as I raise my hands. And at the same time, boom, Roth slams his fisted hands into the shield I created, causing a loud explosion to ensue. Arg! I let out in pain as it feels like a 50-ton truck slammed into me. The ground below starts cracking while my body begins to skid backwards little by little. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking can be heard from my body. But since I have the healing ability, I am healing myself continuously. Roth's body, on the other hand, is covered with a hot aura like a rocket trying to force its way through a barrier. Abruptly, my aura shield starts cracking. No way. Gaining a little momentum, I push Roth with my pure strength, causing him to fly backwards. But he quickly regains his momentum in the air and gently lands on the ground. Pants, pants, pants. Roth starts panting hard while looking at me with a bemused expression. I, on the other hand, don't look tired. After all, I only have a few bruises on my arms which were caused by the blood skill I used since it would need part of my blood and aura to form a shield. That was cheating, you know? I say, looking at Roth and Alfonso. Well, the answer is yes and no. He used a high-level skill that wasn't meant to be used as a punch, which would be counted as a cheat. On the bright side, it isn't cheating because he used his fist to initiate the skill that was meant to be used with a weapon. That skill is meant for killing in one strike. It has 10 levels in total, depending on the type of enemy you're facing. Back to the topic. To make this a fair game, you can attack him with a skill as long as you use your fists. Alfonso declares, "My turn, Roth," I say with a wide grin slowly forming on my face. 184 Chapter 184 My turn, Roth, I say with a wide grin slowly forming on my face. Seeing my battle expression, a grin starts forming on Roth's face like a battle maniac. Come at me. Show me what you've got. Roth roars like a madman with veins popping out of his neck and forehead. Master, I can go all out, right? I ask with a confident smile. Shoving Roth's medicine down his throat, Alfonso simply lets out a sigh at our childish act and replies either way. You can go all out as long as it's only one punch. Even if he ends up dying, he will respawn. Alfonso explains. "M.A.D.? What a joke." Roth mumbles upon hearing Alfonso's words. "If you say so, then." I reply and unleash my aura. Boom! As such monstrous aura. It's even scarier than my own. Roth mumbles, but instead of feeling scared, he gets more excited. Suddenly, I raise my right hand in the air, try to use one of my arsenals. Although, I had planned on using it against Alfonso, but since I want to teach Roth a lesson, I wouldn't mind using it on him. Blood for blood, aura for aura. Ye blood, heed my words and abide by my command. Absolute blood control. Sanguine's wrath. 5th level Berserker. Boom! A red aura bursts out of the floor and covers me from head to toe as if I am the god of death. That skill. Where did he learn it? Alfonso mumbles. Suddenly, I disappear from my position. Where did he go? I can't sense him. Roth mumbles in confusion while looking around the field. Since the duel began, this is the first time I have seen him panic. In a flash, I appear in front of him using Blink and lodge my fist into his abdomen. Gah! Arg! Crack! 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 The moment my blazing fist comes into contact with Roth's abdomen, I can feel my fist pass through his abdomen like tofu. Although it's quite surprising that he wasn't sent flying due to the impact of the blow, but his rock-hard stomach couldn't withstand my attack. Just how? How? I thought I was strong enough. Why am I always below you? I have trained day and night just to surpass you, but I was defeated by a single blow from you. I didn't even have the chance to show my full power. Just what sort of monster did you become? Roth asks while blood begins to pour out of his mouth. Slowly, I start to dislodge my hand from his stomach, and lo and behold, a huge gaping hole can be seen in his stomach. His wounds don't seem to be healing or closing up because there are still residues of my aura on his wound, which are slowly chipping his flesh away and making the hole wider. As the wielder of absolute blood control, I can have control over the aura of any vampire as long as I make physical contact. I hope that it evolves someday to the extent of not needing physical contact or to the point of being able to control other races' aura. Roth, don't feel bad. Your overconfidence actually ruined you. To be honest, when it comes to physical combat, you are leagues above me because you are skilled. I saw it in you the day you fought against Mule. You are a born warrior. However, when it comes to delivering a large-scale, powerful attack, you're nowhere near me, Roth. If we had dueled the normal way, you might have one. I say, shaking my head, before turning around and walking towards Alfonso. Slowly, Roth's body begins to disintegrate till it finally turns into dust particles. There was still a frozen expression of disbelief on his face till he disappeared. I stop in front of Alfonso. Well, I have defeated him. Can you see that I am stronger than him? I say with a shrug. Sigh. Roth has worked so hard for this day. You broke him more than I expected. At least, you should have reduced your attack. Alfonso says with a bitter smile. I think Jake did the right thing. It's good for Roth to learn the hard way and never underestimate his enemy. He was so confident that he could beat Jake. Blair interrupts. As expected from you, you will always side with your husband, even if he did the wrong thing. Alfonso says with a sigh. Blair's face turns red as she takes a quick peek at me. I agree with Blair. He's getting out of hand with his overconfidence. Either way, I think I was too harsh on him. You did the right thing, Jake. A voice suddenly emerges a few meters away from us, causing us to raise our heads and see Roth sitting on one of the chairs in the arena. After disintegrating, he respawned into the game again. He has a gloomy expression on his face, but he's wearing a genuine smile at the same time. I was too overconfident. I guess I have a lot to learn. Thanks for correcting me, brother. Roth says with a small smile. It's okay. You can always count on me. I give a reply. I don't think I can participate in today's duel again. He'll just sit and watch. We'll have a real duel someday, Bro Roth tells me, and I simply give him an affirmative nod. Suddenly, Alfonso speaks up. Now, that Roth is no longer playing. Jake, you have to go against Blair. Alfonso says, taking a look at me. In return, I take a look at Blair with a battle grin on my face. Puffed. You stand no chance against me, Jake. You're going to lose within seconds. Blair says mockingly before letting out loud giggles. Oh, now when we're going to fight using the same type of ability. I say as I begin to form a small shadow in my hands. What? You have my ability? Aye, is that why you? Blair's face turns bright red in embarrassment, unable to complete her words after realizing the way I got her ability. And I forgot to mention, once I copy someone's ability, I tend to be more skillful than the wielder. 185, Chapter 1, 85W what? Blair mutters in surprise upon hearing my words that once I copy anyone's ability, I become more skilled with it than even the wielder. She walks forward and stands in front of me. I don't believe you, Jake. You might be able to copy my ability, but you can never be as skilled as me. Blair laughs and jumps onto the field below. We'll see about that, Blair. The more I dominate you on the bed, the more skilled I will be with your ability. And just a few moments ago, you were crying loudly for me to finish quickly and get out of the way. I think inwardly with a smirk and also jump onto the field several meters away from Blair. The expression on Blair's face is that of determination. The determination to crush me. Let the match begin. We suddenly hear Alfonso's loud voice. Suddenly, Blair starts running towards me with her body covered in many shadows. What is she up to? Why is she running towards me? She hasn't even used any of her shadow skills. She could have used Shadow Hop instead of dashing towards me. She probably wants to see all my arsenals, but this petty trick won't work on me. Blair. I think inwardly while watching her get closer. The moment Blair gets closer, I blink behind her and lodge a jab on her neck. However, to my surprise, my hand simply passes through her body and her body turns into a shadow. What the fuck was that? I shout as I jump away from the shadow. She tricked me. I mutter as I see several shadows flying around the field. There is also a huge shadow cloud forming above me. No way. I learned all her skills when I trained with her. Did she develop another skill? Or is the shadow ability just different? I start thinking about many possibilities as the shadows keep increasing in number, barely leaving any space for me to blink around the field. Blair, you're forcing me to do this. I can't let you win over me. Blood for blood, aura for aura. Ye blood, heed to my command and adore me as your liege. Absolute blood control. Dracula's blood rain spears. I bellow, and in the next moment, several rain spears begin to fall from the sky, hitting the shadows and disrupting them. Inside this game, I can exploit my blood power to a large scale and summon the blood that has been absorbed by this planet. If only I could fight like this in the real world with my current body. Suddenly, all the shadows start coming together and begin to form a humanoid shape, which turns out to be Blair. Not bad. That was just a warm-up, though, Blair says with a smirk, and in the next moment, several dark tentacles come out of her body and start heading towards me, attacking me from different angles. The tentacles keep multiplying and growing in length no matter where I try to run to or blink. Realizing that I'm almost cornered, I decide to use the Shadow ability for the first time since we began the duel. Shadow clones. I mutter, and many of my clones start appearing surrounding the whole field. Right now, I have about 1,000 clones running towards Blair while destroying her shadow tentacles. I'm at their center and also running forward. How can you create more clones than me? Blair mumbles in shock, but she does something surprising. She starts running around the field very fast, destroying all the clones by hitting them with a single punch. Seeing this, I control all the clones to attack her at once. And then I use the opportunity to blink behind her and lodge 2 blows in both sides of her ribcage in quick succession. Gah! Blair coughs out a mouthful of blood as she felt both of her ribcages break. However, she doesn't know where my original body is because she was also attacked by the clones at the same time. Meanwhile, each of these clones have around 10% of my power, so they're pretty hard to deal with. Arg! Fuck you, Jake. Do you think you can beat me? Blair bellows angrily, and a burst of an alien, yet familiar energy bursts out of her body, destroying all the clones. I can see the energy radiating around her body violently. It has a faint neon color. This is key. I mumble. Suddenly, Blair turns into a shadow and moves towards me at a very fast speed. The moment she gets close, she uses her shadow to start strangling my neck before I can even blink. Not so fast, girly. I struggle to talk in a mocking tone despite seeing death flashing before my eyes. But yes, this is because I still have many arsenals up my sleeve. Suddenly, my body turns into several bats, freeing myself from Blair's grip. Now that I have turned into about 1,000 bats, I can attack Blair with these bats, and I won't die as long as one of these bats is alive. However, contrary to my expectations, Blair instantly turns into a large cloud of shadow, swallowing up the bats. However, I am lucky enough to stay alive as one of the bats manages to escape the onslaught. Enraged this time, I decide to use one of my arsenals again. All these arsenals, I had planned to use them against Alfonso, damn it. Right in front of me, Blair is already preparing her last attack to defeat me. There are several dots of shadows in the air right now. They look harmless, but if one of these things touches me, then I'm a goner. One disadvantage of the shadow ability is that it's only befitting for people who are good in hand-to-hand combat and weapons. This way, they would be able to draw the power of the shadow. However, Blair isn't good at hand-to-hand combat. She's just learning swordsmanship. And in this duel, weapons are forbidden, which leaves Blair in a bad situation. Blood for blood, aura for aura. Heed my command, ye blood, and abide by my rule. Absolute blood control, blood burst. I bellow while raising my hand towards Blair. Boom! A burst of aura erupts from my hand, hitting Blair directly on her chest. I, on the other hand, am currently not in good shape because my right arm was completely blown off the moment I used the skill. My body is not ready to use this skill, but I have to use it either way. All that for an attack that won't do anything? I didn't even feel a single pain. Blair says with a mocking expression after the aura hits her. There's barely any scratch on her. You made the biggest mistake by taking that attack head on. After all, you're not different from Roth, too confident in yourself and underestimating your enemy. I say with a smile and click my left fingers. Burst. Chapter 186, Overpowered Burst. The moment I say this word, Blair's body starts swelling up, forming an irregular shape. Right now, her 2 hands are swollen with several little swellings, as if they're going to burst at any moment now. The same goes for the rest of her body, and it doesn't seem to be stopping. Jake, what did you do to me? Blair asks me with a stutter as her body continues to grow and elongate in size. Currently, her body is taking on the shape of a round balloon, a balloon that is hitting its limit. I'm sorry, Blair. I have to teach you common sense. You also underestimated your opponent, just like Roth did. For instance, when you fought against Magnus, you were overconfident in yourself. Yet he almost killed you, at least until I showed up. Do you know that you were so reckless back there? I say, looking at Blair like a husband who is cautioning his wife over her bad habit. I'm Sully, Blair replies in a low voice. Boom! Her body explodes into several tiny fragments of meat before disintegrating in an instant. Sigh. If it had been a real duel, I wouldn't have done that. As a woman, she might be mad at me for defeating her like that, forgetting the fact that this is a duel inside a game in the first place. Women, I let out a sigh and start walking towards Alfonso, stopping in front of him. I thought you would go easy on her. Alfonso says with a smile. I went easy on her, though. I reply with a shrug. Puffed. You went easy, but you lost one of your arms. Alfonso says in a mocking tone while pointing towards my right hand that's currently regenerating. Inside this game, I noticed that using blood attacks doesn't use up a lot of my blood like in the real world. In reality, even though I lost one of my arms, I really went easy on Blair. My arm was just a price to pay for the attack. Sometime later, a figure suddenly appears in our midst. This figure is none other than Blair. She respawned inside this game minutes after she was killed. Blair. I call out to her, but she doesn't answer me, and instead she walks past me before sitting down on one of the chairs in the arena. Sigh, women. So now, it remains me and you, huh? You showed some pretty good skills there, boy, and I was impressed. Honestly, I thought you would be the one to perform worse. Your mom must have taught you quite some skill. Alfonso says as he finally moves for the first time, jumping down to the field below. The dust rises upon his arrival, and the atmosphere changes due to his aura. I also jump into the field and stand opposite him, several meters away. Jake, I'm a master when it comes to using ki, but to make the duel a bit fair to you, I'll not use ki. I'll only use my blood power and blood attacks. Alfonso says menacingly. People just don't learn. He's also underestimating me. I know that I might not be able to defeat you, Alfonso, because of my mediocre stats. But I'll make sure to put up a good fight. Mimi, I have 5 free stats points, right? Yes, master. Distribute them evenly. Affirmative, master. Done, master. All your stats have been raised to 31. You have 0 free stats points. Moreover, you have 7 system respects. With this system respect, I can raise all your stats to 40 for a limited time, at least until you finish this duel. Really? Yes, master. Do it then. Suddenly, I start feeling a strange sensation in my body. I can feel my body getting stronger. Is this what it feels like when all my stats rise to 40? I can't imagine how sturdy my body will be if all my stats are 100. I will be able to perform any blood attack. You are right and wrong, master. To release the best blood attacks, you need to have above 100 stats. Meanwhile, you're going to become a vampire lord soon, so your natural body stats will increase. While suddenly, my master's voice brings me back to reality. Jake, attack me with the strongest attack you have before we begin the real duel. I want to have a little fun first. Alfonso says while cracking his hands. You're the same as Roth. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, master. But can I pick a weapon so that I will be able to unleash my strongest attack? I ask with a polite voice while smirking inwardly. Oh, sure. I only have one weapon inside this game. It might do. Alfonso says, and in the next moment, a long bronze sword appears in his hands. Tossing the shining sword towards me, I leap in the air and catch it. Bam, I get down back on the floor and begin to inspect the weapon. A normal basic tier sword with no active skill. This should do at least. Suddenly, I start focusing my vampire aura on the sword. My eyes are glowing bright red, while my hair is flowing backward in a wavy manner. Even Alfonso has a look of disbelief on his face at what I am doing right now. I don't stop there. I continue to send my aura into the sword, which is now bright red as well. Furthermore, a tornado of aura is swirling around me while the sky is slowly turning crimson. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 1, 87-180. 7. Furthermore, a tornado of aura is swirling around me while the sky is slowly turning crimson. Oh, that's what is written on Alfonso's face right now. He never believed that I would be able to create an attack of this scale. However, I'm not stopping here. I'm going to take him down, even though this single attack will drain all my blood and cause me to become weak. If Blair had allowed me to drink her blood the other time, it would have been much better. However, after this attack, it'll become weaker than a 2-year-old kid. I'm never going down? Not without taking Alfonso down. Because if he survives this attack, there's no way he'll have a chance to fight back. Although, he might allow me to drink some blood before continuing the duel. But to me, that doesn't count as a win. Suddenly, I raise the sword in the air. BOM, the sky lets out a thunderous sound while a red beam shoots out of the sword, piercing the sky. Yes, no one taught me this technique. I just feel like I know it. It came to me like a natural instinct. Sometimes, I just dream about some random skills and find out that they work in real life. Some of these skills don't work because of my current fragile body, but inside this game, I am somewhat able to summon any amount of blood at my disposal. The beam keeps spreading around the sword, and the pressure emanating from me keeps getting stronger. Slowly, the ground below me starts cracking while my body begins to levitate in the air like the god of war. Red? My eyes are pure red like that of a devil's incarnate. Alfonso no longer has a calm expression on his face. His expression is neutral, but I can see a hint of fear and admiration in his eyes. However, this won't fool me. We're talking about the strongest vampire knight alive. How will this one attack finish him when he knows many blood skills? Although he can initiate some, he has a vast knowledge about them. I need more power. Arg! I let out a scream as the beam grows bigger again. Currently, the sky is blood red, and there's a vortex above me which the beam is shooting into. It might seem like it, but that isn't the case. The vortex is actually trying to accumulate enough aura. Transcendent God's Bane, second stage. I bellow as I swiftly swing the sword down at Alfonso. Boom, a large beam that was made into a sword slams down on Alfonso. The impact of this single attack blows me away while the sword used for the skill disintegrates because it could barely withstand the immense power. All the aura that was absorbed into the vortex was brought together to form a blood aura sword which I launched at Alfonso. Arg! Stabbing my claws into the hard ground, my skidding momentum comes to an abrupt halt while my hands begin to bleed because I mustered all of my strength and used it to stop skidding. Crack, I can feel it. I can feel the power of this attack. Was I the one who created such a mighty attack? Crack, I hear another loud cracking sound, causing me to look up and see a bright red barrier in front of the blood sword that I created. This barrier was created by Alfonso to protect himself from the brunt of my attack. However, this doesn't seem to be helping him in any way. I see the barrier cracking while the blood sword keeps pressing against it. Rumble, rumble, crack. Yes, the barrier finally cracks, and the blood sword pushes forward, aiming to strike down Alfonso. However, to my great surprise, Alfonso coats his two hands with a thick blood aura and grabs the blood sword above him. Arg! For the first time since I've known Alfonso, I am finally seeing him let out a groan in frustration. Crack, crack, many cracks start appearing on the ground, spreading across the field while rumbling sounds ensue. Before me, the scene that I never expected to see in 50 years is finally happening in front of me. The legendary knight is being pushed backward by a single attack from me. He could have used one of his skills to escape from his blood sword, but for some reason, he didn't. It's as if all his concentration is focused on defending himself against this blood sword. The blood sword continues to push Alfonso backwards while his feet chips off huge chunks of the ground while trying to gain momentum. However, the blood sword hasn't even lost 10% of its power. This kid, where did he learn such a powerful attack? I have only heard the story about the Protoss using it. If the second stage is this powerful, just how powerful and monstrous would the 10th stage be? Alfonso mutters while defending himself against the blood sword. One thing about blood attacks is that the more powerful they are, the more lifelike they become. That is the case for my blood attack. It will continue to attack my assailant on its own until the assailant unleashes an attack more powerful than it, which will then make it to dissipate. Arg, looks like I want to keep to my word, Jake. You earned this one, but I can't go down like this. Alfonso bellows angrily. Boom! The moment he speaks up, a bright neon energy bursts out of his body, sending a chill down my spine and that of everyone here. Is this his key? Chapter 188. 188 this. Is this his key? I mutter in surprise while staring at Alfonso with my mouth open wide, as the neon-colored energy around him keeps getting larger and shimmers, just like fire. At the same moment, Alfonso's skidding momentum comes to an abrupt halt, using one of his hands to hold the blood sword. He retracts his right hand backward, balling it into a fist. I can see it. He is gathering ki in his right fist. A ball of ki starts condensing around his fist, enveloping it. Without holding back, Alfonso slams his right fist into the blood sword. Boom! A loud explosion erupts as Alfonso hits the blood sword. Right in front of me is the battle between ki and vampire aura. Boom! Another loud explosion occurs again. This time the foundation of the arena starts vibrating while many cracks start appearing on the ground. I can't see clearly right now because of the debris flying around, rendering my special eyesight useless. Boom! Another explosion erupts. This time, I see a huge amount of ki erupting from Alfonso's body. What type of monster is he? Fuck, I have to run. I think inwardly as my instinct starts screaming at me to run. However, before I could take a step to start running away, another explosion erupts, causing my vision to go white. It's as if a flash bomb was used. Was I killed? Meanwhile, inside a large room filled with many robotic arms and flying mechanical objects, a man can be seen seating on a chair with a mask on his face. All the robotic arms that are working stop their movements, while all the miniature flying mechs also stop mid-flight. Under his black mask, this man seems to have a perplexed expression on his face as he squints his eyes for some reason. This figure is none other than the mad scientist, Edgar Frost. While working on one of his creations, he noticed that a huge amount of energy was reading inside the game, making him check out the person that was exuding it out of curiosity. This boy is getting stronger day by day. His growth is quite amusing. What should I expect from the reincarnation of the Protoss? Grow stronger, boy, so that I can break you myself. Mwahaha. Edgar starts laughing maniacally while a white sinister energy starts surrounding his body. I need to be patient. I can't wait to break him. There are just so many people on my list. But the Protoss is number one. That second vampire is also plenty strong, along with that girl with the Demon King's power. Edgar thinks inwardly while licking his lips creepily. This was the reason why he created the game in the first place. To watch out for possible God-slayers and challenge them to a death duel when they are strong enough. The mad scientist is like a savior and revered figure to the public, but there are many mysteries surrounding him. After the white flash that blocked my view subsided, I felt my body being blown away before hitting something sturdy. I can somehow tell that this is the viewing platform of the arena as my body crashes into several rows of chairs, crushing them. However, surprisingly, despite this huge blow, I am still alive in this game. Slowly, I start to see all my surroundings again, with many debris covering the whole arena. Sometime later, the debris settles and, holy SHT, so much destruction. I mutter in shock while glancing around the arena. The whole arena has been destroyed and razed to the ground. Only the severely scorched ground is in my view, with several cracks and lava spewing out of it. At the center of the arena, I also see Alfonso standing unscathed. Not even a single scratch is on his clothing. The ki surrounding him now is calm and gentle, unlike the violent ki he was emitting before. Slowly, Alfonso turns his body around and looks at me as I'm currently seated on the floor with my body full of cuts and bruises that are not healing due to the wave of ki that hit me in the explosion that occurred. At the same time, my eyes take in the figure of two people flying towards me. These figures are none other than Blair and Roth. Both of them are encased in a barrier made out of ki. This is Blair's ki because I have seen the difference between everyone's ki, as each and everybody's ki seems to have a signature of some sort. Besides, apart from Alfonso, only Blair can use ki to this extent since Roth only recently learned how to use it. They descend in front of me. "Jake, are you okay?" Blair asks with worry etched on her face while running towards me, before crouching down beside me and checking out all my bruises. "We're inside a game. You know, right?" I say with a sigh, as I can see the worry on her face. She pauses for a moment. Everything just feels so real that I forgot for a moment that we're inside a game. But still, I can't stand seeing you like this, Blair says as she leans her upper body forward and bares her fine neck to me, urging me to suck her blood. Seeing her do this, I gulp a mouthful of saliva as my fangs begin to elongate while I slowly start moving my mouth towards her neck, salivating about her tasty blood. "Wait!" Alfonso's voice stops me in my tracks, causing me and Blair to turn our heads in his direction. "You don't need to suck her blood. Even though you drink her blood, you can never regain your stamina to the peak that it was in before you used that attack. I want to ask you where you learned that skill from. Everything is clear to me now. Apart from that, you were hit by my ki. It will be tough to heal yourself unless you expel it with your own ki. Even if you knew how to use ki, it would be hard to expel my ki unless you have master ki to a certain extent than I did. In short, you can't expel the ki of someone stronger than you once it enters your body. They'll teach all of you everything about ki, but we need to exit this game now," Alfonso says, and he begins to walk away before his body suddenly disappears. It's obvious that he has exited the game. Chapter 189, Seeing Alfonso Exit the Game. Blair looks at me with a different expression before planting a kiss on my face. Roth, on the other hand, also exits the game after seeing that Blair and I are making out. Sometime later, Blair separates her lips from mine with a red face. "Let's exit the game," she says. Not in my head. I open the interface above me and see the word Exit Pod written down below in a corner of the holographic screen. Once I click on it, my body starts disintegrating, and in a flash, I am back in the real world. Whoosh. The mechanical sound of the pod can be heard as the door of the pod automatically opens itself after sensing that I'm no longer inside the game. Letting out a sigh, I get out of the pod and see Blair standing beside the pod. Roth is also in a corner of the room, but he's not saying anything as he seems to be in deep thought while eating some blood candies. "You did a good job there, honey. I'm proud of you," Blair says while hugging me and putting her head on my chest. Her warm, soft hands are slowly moving downwards, caressing my abs. "Sigh, women. What do you want?" Don't you know what I want?" Blair asks and blinks her eyes a few times. "How will I know what you want if you don't say it?" I reply with a subtle smirk while still maintaining a very serious expression. Blair's face flushes in embarrassment. But you always know what I want. I want you to do it." Blair lets out in a low voice with her face averted to the side. "Seriously, I don't know what you're talking about," I say with a shrug while feigning ignorance. Jake, you're something else. Why make fun of me? Maybe I should get a hobby or something." Blair jokingly threatens as she turns her back on me and pretends to start walking away. "Hold on, Blair," I say with a sigh while grabbing her hand. Okay, I won't make fun of you again. But that joke was expensive. A dildo can never compare to me. I say with a chuckle, and also poke her nose slightly. Blair explains with a tinge of redness on her face, telling Jake that she has been feeling physically uncomfortable and has needed extra care lately. I guess this is happening because of her pregnancy. Her body keeps on producing sexual hormones nonstop. Let's go to that place. Wait. A voice suddenly interrupts me and Blair. Roth Blair, and I say at the same time. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I just have something to tell you, Jake. Alfonso said you should see him now. He's waiting for you. Roth says before walking away. Realizing that I haven't said anything in response to Roth's message, Blair starts clinging to my shoulder while tugging on my shirt lightly. Jake, we really need to be together first. I can't wait any longer. Blair tells me, with gleaming eyes that are etched with nothing but desire. I can't leave her like this. I hold her face between my two palms, looking at her lovingly. My woman comes first before any other thing. I say as I bend down a little and carry her, completely catching her off the ground. We don't need to go to that place. There's a room we can use here. I say, walking down the hallway. This is so embarrassing. Blair mumbles and doesn't say anything again until we get to the bedroom. Afterwards, only her intense sounds can be heard throughout the floor as I make sure to overwhelm her senses. Ah, I can't believe how intense that was. Blair lets out cute moans as I hold her close against me. Arg, letting out a loud groan, I pull away from her and get up from the bed. Right now, we are inside one of the empty rooms on Alfonso's floor. Walking across the room, I pick up my clothes, which were neatly hung by Blair. Honey, what is it again? I ask, feeling frustrated. Nothing. Blair replies, but keeps on looking at me. No, I'm okay. I just felt like calling out your name for no reason. Blair says with a shrug, while lying down on the bed with a blanket covering her nakedness. For no reason? I want you to do something for me, Blair says as she gets up and sits on the bed in the size of position. I want you to finish on my face. Where did you learn that from? I asked with a raised brow. Meanwhile, on the inside, I am actually getting excited about this because I don't usually do this to my permanent women unless they request it. Something a bit more daring. You naughty girl, you need to be punished, I say with a smile as I drop my clothes on the floor and start walking towards her. Without wasting time, I grab her head and pull her close. Ugh, Blair gasps at the sudden movement. After a few seconds, she gives me a small nod as a sign that I should continue. In response, I start moving gently. Gentle sounds ensue as Blair shares an intimate moment with me. While being close, I also gently touch her and hold her softly. Blair becomes flushed and lets out soft sounds, making me more excited. Her face is bright red from the warmth of the moment as our hands explore each other affectionately. However, this doesn't make her lose concentration. She continues working skillfully. I can't hold back any longer. I think inwardly and start moving quickly. After a few seconds, I pull back and tug her hair from behind, raising her head with a jerk. Aiming carefully like a sniper, I spill a large amount of liquid all over her face, hair, eyes, and mouth, giving her a messy appearance. The liquid I released is almost 1 liter, giving me the ability to douse Blair in the mess. Chapter 1, 90-190, Are you satisfied now? I ask Blair, who is currently disheveled and flushed from our encounter. She nods her head. I still don't know why you wanted me to do that so bad, I say, walking to the side of the room to pick up my clothes. The truth is that I saw you doing it to Stella, and I got extremely jealous. Blair reveals. Hearing her words, I turn around and give her a look. You did it because you saw me doing it to Stella, and you got jealous? I ask with surprise etched on my face. Yes, that was what happened. By the way, you need to see Alfonso, or do you want to continue? Blair asks with a wink. Well, it seems like you're not tapping again. I have to take a bath right now, Blair says with a sigh as she gets up from the bed and walks past me. As she sexily swings her ass before entering the bathroom. Do you even realize that you have small ass? I ask with a smirk once I see Blair enter the bathroom. I need to wear my clot. BM. A soft yet solid material suddenly hit me on my forehead before falling to the ground and breaking to pieces. A toilet soap? What the fuck? I mutter while staring at the pieces of soap on the floor. Yua, how dare you say I have a small ass? Hearing the voice, I suddenly raise my head and see Blair running towards me with a toilet brush in her right hand. Fuck. Cursing loudly, I swiftly wear my underwear, pick up my pants and shirt before dashing out of the room. Even though I know that the toilet brush won't hurt me, the idea of it touching my body makes my skin crawl. I exit the room and move down the hallway before taking a swift turn to the left side, entering a specific room. The moment I enter the room, I see Alfonso standing close to the bedroom's windowsill while gazing down below. Although the whole dome-shaped building is covered with a glass-like transparent material, that doesn't change the fact that there are also windows here and there. At the center of the room, there's a huge metallic bed lying there. And beside this bed, there's also a trolley with a large silver tray on it. Inside this tray, I can see several types of large needles that I have never seen before. Gulp, you don't need to be afraid. We'll try to lessen the pain to the best of my ability, Alfonso says reassuringly. When did Roth open his acupoints? Besides, must I go through this hellish torture before I can use Ki? I asked with a perplexed expression. Sigh, we tried the normal method on the L's planet, and it didn't work because we vampires are a weird race, so before we can use Ki, we have to go through some sort of mind trial. The trials vary from one another, as they are not usually the same. I also fail my trial just like you did, so it's no big deal if you fail. In fact, I have never heard of a vampire who passed a mind trial. Moreover, only a few vampires know about Ki. Alfonso says with a sigh and takes out one cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up before putting it into his mouth. Hearing his words, a look of surprise appears on my face. Back on the L's planet, when I tried to use Ki, I remembered that I was transferred into a dark room and saw a younger version of myself. But before I entered, Alfonso told me that I was going to fight a version of myself. Did he already know the type of trial that I would go through? I know what you're thinking, Jake. I was able to guess the type of trial you would be given because of your lifestyle. It was merely an intuition, but it turned out to be correct, Alfonso says, taking a puff of his cigarette. What does that mean? Why did I fight a younger version of myself? I ask in confusion. That I don't know, and I want to tell you what I think it is because I might be wrong, as I don't want to give you the wrong idea. However, since the trial can only be taken once, we'll resort to the cruel force method. Those large needles are acupuncture needles used to open the acupoints of ancient dragons. Although the ancient dragons didn't use this method for Ki, they simply did it as a form of rejuvenation. However, we vampires found out that these large needles could be used to open our acupoints, which would enable us to use Ki afterwards. Alfonso explains and puffs out a cloud of smoke. But these things, I mumble while staring at the needles, which have about 3 inches of circumference each. Don't worry, I'm quite skilled at this, Alfonso tells me reassuringly and throws his cigarette to the side of the room. Nodding my head, I pull off my shirt and pants, leaving only my underwear on. As I climb onto the bed and lie down on it, sleeping on my stomach with my back facing up. Clang, 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 many strange shackles suddenly pop out from the side of the bed, wrapping themselves around my hands and legs. At the same time, I can see Alfonso wearing a pair of gloves. Right now, my heart is beating at a fast pace as I see Alfonso picking up one of the needles and moving his hands towards me. Gulp. Chapter 191, Specialized Pain. That is the only thing I can feel right now. I blink my eyes a few times, but all I see is darkness. The last thing I remember is the excruciating pain that I felt as those thick needles pierced through my body. I'm just glad that I kind of passed out during the process, but this pain... Arg. Mimi, are you there? Yes, Master. Phew, at least I know that I'm not dead now. You're not dead, Master. You sound more like a robot now. What is wrong, Mimi? Mimi is sad. What is wrong? Do you mind telling me? No. Mimi, can't share. I see. These things are starting to annoy me. Why would you keep things from me when you know every single detail about me? I'm sorry, Master. I can't tell you. It's for your own good. It's not like I also wish to know everything about you. It's just programmed into me. Hearing Mimi's words, I don't give a reply because she seems sad about something which I have no idea about. It's okay, Mimi. I open my eyes in a flash and see Blair sitting down beside me. Although she doesn't know I'm awake yet, because she's currently resting her head on the side of the bed. How much time passed while I was asleep? I think inwardly while staring at the ceiling of the room. Right now, my body is wrapped in white bandages while the trolley containing the acupuncture needles is sitting in a corner of the room with stains of blood on it. The pain I was feeling earlier is reducing drastically, and I start to see a faint aura surrounding my body. This aura is the same color of aura that Alfonso emitted when we fought earlier. Is T this key? I mumble while staring at both of my hands. Even though my body is currently wrapped in bandages, I can feel that all my wounds have been healed. However, I'm feeling an undying thirst for blood right now. Suddenly, Blair slowly raises her head and looks at me with tears on her face. I can also see that her eyes are swollen, as if she has been crying her eyes out while I was asleep. And right now, it's as if she can't believe her eyes or something. Jake Blair mumbles in a low voice and hugs me tightly before giving me a long, deep kiss. I was worried about you, Jake. I was so worried. Don't ever leave me like that again. Sniff, it's okay, Blair. I promise not to leave you ever again. I say while caressing her head. How are you feeling now? Im Eilicht. You don't need to worry too much. Jake, you know that I've always liked you since I was young. As my brother's best friend, you were close to him, just like a family member, and I'm happy that we are together now, and also expecting a baby. However, I always feel guilty about one thing, which is your friendship with my brother. Since we started dating, your relationship with my brother has become very strained. Please, honey, I want both of you to get back together just like before. Blair says with a cute expression while rubbing one of my hands. Blair, I agree about that. However, you also know that things have been complicated, especially with so many events that occurred in my life. Tony is still and will always remain my best friend. I say, caressing her head again. If you say so, Jake. Im hungry, Blair. I say, looking at her with a deep, yearning gaze. In the next moment, Blair climbs onto the bed and sits down on my lap with her ass pressing against me. In the next moment, she leans her face forward and bares her neck to me. Seeing her beautiful neck, I don't waste any time as I sink my fangs into it. Jake. Blair moans softly as I start sucking her blood slowly. As I continue, I feel a faint dampness against my leg. I don't mind it and keep drinking from her. Once I am satisfied, I remove my fangs from her neck and lick the last drop of blood on my lip while Blair presses her head against my chest in exhaustion. It's not that I wanted to stop or something, but as a royal vampire, I have been taught some basic manners like knowing when to stop sucking people's blood, which is a hard task for many vampires. Blair, you're trembling just because I sucked your blood? I ask in surprise while holding her close against her jeans. Jake, I can't let you do that in this condition. Blair lets out a soft gasp while her eyes roll to the back of her head. You won't let me touch it, but you reacted strongly, huh? I ask with a brow raised. Even in this situation, I can't help but flirt with Blair. When you sucked my blood, I felt a strange kind of pleasure. I also felt that sensation when you sucked my blood the other time. But how would it feel to feed on my blood while I hold you close? Blair says while looking at me with fierce desire etched onto her face. Do you want to do it so badly now? I ask with a teasing gaze. Yes, I want to share that with you. However, I want because of so many reasons. Blair says, giving me a meaningful look. Blair, can you see the color of the aura radiating from my body? Huh? What aura? Blair asks with a confused expression on her face. So you can't see it? Chapter 192, Specialized, Part 2. I don't know what you're talking about, honey. Blair says with confusion still etched on her face. The look on her face says it all. She's completely clueless. Blair, I thought you could see Key. See Key. Haha, now this is funny. Blair says with a small chuckle and continues. We can't see Key. We can only feel it. It's like an invisible energy that has a certain sensation. This sensation allows us to gauge the amount of Ki an opponent can harness. However, Alfonso mentioned something about visible Ki. He said if someone masters Ki to a certain extent, they'll be able to emit a lot of monstrous Ki in an attack that might then make it visible. Just like Alfonso, if he uses all his Ki while fighting, it will be visible to the naked eye. However, That doesn't mean you can see his attack patterns. Blair explains, shaking her head. I see, but mine is on a different scale. I can see the fluctuation, the color of the energy, and the way it moves. Not only that, but I can also see the slightest speck of ki surrounding someone. It's as if I can even see different types of energy. I tell Blair, I still don't understand. Blair looks at me weirdly, as if I'm crazy. Here is the thing. Every living thing has ki surrounding them, even though it's a very small amount. However, it's impossible to harness them willingly. I just feel like the vision is getting better with each passing second. I mutter as I can currently see different types of energy in the air: neon, yellow, pink, and lastly white. However, compared to the other energies, the white energy is very faint. It can never be harnessed by normal mortals. According to the description Mimi gave me before about a certain energy, the celestial energy. Master, that is not celestial energy. This ability of yours comes from me. Celestial energy is the energy that is made up of equivalent law, a law of the universe. That is why celestials with many followers are most likely to be very strong. I use the word most likely because the god only gets stronger if the followers are fulfilling the required conditions that are to be met. Lust is very strong because people lust after each other every second of the day. The same goes for the blood god. He'll acquire more celestial points the more blood is spilled. Nevertheless, being armed with celestial energy doesn't make a god invincible. There's a reason why gods fear the god slayers. God slayers are normal mortals that evolve from nothing to a frightening existence and also have the ability to adapt to a situation very quickly. To top it all off, there are skilled warriors who have fought countless battles. Some gods were formerly mortal and well-revered warriors. However, there are quite a handful since most gods were born naturally from the law of the universe. Mimi explains vividly. Wow, T, that is quite surprising, Mimi. Just who the hell are you? I know you'll tell me someday. As for the white energy, if it isn't celestial energy, then what exactly is it? That, I don't know. But I think it has something to do with the witches and the existence of abilities in general. Mimi replies, I see, it makes sense now. That energy, which the witches always use to perform something called magic. So, they're the only ones that can harness that energy. Huh? They are quite special. But there must be a way or loophole to harness it since ki was first harnessed and manipulated by the Valkyries before the other races knew how to harness it. I agree with this, Master, but it seems like you're forgetting something here. Only a few understand this energy. If it pertains to abilities, then I guess it's called mana, right? Correct, it's called mana. In this universe, there are many laws and mysteries surrounding it. Not only it, but the other energies surrounding it. The neon energy is ki, energy of life. The pink is nun, and the yellow is primal energy, which is also known as chaos energy. As for the white energy, it's called mana, also known as universal energy. I see. Just who are you, Mimi? Jake, are you there? Blair asks with concern on her face upon seeing my brief silence. Yeah, everything is okay. I was just checking the ki radiating from you, I say while caressing her head lightly. Jake, I think something's wrong with you, Blair says with concern. There's nothing wrong with him, Blair. I think you are just overly worried. A voice suddenly emerges within the room, causing me and Blair to raise our heads and sink. Alfonso, Blair, and I shout at the same time. Right now, Alfonso is standing in a corner of the room with his back resting against the wall while he tries to light a cigarette. You shouldn't just walk in on people like that. Blair berates Alfonso as her face flushes in embarrassment because she's currently sitting on my lap while my left hand is on her shoulder. Fondling them gently, of course, I am using them to play. In embarrassment, Blair slowly gets up and sits down on the chair beside me. Since when have you been standing there? I ask Alfonso in a neutral voice. I walked right through the door, and I saw you two discussing an interesting topic. Alfonso says, and puffs out a cloud of smoke. Then he continues, Jake, you are indeed a special one, so I wouldn't be surprised by how monstrous you are. Blair, I just haven't told you in Roth yet. You can see the flow of ki once you master it to a certain stage. However, it comes at a price. Price? What price? Blair asks with curiosity. To see the flow of ki, you have to focus all your ki into your eyes. However, during that moment, you would have created an opening for your opponent because you won't be able to protect the rest of your body with ki since you focused it all on your eyes. As for Jake, he's simply a monster. Chapter 193. To see the flow of ki, you have to focus all your ki into your eyes. However, during that moment, you've created an opening for your opponent because you won't be able to protect the rest of your body with ki since you focus it all on your eyes. As for Jake, he's simply a monster. Blair opens her mouth in surprise, unable to close it while staring at me. Jake, don't tell that you can see ki without focusing it in your eyes? Blair mumbles. Master, when am I going to be able to see ki like Jake? Blair asks in amusement. I'm sorry, Blair, but you want me able to see ki like Jake. Even I can't see ki to the extent that he sees it. But to see the fluctuation of ki, the energy of life, you have to use the technique GYO by focusing all your ki in your eyes. But remember that I said that you might be vulnerable if you are going against a formidable enemy. Alfonso replies while shaking his head wearily. While Blair and Alfonso were conversing, only one thought was going on in my mind. Master, do you have any idea about primal energy? I ask Alfonso while looking at his face. Primal energy, huh? Also known as chaos energy. I haven't seen many articles about it. But in vampire history, the Protoss was known for using primal energy. It was also rumored that the former Demon King could use it. However, he doesn't use it anyhow because he couldn't control its mass destruction. It was more like his trump card. Nevertheless, he was still killed by your father. Alfonso replies and throws his cigarette on the floor. The Protoss, huh? I mutter while staring at the ceiling. Jake, you are the reincarnation of the Protoss, and you are growing faster than I can imagine. It's just a matter of time before you surpass me and Zamira or the Vampire King. Very soon, the Blood God will come after him. I have to protect him at all costs, even though it will cost me my life. As one of the most wanted God Slayers, the Vampire Blood God is a monstrous entity. He is experienced in battle compared to other gods. I just have to be careful of that thing he did to Jake's father. If the Vampire God didn't resort to that dirty trick, he would have been killed by Jake's father. Such a corny and dangerous entity. I can't even guess his next move despite being a genius. He's frightening, the display of power. Alfonso thinks inwardly while clenching his fists tightly. Unbeknownst to him, a red aura can be seen radiating around him. Right now, he's recollecting the monstrous display of power between Jaker's dad and the Blood God. Master, what is wrong? I ask as I can see a malicious red aura radiating from Alfonso. Such killing intent and sharp aura. For some reason, patches of sweat start forming on my forehead while I swallow a mouthful of saliva. Hearing my voice, the malicious killing intent stops radiating from Alfonso. I didn't mean to do that, Jake. By the way, how are you feeling now? Alfonso replies, returning to his former demeanor. I'm feeling good, but can you please get rid of these bandages all over me? I asked with a brow raised. Sure, suddenly, red-like aura threads come out from Alfonso's palm and start tearing the bandages on my body. His movements and control are so swift. If it was before, I wouldn't be able to follow his movements. Such a level of blood control, his hand movements are flaccid, yet his blood aura is very fast. So, he didn't fight me at his full strength? Just how monstrous is he? Sometime later, all the bandages come off my body. There's not a single mark on my body. All my wounds are already healed. The next moment, I get up from the bed and walk around the room before picking up my clothes and wearing them. As expected from you, all your wounds are healed up, Alfonso mutters while staring at me in awe. Really? Is there something special about that? After all the vampires have a fast healing rate. It took Roth 3 days to heal. The wounds accumulated while opening your acupoints are hard to heal despite being a vampire. But again, you surpass my expectation. I think I should stop underestimating you. Alfonso groans under his breath. Honey, what are you doing? Blair asks in confusion as she sees me sitting on the floor in the lotus position. I think you should leave him alone. He's trying to absorb ki. Alfonso replies in my stead before I even move my lips. But He just opened his acupoints. Isn't he supposed to wait first least a day? Blair asks with worry shown on her face while biting her lips. But Jake is an anomaly. He would be fine. Alfonso replies with a shrug. I won't listen to you. As his wife, I have to also look after him, Blair says and starts walking forward toward me. Oh, are you guys married yet? Alfonso asks with a brow raised as if he missed something important, while Blair pauses her movement and turns her head around. We are not married yet, but we are getting married soon, Blair says with a stutter while her face burns hot red in embarrassment. Jake, is that true? Alfonso asks me with a suspicious gaze, just like a father who's trying to advise his son in advance about child support. Yes, we're getting married soon. Besides, she's already pregnant, I say with a shrug, while Alfonso opens his mouth in shock. Jake, Blair blurts out in embarrassment. Suddenly, he starts talking. Sigh, Jake, you're just something else, Alfonso says with a sigh while shaking his head. I simply give him a toothy grin and begin to absorb ki for the first time. Chapter 194. Suddenly, I close my eyes while sitting in the lotus position and begin to focus all my senses on the energy surrounding me. Even with my eyes closed, I can see the auras of the energies with the color of ki glowing brightly. Although it feels like I can absorb all this energy I'm feeling right now, but that isn't the case. I try to absorb the primal energy, but it's as if it's slipping away from my grasp. The same goes for Nun, the pink-colored energy. As for the white energy, it's as if it's already in my body. Yes, it's in my body. I seem to have gotten the logic behind it. Every ability user uses mana. This is why once the mana cells are drained, an ability user will have to wait for his/her mana cells to be restored recharged. In this universe, every ability user's body absorbs mana on its own, purifies it, and stores it in their bodies depending on the amount of mana cells they have in their bodies. In short, the energy cannot be harnessed directly without some sort of purification. This is the reason why there are power levels in mana cells. However, in my opinion, it's as if the witches can harness the mana directly without having their bodies purify it. Bringing back my focus to what I'm about to do right now. I start concentrating on absorbing the ki, but I suddenly stop midway as a thought comes into my mind. Looking at the way Alfonso and Blair use ki, I have a better grasp of it. Firstly, since ki can't be stored in the cells like mana, it's always surrounding the body of a user like a pool. Depending on the user's state of mind, it could be calm and it could be violent just like a raging storm. This phenomenon I'll call ki pool. I don't have a crisp understanding of how this mana pool fully works, but it's quite simple. The larger the ki pool, the larger the ki one will be able to harness. However, it takes time, talent, and dedication in making the ki pool large. Since my logic is quite correct for ki, is that the case for the other energies? That will be research for another day. Right now, I have to focus on absorbing the ki in the air. Just how large is my ki pool? Suddenly, I start absorbing the ki in the air. Whoosh! Pop, a loud cracking sound ensues as the ki begins to force its way towards me. Yes, my mana pool is slowly forming. In excitement, I continue to greedily absorb the ki in the air. Crack! Boom! Meanwhile, inside the room, Blair and Alfonso are staring at Jake with their mouths wide open. Boom! H's ki pool is getting larger. Alfonso mutters in shock while staring at Jake like he's a god of some sort. This is the biggest shock that he has ever received in his life, because Jake's ki pool is almost getting as large as his own. Furthermore, unbeknownst to Jake, his logic was indeed accurate, as the ki formation around a user is generally known as ki pool. Just like Alfonso, Blair is also surprised by what is happening right now, as Jake's ki pool keeps getting larger than even Alfonso's own. Right now, her eyes are glowing brightly, just like Alfonso's, as she's using a technique called GYO. A simple technique created by focusing ki into one's eyes. For a master of ki like Alfonso, he doesn't need to focus all his ki into his eyes since he has a large ki pool. However, for a novice like Blair, she can only focus all her ki into her eyes to see Jake's monstrous ki pool. Boom! With a loud cracking sound again, Jake's ki pool grows larger, suffocating Blair and Alfonso. However, they're quick to counteract it by also releasing their ki. Seeing Blair struggling to stand on her feet due to the continuously overwhelming pressure, Alfonso brings her close to his side, shielding her with his ki. With his size of ki pool, Alfonso can never be pressured by any ki user again because his ki pool is also no child's play. But Jake is just simply a monster. Either way, Alfonso is not using 100% of his ki to shield himself right now. Without stopping, Jake's ki pool continues to grow large, passing through all the openings of the room and extending farther. Since he's in a somewhat calm mood, his ki pool won't destroy anything. Jake has a lot to learn. He can't just release this monstrous amount of ki at once. Alfonso tells Blair while gritting his teeth. In the hall and the floors of the other dojo masters, many can be seen kneeling on the floor and puking because of certain pressure. The ones who know about ki are still in better shape than the ones who are clueless about it or still learning it. Some passed out while others puked nonstop, but there was no serious damage done since the aura is not malicious. As for the other dojo masters, they shielded themselves with their ki since they can all use it. But only one thing is going on in their mind. Brad, just who is emitting this monstrous amount of ki. It's as if my ki is about to leave me and meet that person. A woman speaks in horror. She's wearing a white long robe. She's a dark-toned woman with elongated ears. Her beauty is unprecedented as her body glows with radiance, coupled with the pieces of jewelry on her ears and head. She's none other than Miras Master, who is like a motherly figure to her. This woman has taken care of Myra since she was a kid till she became the next queen. I don't know, but it's not Alfonso. I have seen Alfonso's ki pool before. Even if he did improve, it wouldn't be to this extent. Brad replies while gritting his teeth. Hearing Brad's words, the elf woman's eyes widens in shock. I think I know who it is now. The woman says with a small smile. Chapter 195. I have just finished absorbing all the ki that I can absorb as my body felt like it just couldn't take anymore. Even though my ki is stored in my ki pool, the pressure is somewhat wearing down on my body like a heavy weight. Aside from that, the presence of ki I can feel in the air is not as much as before, and I also can't hear Blair's voice again. Out of curiosity, I open my eyes and see Alfonso and Blair standing very close to each other. A surprised look appears on my face. In confusion, I retract my ki pool into my body just by thinking about it. Just like that, my ki pool keeps getting smaller until it finally enters my body. I don't know how this happened, but the idea just popped into my head. What are you guys doing standing so close? I asked with a raised brow. Ho-Ho looks like someone is so protective of his woman. Alfonso says with a small laugh. You almost injured her, though. Alfonso suddenly says with a serious expression while shrugging his shoulders. What the fuck? Injured her? She is a freaking god slayer. How can I even injure her without lifting a finger? I say with confusion etched on my face. I know, Jake, but your massive ki pool could have harmed her if I hadn't shielded her. Because she wasn't even trying to shield herself in the first place. She tried to go straight towards you. Alfonso replies with a shrug. I'm sorry, Blair. I say with a sigh as I get up from the floor and walk towards her before pulling her into a warm, cozy hug. It's okay. I was just worried about you. Blair says in a small voice as she buries her head in my chest. You don't need to make stupid decisions because you love me. What if something bad had happened to you? Don't be naive and act rationally next time. I scold Blair. Jake, before you scold her, I would like to ask you a question first. Alfonso suddenly interrupts. How did you put away your ki pool without prior knowledge about it? I look at him for a moment before separating myself from Blair. I don't know, random memories would just pop into my head. Although they're still a bit vague, they are still accessible either way. And all these memories have something to do with skills and techniques. Everything is clear to me now, I say, looking deep into Alfonso's eyes. In the Protoss, I say with a superior look on my face. Am indeed the reincarnation of the Protoss. That explains the reason why I didn't receive a notification about becoming a god slayer despite being able to defeat many god slayers. Hearing my words, a surprised look appears on Alfonso's face for a few seconds before he schools it back into his normal expression. It's as if he had expected this to happen. Suddenly, Alfonso goes down on his knees, bowing his head on the floor. Even Blair looks surprised at what is happening right now. Since she often reads a lot about vampire history, she has an idea about who the Protoss is, the first vampire called Dracula. Please stand up, Alfonso. No need for all this drama. Can we just go back to how things were before? I ask while rubbing my forehead. I'm sorry, but I can't. Alfonso says stubbornly. Then I am commanding you as your liege. I say with my eyes glowing red. Hearing my words, Alfonso swallows a mouthful of saliva. At this rate, I can't defeat Alfonso if we were to battle each other, because he still has a lot more vampire aura than me, and his body is much sturdier. However, that will come to an end once I evolve to the Vampire Lord stage. Just what is my full power? After becoming a Vampire Lord, it'll also become a Warlock. Just how monstrous will I be? Once I become a Vampire Lord, no vampire can go toe-to-toe with me again. Except for my father, who is also a monster. Alas, he's in an eternal slumber right now. Either way, Zamira and Old Man Duke are not to be underestimated. Okay, you'll do as you wish, my lord. Alfonso says with another bow before getting up. Sigh. So, you knew all this while, huh? You knew that I was the Protoss? Yes, we knew what he mean by we. I ask. We all knew. The king, your dad, your mom, a few other people, including me. Alfonso says truthfully. Looking at his aura, I can tell that he's telling the truth. This is another ability that I just acquired right now. Although this skill only works on a vampire for now, who knows if it might work on other races in the future. I can tell if a vampire is lying just by looking at the fluctuation of his or her aura. Even the legendary Alfonso cannot lie to my face. Then what's the prophecy of making a baby with a witch all about? The truth is that Alfonso stutters while beads of sweat start rolling down his forehead. It's also as if he knows that I can discern even the slightest lie from a vampire. There is a prophecy that you are deemed to destroy this world. Along with that prophecy, there was also another prophecy that reveals that once you go rampage, you can only be stopped by your own blood, which is a red witch, a half vampire, half witch. That was the reason why the king wanted you to have a baby with the daughter of the witch empress. And that also explains why Zella was kept away from you. Alfonso answers honestly in fear again. Hearing Alfonso's words, a surprised expression appears on my face. Only one question is going on in my mind. Did my mom also know about all this? Chapter 196. Hearing Alfonso's words, a surprised expression appears on my face. Only one question is going on in my mind. Did my mom also know about all this? I say while a violent red aura dances around my body. Yes, she knew. Alfonso says while beads of sweat slide down his face. I don't say anything immediately. Only one thing is going on in my mind. Why didn't she tell me? Then why did she hide it from me and didn't tell me directly? Now that I remember, she always told me subtly, but I didn't understand. Either way, she has hidden so many things from me that I just can't forgive this one easily. I say while looking at the ceiling. You don't need to be mad at her. Jill is a very good mother and lover. She is trying her best to lead you the right way, and not in a way that will make you thread the path of the prophecy that is looming over you. She knew that you were going to know about it someday, so she just didn't tell you directly. Alfonso replies, Jake, you are a kind and different person from the Protoss. You might be his reincarnation, but that doesn't make you selfish and evil like him. I'll love you no matter what you become. Blair suddenly says while standing in front of me. Before I can give a reply, she walks out of the room with tears on her face for some unknown reason, feeling confused by the way Blair left. I run after her since I can't leave her like that without knowing what is making her cry. After all, she isn't the crying type like Misty and Aurora. Once Jake leaves the room to chase after Blair, Alfonso lets out a weary sigh and clenches his fists. He's gaining his abilities at a very fast pace. I felt that monstrous aura surrounding him. That's not even a vampire's aura. If I had told him a lie, My instincts were screaming at me that my head would become detached from my body. Although I know that Jake can't kill me for such a petty thing, however, Alfonso mumbles and wipes the sweat off his forehead again. He panickingly searches his room for something till he eventually sees it on the wall shelf. He picks up the phone and dials a number. Beep, beep, beep. What do you want from me, old geezer? You shouldn't call a married woman at this time. If my husband was here, he wouldn't like it in the slightest. A grumpy voice says jokingly over the phone, Jill, this is not the time for cracking jokes. Something came up and it's very important. You sound so worried. What happened? It's Jake. He already knew that he was the reincarnation of the Protoss. Jill, I already knew. I felt it a while ago. Jake and I formed a life-and-death contract a few months ago before marriage. So, I can feel all his emotions and know when he's in trouble. Wow, that is quite surprising. I didn't know that you love him to that extent. But the thing is, inside a large room, a beautiful, mature vampire can be seen lying on the bed with a white sheet over her body. This vampire is none other than Jill. After hearing the full details of what happened from Alfonso, Jill has been quite worried about Jake's reaction, especially now that she can't lie to him if he asks any question that she doesn't want him to know the answer to. So many things are unfolding rapidly. I'm glad to know that he's slowly acquiring his powers. But the most disturbing thing is that I am unable to give him a child. What is wrong with me? Here is another solution that might help. I hope it works. However, I can only use it when I'm about to spend time with Jake. Jill mumbles and glances at her side drawer, looking at a bottle with a green content inside it. Blair, hold on a second. I shout while chasing after Blair. Thankfully, she stops running this time and turns her body around before she starts laughing hysterically. What the fuck? Why are you laughing, and why did you run out of the dojo? I ask in confusion as I look around and realize that we are in the parking lot of the dojo. I'm sorry for acting that way. I just felt that we had to leave. If I didn't do that, you wouldn't have thought of leaving. Blair says with a shrug. But I still need to ask him some questions. Jake, you don't need to ask him anything. Honey, you're a different person even if you are the reincarnation of the Protoss. Blair says while rubbing my face with her hands. Sigh. Thanks, Blair. I say as I also caress her face with my hands. Let's go to my parents' house. While you were going through the acupuncture session, your watch was with me. So, I controlled your vehicle to drive itself here. Blair says while flashing my wristwatch before my eyes, before turning around and pointing towards a red Bachmay. Wow, this is the first time I'm driving this bad boy ever since I got it. I say with a chuckle as I walk towards the car. However, Blair suddenly walks right in front of me, stopping me in my tracks. You also got this type of Bachmay for your wives after marrying them. What are you going to get from me after you marry me? Blair asks seductively while rubbing my chest. Maybe I should get you a Bachmay too? I ask while pondering about what to get her. In my opinion, since my women got a Bachmay each, then I should also get one for her. Oh, Aurora asked me to open a supermart for her instead of getting her a car. She's the only one who has refused a Bachmay so far. I don't want a Bachmay. I want something else. Blair says seductively while looking at me with lustful eyes. Chapter 197. I don't want a Bachmay. I want something else. Blair says seductively while looking at me with lustful eyes. What is that? I asked with a raised brow. I wanted to help my parents instead of buying me a Bachmay. I don't want them to suffer again. They have sacrificed a lot for me and my brother. I won't be okay driving a Bachmay while my parents are living in misery. Blair says with a serious expression. What the fuck? I thought she was going to talk about lewd things. Me too. Blair, it'll give them enough money and also get you a Bachmay. I thought you wanted to ask for something lewd. Moreover, I have also thought about it before. I tell Blair with a smile. Upon hearing my words, she hugs me very tightly. Thank you, Jake. It's okay. Sometime later we get into the car and start driving towards Blair's parents' house. I get down from the car along with Blair, and we begin to walk towards her parents' house. Woof, woof, woof. A large dog starts barking the moment it sees me, but pauses its momentum immediately it sees Blair beside me. There, keep calm, Rob. Don't bark at my husband. Blair says with a smile while patting the dog's head. Rob lets out cute whimpers while wagging his tail as Blair pats his head. Rob just reminded me of the dog that attacked me at Barry's house. Compared to that one, Rob is calmer and more composed, making me take a liking to him despite not being a fan of dogs. Honey, can you touch him? Blair asks with a smile, giving me no other choice but to touch Rob. Leaking out a sigh after taking a deep breath, I move forward and touch the dog's head. Woof. Rob lets out a small voice while wagging his tail happily. He'll surely get you a treat when next I am coming, I say as I pat Rob's head one last time before standing back on my feet. Let's go, Blair says with a small smile as she sends Rob away. In the next moment, Blair and I move towards the door and press the bell. Sometime later, a bald, short man opens the door and stands at the doorstep, looking at me and Blair for a few moments. To make matters worse, Blair suddenly interlocks her arms with mine. Hi, Mr. Derek. I suddenly break the silence, stretching my hand forward. How are you doing? Please come in, Mr. Derek replies, shaking my hand with his right hand while using his left hand to gesture for us to come inside. Nodding my head, Blair and I enter the living room and sit down on a large-looking brown couch in the corner of the room. Mr. Derek also sits opposite us. Jake, I call for you because Jake, what did you come? Oh my, I should have known. A blonde-haired woman says in excitement as she runs into the living room with a towel wrapped around her body, coupled with water dripping from her hair. It's obvious that she just took a bath. This woman's beauty is unprecedented, as if she was specially created by a god. This woman is none other than Blair's mom. Mom, Sanders, Blair and Mr. Derek shout at the same time. Well, this is because Mrs. Sanders is currently covered with a thin wrap of towel. Realizing the situation, Mrs. Sanders' face turns beet red and she dashes out of the living room. My bad. My bad. Those are the words she keeps mumbling till she finally disappears from my view. Wow, she's quite endowed in the chest region. New mission: approach Blair's mom, thus surprising Blair's father. Reward: abundant all-system skills will be unlocked. The host has awakened after realizing that he's the Protoss and slowly recovering fractions of his memory. At this rate, the host doesn't need the system levels and difficulties anymore. However, the system will continue to exist and manifest the meaning of its existence, which is to cut people to acquire celestial points. Reward 2, 400,000 celestial points. Penalty upon failure: another hard mission will be issued. The mission will keep getting harder with each failure. Note: the skills can only be accessed after the host evolves to the Vampire Lord stage, while the celestial points can only be accessed when the host evolves to the Warlock stage or becomes a Vampire King. This is a measure put in place by the system because of the host's current weak body. What the fuck? Seeing this notification, a surprised look appears on my face. After hearing Mimi's perverted comment, I had expected something like this to happen. However, the most surprising things are the rewards. Mimi, what is going on? Master, as you can see, this is a hard mission. But I think it should be easier since you've done way more shameless things. Fu. For some reason, I'm also excited about what is to come. It's been a while since I've done this. Since I wasn't able to unleash my desires on Arya from the Hawks family, there's been some kind of burden on me. But I'll be glad to unleash it on this sexy MILF, smiley face. That reminds me, Master, do you recall your slave? The one you tamed? Give me a few moments, I reply inwardly while rummaging through my memories. A certain incident suddenly flashes in my brain. Elsa. Yes, her name is Elsa. Glad that you finally remembered. It would have been if you had forgotten her name. Smiley face. Haha, I didn't forget her. Well, a lot has just been going on. Sigh. I also forgot about Mrs. Jack. That woman is something else. She's one crazy woman. She wants to have a baby for me despite being married. Crazy enough, but she won't get pregnant though. And if she does, it's going to be a damper, unless she does the same ritual that Blair did. True, but I have no plans of doing any of that anyway. Hee. Looks like we're going to talk later, Master. Bye. Huh. Suddenly, I raise my head and see that Mrs. Sanders is back in the living room, and she's currently sitting down beside her husband, which is adjacent to our seat. I can smell the alluring scent of the shampoo emanating from her hair. She's also currently wearing pink pajamas with floral patterns on them. At the same time, I can't stop staring, completely lost in thought. So, Jake, Mistro, should we begin our discussion since Blair's mom is also here? The thick voice of Mr. Derek brings me back to reality. If it had taken just a little bit longer for him to speak up, he would have noticed the predatory look I was giving his wife. Chapter 198, Darling, you sound harsh. How the fuck do you expect me to talk? He freaking impregnated our baby. She's still too young to be a mother. Don't say that, honey. I also gave birth to Tony at Blair's age. That was a fucking mistake. I wish I had been more responsible. Then I also wished I had taken better precautions. Enough playing. Let's be serious for once. You started it. Just shut the fuck up. Only the whispers of the mature couple could be heard inside this room. I just don't know if they forgot that I'm a vampire, or if they're not aware of something called ki. Well, they probably have no idea. Normally, every ability user's senses are sharp compared to normal people, so they can easily hear whispers, but not every time though, which means they can only hear it to a certain degree. However, vampires and some other races have the natural ability to hear even the sound of a pin drop, depending on the prowess of each individual. Either way, an average ki user can also hear the slightest sound of a pin drop if the ki is focused or harnessed into the ears. Shifting my gaze to the side, I realize that Blair's face is flushed red. She also heard her parent conversation. Cough, cough. Mr. Derek lets out small coughing sounds. Jake, yesterday, my wife and I came to the realization that you impregnated Blair. Is that true? Mr. Derek asks with an unwavering gaze. It's true, sir. I reply. That's not all. I also want to marry her. I added. Blair's parents keep quiet for some moments without saying anything. Mom, Dad, he proposed to me. Blair suddenly speaks up after sensing her parents' silence. Jake, Blair, we're fine with both of you getting married, having a baby and all that. Blair even explained to us that she did some rituals so that she won't give birth to a damper. That means you guys have planned all this on your own. However, Jake, you have a lot of wives. I know, it's a vampire thing since you're the crown prince, but I only want to ask you one question. Mrs. Sanders says with a serious expression, do you truly love Blair? I know that Blair loves you more than even herself. Do you love her the same? Or were you just forced into this relationship because of her obsession? Sigh. I love her from the bottom of my heart. I give a reply with a little smile. And as for whether I started dating her because of her obsession, that's true. But over time, I fell in love with Blair. If I didn't love her, I wouldn't have agreed to marry her or let her even perform the ritual in the first place. I elaborate. That makes sense. Mr. Derek mumbles. Honey, what are we going to say next? I don't know about vampire culture. Just take it like a normal wedding. The couple whisper to each other again. Do you guys even realize that we can hear you? Blair suddenly speaks out with a dazed expression as if surprised by her parents' childish actions. You can. The couple blurt out with their mouths formed into an O shape. Sigh. Normal humans like us are just so clueless. Mr. Derek says with a long sigh. Dolly, Dad. They'll get you and Mom some ability crystals, foo-foo. Blair says with a giggle. Really? But do we really need it? The couple say at the same time, and with their eyes gleaming with excitement that can't be hidden. Yes, this is the perfect way to settle things. Well played, Blair. I think inwardly. You need it, of course. The weakest ability can expand the lifespan of an average human by twofold. The stronger the ability, the stronger the lifespan. Blair says again, making her parents' eyes sparkle. Cough. Ahem. Jake, let's continue talking from where we stopped. Mr. Derek says with a straight face after realizing that he let down his guard and became too excited. About the wedding. Although, I wish Tony was here right now. It would have been much better, but he's going to come back tomorrow anyway. So, there are a few things you need to know about Blair, Jake. Mr. and Mrs. Graham start talking to me and Blair, planning our wedding, and also telling me a few things about her, such as her most embarrassing childhood moments and a few of her flaws that I didn't know about. This was indeed a good conversation. It was quite funny and intriguing to learn more about my soon-to-be wife. Misty has probably told Blair a lot of things about me. I can't believe that I'm sleeping over. I say with a sigh as I crash into an average-sized bed. Right now, I'm inside Blair's room. Not her room specifically, though. It's Blair and her brother's room. I'm glad my brother is not at home. Blair replies while changing her clothes and putting on some pajamas. Here, put them on, Blair says, throwing a silky brown pajama at me. These are Tony's pajamas, but come on, wear them. They'll fit you perfectly. I bet my brother wouldn't mind. I don't like touching people's stuff, I say with a groan as I oblige and put on the pajamas. Since Tony and I are pretty much the same height, his pajamas fitted me perfectly. Oddly enough, Tony's clothes fit me. He's just a tall guy whose height rivals that of an average vampire. His mom is freaking tall, smiley face. Jake, should I take a shower? I think I should shower. You might want to get freaky with me tonight, Blair says with a wink as she pulls off her pajamas and moves into the bathroom. Damn, that gave me some butterflies. But first and foremost, I need to call Misty and inform her that I am not coming home tonight. Turning on the screen of my smartwatch and dialing Misty's number, I swallow a mouthful of saliva while beads of sweat start dripping down my forehead. My Yander sister might do something crazy. Chapter 199 Bad Aphrodisiac Beep. 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 I can hear beeping sound coming from my watch as I dial Misty's number. Suddenly, she picks up her call. I reply cautiously. I don't say much because her voice sounds exhausted. Honey, are you there? Yeah, I'm sorry. I think there was a connection problem. Why is your voice different tonight? I woke up in the evening and started making dinner for you, so I'm quite exhausted. Yeah, I know that you might be thinking that vampire food doesn't take much time to cook, but this food is a little different. It's something you haven't tasted before. I took my time to prepare it. I see. You don't sound like your usual self, Jake. When are you coming home tonight? Misty, I don't know how to say this. I'm very sorry. But I don't think I'm coming home tonight. I am very sorry, Misty. Be but to the food. I'm sorry, Misty. You should keep it in the refrigerator or something. Please try to understand. I didn't inform you earlier because it kind of came up unexpectedly. Sorry, Misty. I'm okay with you sleeping outside, Jake. But I really did put some effort into making dinner. Do you even remember that I am resuming work tomorrow? Where are you sleeping tonight? Where are you? Misty starts bombarding me with questions. I'm sleeping at Blair's house. I promise to come and see you at work tomorrow. I'll come as a patient. However, you'll be the one receiving an injection from me. Imagine the other waiting patients hearing your moans. Foo. Sai, you sure do know how to get me. All right, I'm not mad at you again. You should call Aurora too, because she's the one who'll be mad at you. Once I'm done talking to Misty, I dial Aurora's number. I don't know what Misty meant by Aurora will be the one to be mad at me, but she only left a few hints. I just need to call Aurora. HEI is not coming home tonight. Aurora stutters as she drops her phone with shaky hands. She just spoke with Jake, and the confirmation of Misty's message gave her some anxiety. Master is not coming home? Stella asks in confusion and looks at Aurora with pity. Yes, Aurora replies and slumps onto the small couch inside her room. But you just drank that thing. Isn't it going to affect you? Stella asks with a slightly embarrassed expression. Of course, it's going to affect me. I'm even starting to feel the effects. Who knew that he wasn't going to come home? Aurora mumbles while her face and skin turn beet red. She had drunk a bottle of aphrodisiac potion specifically made for vampires by one of the most revered witches. Of course, this cost her quite a fortune and a huge chunk of her savings, but she had planned to spend a romantic evening with her husband. Apart from the mood-enhancing effect, the potion will heighten her awareness by many folds without making her easily tired. What are you going to do now, Didu? I don't know. I don't think I can sleep tonight after drinking that potion because the witch told me that something strange is compulsory after consumption, Aurora replies. Oh, that's bad. Why don't you tell, Master? Stella asks with curious eyes, wondering how she would feel if she had drunk the potion instead. I can't tell him. That would be so embarrassing. I know where I'll go and meet him there. Aurora gives a reply while she gets up and walks out of the room. The chair where she was formerly sitting can be seen to be smeared with a damp patch. It's obvious that Aurora is already eager to head off and meet him. It would be a disaster if Aurora doesn't meet with Master tonight. Stella mumbles while staring at the wet spot on the floor. A mischievous thought is swirling in her mind right now. She was curious about the substance, but she shakes her head and puts the thoughts away. Blair just finished taking her bath, and right now, she's standing in front of me naked, doing some weird happy dance while applying her cream and a cologne to her body. Once she is done, she walks towards me and slowly starts climbing into the bed. However, before she can lie down, we hear a series of knocks on the door. With a deep frown on her face, Blair gets up and walks towards the door before opening it. "Mom, what do you want?" Blair asks in a slightly annoyed tone. Taking a peek, I see her mom on the other side of the door. "Didn't mean to disturb you, Blair. A vampire is standing outside right now. She said she was Jake's wife and she wishes to see him. I think she called herself Aurora," Mrs. Sanders says while scratching her head, wondering for a moment if she has forgotten the person's name. "Aurora?" Blair and I say at the same time, giving ourselves a meaningful look. Hearing these words, I instantly get up and move towards the door. "You'll go and see her. I think it must be something important," I say, placing my hands on Blair's shoulders, assuring her that we'll spend the night together. "Really?" As if understanding my words, Blair asks with a doubtful expression. She really does want to spend the night with me without any interference. "I promise," I reply before moving out of the room and start following Mrs. Sanders. Mrs. Sanders' movements seem to be swift for some reason, as if she doesn't want me to see her face or strike up a conversation, but I don't try to catch up with her anyway, because I also use this opportunity to gauge her backside. Once we get outside, I see Aurora standing outside and looking nervous with a lot of perspiration on her face. Her skin looks very red and her nightgown is soaked. She surely doesn't look okay. Behind her, there's a red Bachme which is owned by Misty. The moment I step outside, Mrs. Sanders hastily goes back inside. Jake, touch me." Yeah, she certainly doesn't look okay. Chapter 200 Getting Freaky. Jake, touch me. Yeah, she certainly doesn't look okay. "Aurora, what is wrong?" I ask with a confused expression. "They'll tell you. Let's go inside the car, please." Aurora replies with a look of desperation on her face. Not in my head. I follow her into the car and sit down on the passenger side. In a flash, Aurora presses a button which lowers my seat while the other seats fold up, creating a lot of space inside the car. Without wasting time, Aurora sits on my lap and begins to move suggestively against me. However, I suddenly notice something which makes me look at Aurora in surprise. This is so unusual. I mutter in surprise as I gently lift the edge of her nightgown. Right now, I have just witnessed something that I have never seen before, a vampire in such an unusual condition. Not even Jill, Mom, has been this overwhelmed without any build-up or prompting first. "Help me, please," Aurora begs with desperation in her eyes. Her body is all red and looks weak as if she can't lift a finger anymore. Aurora is begging me? Am I dreaming? What the hell happened to her? I think inwardly, trying to rummage through my memories to have an idea of what is currently going on, but I don't just get it. "Aurora, what is wrong? Were you missing me that much? Your body looks extremely turned on. I can even feel how hard your nipples are now." I whisper in her ears romantically, trying to get her to speak. I want to spend a long, romantic evening with you tonight, because I felt bad about what happened this morning when I couldn't keep up with my own expectations. So, I prepared a special mood potion in hopes that I'd already be in good spirits by the time you returned. But things went wrong when I learned that you weren't coming home. Aurora explains with all her face turning red. This is happening because she just recently fed on blood before using the potion. I don't say anything for a moment as I start undoing her dress. First, I slide her dress off her shoulder, revealing her 2 average D cups with pinkish-brown, erect nipples. Unlike Misty, Aurora doesn't have bright pink nipples, but they're nice either way. You don't need to feel bad about your capabilities, Aurora. You are just more sensitive than many other women, which can affect your physical responses and overall interest in intimate moments with your partner, even though you want to continue. I'm okay with that, Aurora. 30 minutes to 1 hour is enough if that's your limit. You don't need to strive to go for longer periods, all for the sake of satisfying me, I say while shaking my head and pulling her close for a tender embrace. "Ahan, I'm ready whenever you are." Aurora gasps softly as her eyes close. Without further ado, I slide her panty to the side and hold her close before planting a kiss on her lips. Then I switch our position, which puts me on top of her. In this position, I start moving my waist, going back into the house. Only Aurora's loud sounds can be heard as the both of us engage in the abyss of desire. Right now, I'm going back into the house. After a long, intimate encounter with Aurora, which lasted about 1 hour, the aphrodisiac effect reduced drastically, making her satisfied and bringing her back to her senses. When we were done, Aurora blinked back home to the car. Her blink ability is capable of blinking large items along with the user as long as there are enough MC cells. Getting to the entrance of the house, I see Rob lying down at the doorstep, guarding the whole house. Unlike before, the size and numbers of zombies and mutants are reducing dramatically because of the several security systems which are currently being installed in many parts of Earth. Either way, there are still some districts that are still being terrorized by mutants, and the hunters are trying their possible best to eradicate all these vicious monsters from the Earth. Very soon, I'll join one of those guilds and start my rough journey through life. My sweet daily life will soon come to an end. I mutter and clench my fist, and without further ado, I move towards a room. When I get there, I see Blair patiently sitting on the bed, waiting for me. It seems that she's slightly angry because I can feel the ki she's emitting. Although this ki is almost non-existent, with my ability, I can easily discern it. "What took you so long?" Blair asks with her arms folded. Right now, she looks like a new wife who is berating her husband for coming home late. Furthermore, she is also slightly jealous. "It's a complicated case, Blair. You know that Rora isn't the type who likes to disturb you. In fact, not to be biased, but she's my most patient woman. However, tonight's case was just a little tricky," I say with a sigh as I get into the bed. "Are you praising her or what? Am I not patient too?" Blair asks with jealousy. Another Yandere. "That's not what I mean. Don't get me wrong. I'm not praising her. However, that doesn't change the fact that my words are nothing but the truth." I answer truthfully. "You're so mean. I would like to know what really happened, but I guess I should ask Aurora herself if she's willing to tell me. It might be something that she won't be comfortable letting a third party know about." Blair speculates with a pout on her face. "It is nothing important, though. But I think it would be more fun if Aurora told you herself," I say with a shrug. Blair and I start staring at each other romantically all of a sudden while the atmosphere becomes warm. Seeing her acting shy, I take the next approach by grabbing her and pulling her very close to me on the bed and start whispering some words into her ears. "It'll make this a night you won't forget, and I want everyone to hear how much you love it," I say seductively as I start undressing her nightgown. "JJko, let's keep it down tonight. Please. It will be really awkward to face my parents tomorrow." Blair pleads with a red face, but I'm not buying any of it. Chapter 2:01 currently. Blair's body is quivering heavily as her physical reaction intensifies. Her body is very red, and it is also covered in perspiration. After some time of trembling heavily, the moment finally comes to an end. "You got what you wanted," Blair says while panting heavily. However, even though our encounter lasted about 4 hours, it feels like I just took a walk in the park. My stamina didn't decrease in any way. Is this one of the perks of gaining a mere fracture of my powers? Despite nailing Aurora and Blair, it doesn't feel as if my stamina can ever run out. I understand that I have the stamina passive skill, but there's a limit to it. "You can't say that. We both enjoyed it," I reply with a poker face. "Really? Of course you would say that. After all, you are the triumphant one because you overwhelmed me so completely and you made me cry loud enough for my parents to hear, without even caring that their room is next to ours." Blair retorts in embarrassment. "That still doesn't change the fact that we both enjoyed it," I say in a grumpy voice. "You, just admit it. Besides, you've been changing lately," I say with a grin as I try to get closer to her. "Pervert, what do you expect?" Blair says with a pout and shoves me away before turning her back to me on the bed. "I'm feeling tired. Let's sleep, Jake. Hold me from behind." "Sure," I answer as I wrap my hand around her waist without any hesitation. Subsequently, Blair turns her body around, facing me. I thought you wanted to sleep? I asked with a raised brow, seeing her small action. I want to look at your face while I fall asleep. I'm so much in love with you. Jake, Blair says romantically while staring into my eyes. Fine, I say in agreement while I place my hands on her soft ass. The night has been quite weird for Misty, as she can be seen rolling around on the bed. Vampires don't really need to sleep every day, but it's just a form of relaxation either way. They just don't enjoy it the way humans do. Jake, you scum. You just planned things all of a sudden. On the elf planet, he spent most of his nights with Myra, which was quite a good thing, though. I think I'm just being selfish. All of us could just sleep on the same bed with him, but still... Misty mumbles while staring at the ceiling blankly. At the same time, she can also feel a tingling sensation in the lower part of her body, thinking about Jake. Letting out a sigh, Misty closes her eyes and slowly starts sleeping. Right now, Blair is sleeping. She fell completely asleep about 30 minutes ago and is unaware of her surroundings. Our evening together seems to have left her quite exhausted. Taking a glance at my wristwatch, I see that the time is 3:27 a.m. Mimi, I'm going into Blair's parents' room. I wish you luck, Fufu. I don't say anything as I gently remove my hands that were wrapped around Blair's waist. The moment my hands come off, Blair's body jerks as if suspecting something, but she falls asleep again immediately. Phew, that was a close call. I mutter as I slowly get up from the bed and tiptoe out of the room. Once I get out of the room, I walk a few meters until I get to the door of Blair's parents' room. Mimi, there are many possibilities like the fact that they are not asleep yet. Do you think it's a good idea to go inside? I'm sorry, Master. I can't assist you in completing this mission. Hearing Mimi's reply, this takes me back to the numerous novels that I've read about Kaki systems. There was even one I read which was titled My Foot Licking System. It was one of the most horrible web novels I've ever read, where the MC would gain stupid foot-licking missions. I don't want to talk about the rest. Now that Mimi is out of the game, I'm left alone to rely on myself. It's not like this a hard mission to complete, but it's quite a tricky mission. To seduce my mother-in-law and betray my father-in-law. That's the aim of the mission. Right now, there are quite a few skills that I can use. Not to talk of my trump card, which are a fraction of my powers that I awakened. The problem is that if I were to use any of my powers apart from the system skill, Blair would wake up from her sleep. Fuck, I need to act fast. After rummaging through my system skills, most of them are pretty useless in this situation. The hidden rule of this mission is to not emit a speck of ki or vampiric aura that will alert Blair. And if I do, I will automatically fail the mission. The mission doesn't state that I need to use my original self or face to be with Mrs. Sanders. All I need to do is to be with her. The only usable skill I have right now is Bend Transform. The reason why I chose Bend Transform is that I can make myself look like a human or a vampire. That's because I can make my skin look like a human's and get rid of my fangs. However, they'll still have the same facial look. After fully plotting a plan inwardly, an evil smile slowly creeps up on my face. Since I can't go in using my identity as their son-in-law, then I will go in as the bad guy. Tony, I'm sorry, but your mom is about to get destroyed by me in the presence of your father. Fufufu, master your cunning plans these days scare me a lot. Ben transform, I say in a low voice, and in the next moment, my body starts shifting into the character Ben, while a very sharp dagger and a thick club appear in my hand. Chapter 202-202, I took the club and dagger from my inventory and armed myself with them, so that I would look like a hoodlum. And oh, I forgot to mention the fact that the clothes on my body right now are black pants and a white singlet, the perfect look for a hoodlum. However, there's still one problem, which is my face. I'm too handsome for a hoodlum. Ruffling my hair a lot, I make it very rough. Once done, I gently grab the doorknob to their room and slowly turn it. However, I suddenly realize that the door has been locked from behind. Forcing a little, the doorknob snaps, but the door opens anyway. Mr. and Mrs. Graham are asleep with a blanket covering their bodies. Seems they made things easier. Walking forward, I raise the blanket away from their body and see that they are stark naked without any stitch of clothing on them. Apart from this, it seems that they had sex before they slept. I hate to do this. It would have been nice if she could wash up, but I have no choice. Gritting my teeth, I tap Mrs. Sanders lightly. Despite having a human appearance right now, my strength is still like that of a vampire, so my light touch is like a heavy touch on Mrs. Sanders' body, making her wiggle on the bed for a few moments before opening her eyes in a flash. Who are you? Mrs. Sanders mumbles upon seeing my appearance. She was about to scream, but she kept quiet when she saw the sharp dagger and the club in my hand. Shush! Don't make any sound, I say, signaling to her to keep quiet by putting my index finger to my lips. Mrs. Sanders nods her head in fear, but I notice that her gaze is fixated on the wall. Yes, she's hoping that her son-in-law will wake up and incapacitate the hoodlum. If only she knew. Meanwhile, all this time, her husband is still asleep, unaware of his surroundings. What do you want? Mrs. Sanders asks with her hands covering her mouth. What do I want? Huh? I ask with a grin slowly forming on my face. I have to make the perfect expression of a perverted hoodlum. My request and goal are pretty simple. I have always stalked you, and I have found out every piece of information about you. You are quite a gorgeous, well-endowed woman, and you caught my attention. It's a shame that you are married. If not, I would have asked for your hand in marriage. I lie through my teeth, and in the next moment, a crazed expression appears on my face. However, that doesn't mean that I can't eat your beautiful body, I say with a perverted grin while staring at her lustfully. You, pervert, what do you want from me? Why are you doing this? I haven't wronged you in any way. Mrs. Sanders cries in fear, pulling the blanket tightly around herself. What I want is simple. I want you to be unfaithful to your husband with me, I say with a very serious expression. After saying these words, I feel a sense of guilt. Please don't do this. I can do any other thing, just not this. My husband is the only one I have ever been intimate with, and he has never cheated on me. I don't want to do this, please. Mrs. Sanders pleads while tears roll down her beautiful face. I have to be more serious. If not, it'll keep wasting my time here. I can't allow Blair to wake up. I grit my teeth inwardly and look at Mrs. Sanders for a few moments before raising my dagger in the air. Since you don't want to comply, then I have no choice but to kill your beloved husband. I think killing him would be the best option, as there will be no disturbance. And if you infuriate me further, they'll go over to the other room to kill your daughter and her lover, I say threateningly, raising my knife higher. Wait, please don't hurt them or my husband. They'll do anything, just don't hurt anyone. Mrs. Sanders says with fear while tears stream down her face. There's no single speck of hope left in her. What triggered Mrs. Sanders the most is the fact that I mentioned that I was going to hurt Blair and her lover. If only she knew that a random hoodlum wouldn't even be able to get close to Blair with a killing intent without his head being sent rolling. Fine. What are you waiting for? I ask with a raised brow while I drop my dagger on the side drawer and rest my club on the wall. Even if her husband wakes up right now, it wouldn't change anything because just my muscular and menacing figure can scare him senseless while I take his wife. Nodding her head and trying not to shout, Mrs. Sanders shifts her stance and lowers her hands from her chest. To be honest, Mrs. Sanders has a striking presence. Her appearance has always been understated by the long dresses she typically wears. Pulling down my pants, Mrs. Sanders opens her mouth in surprise. What are you doing? Mrs. Sanders trembles as she sees me approaching her slowly on the bed. Just relax, I say with a wink. The bed is quite large, so I can at least be able to please her. In the next moment, I get on top of her and plant a kiss on her lips. She wanted to reject my advance at first, but after taking a glance at her husband, she gave in. After kissing her for a few minutes, I kiss her nape and hold her close for a few minutes too. At this point, Mrs. Sanders is still crying, but she's overwhelmed and trying not to show it. She's conflicted about her reaction to what just happened, but it's not her fault. Once it's over, the moment fades and she catches her breath. Mrs. Sanders lets out a moan along with tears as she's angry at herself for moaning. I'm going in, Sanders, try not to moan loudly. I whisper into her ears while rubbing against her sensitive spot. Chapter 203, 203, I'm going in. Sanders, try not to moan loudly. I whisper into her ears while pulling her close. Without further ado, I take things further. Mrs. Sanders lets out a sharp moan, but I quickly cover her mouth. Although, it may seem like we fit perfectly together, that's not the case. I can feel something uncomfortable. It's painful. You're too big. Mrs. Sanders lets out a pain moan, but quickly shuts her mouth. They'll start moving. I say in a low voice before I begin moving slowly in a deliberate rhythm while holding Mrs. Sanders close. Huh. I increase my pace as I gently press her knees outward against the bed. With each forward motion, her body continuously makes sounds while releasing moisture. At this rate, Mrs. Sanders feels embarrassed by the fact that she is finding enjoyment with a stranger. I can see the tearful expression slowly changing into one of pure bliss. Feeling the urge to climax inside her contracting body, I decrease my pace significantly and move my face forward, planting a kiss on her juicy lips. Again, Mrs. Sanders tries to refuse my advances, but she eventually gives in. Her salty tongue and my tongue intertwine together as we exchange saliva. For some reason, the more I do this, the more thrilled I become about this forbidden encounter. Glancing over at her husband, he remains asleep, completely unaware that his beloved wife is lying beside him in their matrimonial bed. With surprise, eagerly, I continue and move with greater intensity with Mrs. Sanders, ignoring the loud sound that the bed is making. Creak, 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 creak. Ahan, as the intensity builds, Mrs. Sanders trembles beneath me, her body growing tense. I say with a groan as I increase my pace, holding her close. No, don't finish inside me. Please, today's not my safe day, Mrs. Sanders pleads fervently, but I don't listen as I give her one last mighty push and finish inside her. You won't get pregnant, woman. Mrs. Sanders doesn't say anything as I finish inside her. Only tears can be seen rolling down her beautiful face. What have you done? Mrs. Sanders suddenly speaks up after I finish and pull away. I finished inside you, I say as I get up from the bed and wear my clothes, then pick up my weapons afterward. You got what you wanted. Please leave. Don't come near my family again, or else you won't have a good ending. Mrs. Sanders says with a very serious expression. That's quite a threat from an average human. However, I'll keep to my word. If you need me to come after you again, just tap that device, I say, throwing a small black device at Mrs. Sanders. Next, she picks it up and starts inspecting it. It's a small black oval-shaped device with a circumference of about 1 inch. It has a small button in the center. It's one of the devices that Myra got for me along with my wristwatch. It will send a signal to me once that device has been tapped. And the most awesome thing about it is that it can't be traced, but well, it can be traced by its creator, Edgar Frost. I hate you. Please get out. Mrs. Sanders says with tears streaming down her beautiful face while using her right hand to gesture towards the door. One day, you will understand, I say with a smile and immediately get out of the room. Without wasting time, I move towards the main entrance of the house and break the lock with brute strength, forcing my way out. This was something I didn't do earlier. This way everything will seem legit, as if a thief or a hoodlum broke into the house. The moment I get outside, Rob doesn't run to or bark at me because it can tell from my scent that I'm not a stranger. However, I can see the confused look on the dog's face since my appearance is completely different right now. Walking several meters away from the house, I get behind an abandoned house and rest my back on the wall, letting out a long sigh. Ding! You've completed your mission involving Mrs. Sanders and Mr. Derek. All system skills have been unlocked. You have acquired 400,000 celestial points. The host will receive the reward after evolving to the Vampire Lord stage. I look at the system reward and let out a long sigh. Yes, I have completed the mission, but at what cost? By assaulting my mother-in-law. I can still feel the guilt lingering in my body. But at the same time, I was excited about it. Congratulations, Master. I wasn't expecting you to complete that mission using this method. But well, it worked for you. I have completed my mission. I just need to evolve to the Vampire Lord stage. Huh? Yes. Putting away my weapons into my inventory, I change my appearance back to my normal self with my pajamas on my body. And with the blink ability still in my body, I blink back into the room. As expected, Blair is still asleep. Yes, I just need to slowly climb onto the bed. However, before I can take a step forward, I suddenly hear Blair's voice. Jake, where are you coming from? Don't lie to me. I know when you stood and walked out of this room. I pretended to be asleep. What? How did she? Chapter 204, 204 Fear grips me after hearing Blair's words. Just how in the hell did she know? I have to calm down. I think inwardly while rummaging through my brain for a reply. Blair, I went outside after I noticed something odd from my sleep. And guess what? I realized that the door of the living room was broken along with the door to your parents' room. The perpetrators were about to break into our room when I noticed. And as if they knew, they took to their heels. I tried to chase after them by using their scent, but those people aren't novices. I explain and begin to tell Blair all sorts of tales. I don't know what to say right now, Jake. The truth is that I just realized that you weren't inside the room. I don't know the actual time you left. But is everyone safe? Blair asks with worry, trying to get up from the bed. Trust me, everyone is safe. I still don't know why the house was infiltrated. Sigh, it must have been some stupid burglars. I guess they were lured here by your car, which is packed outside. Maybe they were unable to steal it, so they decided to break into our house, hoping to steal something valuable. This isn't the first time that our house has been infiltrated. It's just weird that Rob didn't raise any alarm. Blair says with a hand on her chin. Rob is fine. When I saw him, there was a lot of dirt on his body. Master, why are you so good at lying? Maybe he was doing his thing, as usual. Blair speculates. I don't know what she's talking about when she says the word thing. Maybe it has something to do with Rob taking a leak or poop. Jake, let's go back to sleep. I want you to continue holding me till I fall asleep again. Blair says with a smile. Without hesitation, I get on the bed and wrap my hands around her waist from behind. It's already morning, and the chirping of mutated birds are slowly wheezing into my ears. Funny enough, 80% of most of these mutated birds are harmless. Heck, the mutated ones are reducing drastically, and this is all thanks to the mad scientist. The existence of mutants and zombies have also reduced significantly. The Earth right now is getting peaceful and turning into something it once was in history. Looking to the side of the bed, I notice that Blair is no longer by my side. Letting out a sigh, I get up from the bed and stretch out my body before yawning. Subsequently, I get into the bathroom and start taking a bath. Once I am done, I put on my clothes and get out of the room. The moment I get out, I walk straight into the living room. Right now, there's a repairman inside the living room fixing the door while Mr. Derek is standing beside him. Upon noticing my arrival, Mr. Derek turns around and we greet each other. Jake, thank you for waking up yesterday. A lot of damage wasn't done. Blair told me what happened this morning. Surprisingly, nothing was also missing. Mr. Derek says in appreciation while also telling me other things. Hearing his story, it sounds he doesn't know the unfortunate incident that happened to his wife yesterday night on their matrimonial bed. What about Mrs. Sanders? Oh, she's still sleeping. She seemed to be a little sick this morning, but I've gotten some drugs for her. She just needs a little rest. Mr. Derek says with a smile. I'm sick indeed. What a cuck. What about Blair? She's in the kitchen. Okay, once I talk to her, they'll come and see you, Mr. Derek. I say before leaving and heading toward the kitchen. Getting into the kitchen, I see Blair cooking some food. I don't know what type of food she's cooking, but it seems to be human food. She behaves like she has not noticed my arrival and continues to do what she's doing. She probably wants me to hold her from behind. With this notion in mind, I tiptoe towards her and wrap my hand around her waist, leaning close behind her. Good morning, honey. You're finally awake. Blair says with a smile while cooking. Yeah, I woke up a few moments ago. Just stay still, let me do something. I say while trying to get closer to her, but Blair keeps stopping me. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that someone is looking at us? Blair says with a red face as she turns around and stares in a certain direction behind me. What the foo, Tony? I say in surprise as I see Tony standing while resting his back on the tiled wall of the kitchen. Don't be surprised. You were just focused on doing perverted things with my little sister, which is why you didn't notice my presence. By the way, how are you doing, friend? Tony asks with a bitter smile. I don't know what to say as I start rubbing the back of my head in embarrassment. It'll leave you two alone, Blair suddenly declares after seeing the way I'm embarrassed. She doesn't forget to turn off the appliance that she was using to cook. "I'm good, Bull. How are you doing?" I ask as I give him a slight, warm hug. "Well, since you weren't around, Zach and I joined a small faction pending the time the super's examination would begin." "I see. What about Barry?" "I haven't heard from him, but he also seems to have gotten an ability. His ability is not the combat type ability, though." Tony explains. After talking for a moment and reuniting, Tony suddenly puts on a serious expression. "I wasn't expecting that you'd knock Blair up so quickly. Honestly, I'm not mad at you. In fact, I am very happy, because I have seen how far and strong Blair has gotten. I can't thank you enough, Jake. I'm not here to berate you. Let's talk about your wedding date," Tony says with a radiant smile. Chapter 205 right now. I'm on my way back home, driving. A date has been picked for me and Blair's wedding, which is 5 days from now. Apart from that, I also had a little chat with Tony. Tony and Zach have joined a small faction whose job is to hunt down the remaining lingering zombies and mutants. It will be only a matter of time before they are completely wiped out from the surface of the earth. Although it may sound weird that they're getting rid of the mutants and zombies effortlessly just like that, there's a reason behind it. The reason is that Edgar Frost has finally created a gas that can heal anyone that was bitten by a zombie or mutant in less than a month. The zombies and mutant population kept getting larger because they kept infecting people. But now, that isn't the case anymore, as people even carry this gas with them wherever they're going. So, the population of zombies and mutants is reducing drastically. The most amazing thing about this gas is that it can heal plants, animals, and people, stopping them from getting mutated or spreading the infection. And well, those zombies and mutants that have been infected for more than a month before the creation of the gas will simply be put out of their misery, if you get what I mean. That's why many existing and new factions are scouring around to wipe out all the mutants and zombies. Sometime later, I get home and park my car in the parking lot. Although I have plans to see Lilith and talk about our relationship, today doesn't seem to be the day. Besides, she and her mom would have heard about the brutal death of the Hawks family. That reminds me, Lilith will probably be at school now. I really should get her a phone. My worry now is that Lilith is getting mature and on the verge of turning 17. She might want to get closer to me. Either way, getting close to her won't harm her. I should marry her soon after marrying Blair. I think inwardly as I alight from my car. At a very young age like this, I already have many wives and wives-to-be. Will I ever stop, or will I continue accumulating women into my harem? This really is a big question, Sai. Walking into the elevator, I finally get to our apartment a few seconds later and enter inside. Click, creak. Just as expected, Aurora and Stella are sitting down on a 3-seater couch in the living room, watching an interesting program. Stella and Aurora are getting closer day by day, making me wonder if Misty won't be jealous of their relationship. Misty, the Yandra woman, gets angry and jealous over the slightest thing. This surely will soon cause another drama, sigh. As if just noticing, Stella and Aurora turn their bodies around in a jerk, as if surprised to see me. Jake, Master calling out my name, the two women get up from the couch in excitement and begin running towards me to hug me. Of course, Aurora is fast to use her blink ability, appearing directly in my arms and hugging me. Good morning, honey, Aurora says in excitement as she kisses me fiercely while her ass jiggles in her skin-tight, short nightgown. She seems happy today. I think inwardly as I observe Aurora's mood. Meanwhile, the Beast Girl is standing behind Aurora with a pout on her face. Her horns are slightly pink right now, but I don't know what that means. Perhaps, maybe she's jealous. With time, you'll learn all about what the colors of her horns mean. Aurora, let me guess, you were happy about yesterday, right? You know, we can go into the room right now and have some fun. I whisper into Aurora's ears. What? Aurora's face burns hot red in embarrassment as she separates herself from me and punches me slightly. Well, you can put it like that, but I'm not doing anything with you this morning, Aurora says with a flushed expression while fiddling with her fingers. Giving her one last kiss, I move toward the next person and hug her. How are you doing, Stella? I ask as I caress her horns. Master, Stella wants to play. Stella replies with a flushed expression while her horns turn bright pink. I see. I seem to have gotten it. Her horns turn pink if she's flustered or blushing. Then they will turn red if she's angry. I remember the day she was talking about the way her kinsman treated her. Her horns were red with a bit of orange. I still don't know what the orange color means. It would be better if I found out myself rather than asking her. I think inwardly while caressing Stella's horns and thinking about her request. Well played tonight. I whisper into her ears. Really? Yes, Wah. Master is the best, Stella says in excitement, kissing my cheeks before hopping away towards the kitchen in excitement. Well, the play she's talking about is humiliating her in public like the one I did in the train in public park. Although what I found out is that it isn't compulsory to attract people's attention to her while doing lewd things to her in public. The main thing that excites Stella is the feeling of being humiliated and put down in front of many people. She also finds the idea of being watched and noticed in that situation to be thrilling, rather than simply being caught doing something embarrassing. Jake, are you talking about taking her out and doing that again? Aurora asks with an eyes roll. She doesn't seem to like the idea at all. She has even tried convincing Stella many times, but she ended up failing. Well, you can't blame me though. It's her thing. She has that fetish, and she will be sad if I don't fulfill her request. I tell Aurora while shrugging my shoulders, trying to prove that I'm not the bad guy. Humph, I have made breakfast. Should I serve you? Aurora asks with a smile, trying to get over Stella's case forcefully. Yeah, I'm freaking hungry. Please can you also prepare a hot bath for me? The temperature that's suitable for a vampire. I tell Aurora. Okay, honey. They'll also join you there, Aurora says with a wink as she walks away while her ass jiggles with each of her movements. What the fuck? When did Aurora learn to be this romantic? She must have been receiving advice from someone. It must be Stella, but that is a bit sus. I think inwardly while shaking my head and walking towards the dining room. Chapter 206 over the Peakum, I let out a mouth-watering groan. Immediately, I smell the food Aurora has made for me. It's made from unique ingredients that were gotten from the vampire's planet. It's called Slamona because it contains the meat of a lizard-type creature that can only be found on the vampire's planet. The aroma of the food alone made me drool so badly. I felt like digging in with my bare hands. Without wasting any time, I pick up my fork and knife and start to scoop the food. I would have liked to use my hands instead. Unfortunately, I can't because Aurora is a fanatic about food etiquette. If it had been Misty or Mom, I could have gotten away with it. Jake, are you enjoying it? Aurora asks seductively as she sits down opposite me. Oh, of course I'm enjoying it. It's freaking delicious. I reply quickly while my mouth is stuffed with food. Foo-foo-foo. You seem to be enjoying it. But do you know the person that cooked it? Aurora asks with a giggle. Huh, what sort of question is that? Aren't you the one who cooked it? I ask as I stop eating for a moment. I'm not the one that cooked it. I lied about cooking it earlier. Do you remember what Misty called you for yesterday night? Fuck. Now that I remember, Misty called me over the phone for dinner yesterday. She told me that was a very special one that I mustn't miss. But I told her to keep the food inside the refrigerator till I return. Realizing the whole situation, I look at Rora with a bemused expression. I thought you cooked it. I say with a stutter. Misty is so mad. Yeah, I can imagine. I say in a low voice, slowly losing my appetite. She was just trying to keep her emotions in check yesterday, since that was the first time you've ever done something like that. Even this morning, she was moody till she left for work. Aurora explains truthfully. Sigh, now that I remember, honey, my mall is ready to open. I have done a lot of advertisements and online ads directed at the people that are living in District A. So, when do you think I should start? Aurora asks with a brightened expression while fiddling with her fingers. Maybe next week or this week. But next week will be the best. Use this week to recruit employees and other staffs. I say encouragingly. Thank you, Jake Oof. It seems like she has stopped the habit of calling me Daddy. It was very cringy. Have you prepared the hot bath? Yes, honey. Ahan. It feels so intense. Yes, keep going right there. Ahan. Ahan. You're so strong, Daddy. Pa. 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 Aurora lets out sounds of passion as I hold her from behind with vigor. Right now, the bathtub is shaking as both of us share a moment of deep connection. Suddenly something crosses my mind. Something that I have always wanted to ask Aurora. With this question in my mind, I grab her hair and yank it, making her head move backward in a jerk. Yeah, that was painful. Aurora lets out a painful moan at my sudden action, but due to the fact that I am still moving behind her in the doggy position, she doesn't think much about it. Aurora, why didn't you tell me about your blood power? I ask, increasing my pace. Even Aurora looks shocked at my sudden action, and she immediately understands the reason why I yanked her hair earlier. Hey, honey, why are you asking me this now? Elle est sans pH. Before she can complete her words, I land a slap on her soft, jiggling ass. Tell me, why didn't you inform me about your blood power? What type is it? I ask again, pulling her closer, overwhelmed with emotion. I didn't hide it from Kya. You're going to be a mother soon. Do we still need to lie to each other? I ask, faking extreme anger. The way I am moving my waist now is extremely fast, like a blur to the naked eye. If it was any average or normal vampire, they would have been broken. Jay, just stop fucking me for a moment. It'll answer your questions. Why should I agree? Answer my questions like this? I say as I continue struggling aggressively. Please just stop for a moment. Aurora cries out in frustration. Now that I realize it, her body is tense and flushed from the intensity of the moment. Just how aroused can she get? Zizek, my blood power is very complicated and embarrassing. It's not like I want to hide it from you. Aurora's face turns red as she turns around and starts talking. Oh, you see, to use my blood power, I need to always absorb your energy. The more of your energy I absorb, the more my blood power will get stronger. The reason is that you're the one with the strongest blood power, absolute control, and a vampire with the strongest aura. Do you don't mind my words? Honey, even if you were not the one with the absolute blood control power, I will simply not use my blood power. Aurora says truthfully, her face completely red at this point. I think I know the name now. I say, my face turning a bit red too. Don't say the name, please. Clears throat Aurora. I think we have unfinished business. Why don't you come closer a little bit? I say, pulling her closer. Aurora doesn't pull away, but her face is all red as if all her blood rushed to it. I can tell she is extremely flustered right now. Soon after, only Aurora's loud complaints can be heard throughout the building. I'm sure that most of our neighbors will be embarrassed and left in awe at my ability to make a quiet woman such as Aurora laugh so loudly with such enthusiasm. Of course, they'll surely know that it's Aurora because, well, they are neighbors. And neighbors are much more of a stalker than one can imagine. They can even tell me a story about myself that I don't know. Smiley face. Chapter 207 Misty's office currently. I'm on my way to Misty's workplace. I'm driving a red Bachmay. I'm trying to get accustomed to, and at the same time enjoy this type of luxury, pending the time I gain admission into the Supers Academy. However, to me, this car has so many disadvantages. First of all, it's very slow. I can even run faster than the top speed of this car without using any key, by using only my vampire aura. Either way, there's a certain thrill I get when driving it. There's also this problem of having to buy crystals to power them. Buying a mini stealth spaceship would have been much better. I will soon get it though, but that will be postponed for future purposes. Sometime later, I get to Misty's workplace and drive into the parking lot. When I am done parking the car, I'll walk towards the building. It's a large skyscraper building completely made with glass. It's the main general hospital in District A. This hospital is practically free for everyone, and it's one of the best hospitals. There are several hundreds, if not thousands of healers, surgeons, and staff alternating between the day and night shifts. Misty is a top healer here, and probably one of the best. According to the ranking of the healers here, Misty would be in the top 5. However, despite having a high rank and receiving a huge income, Misty prefers to live a simple life and use her power to heal patients in need rather than being in her office doing almost nothing. Just like her colleagues who have nothing better to do other than controlling the lower-level healers. Among the top 5 healers here, their shifts are assigned with a system that I have no idea about. However, Misty was placed on the permanent day shift upon her request after getting married. Leaking out a sigh, I walk into the building. I can see many people from different races coming in and out of here. The hall of the hospital is bustling with many pregnant women, mothers, and children, along with patients and victims that are being brought in with emergency stretchers. Some of the patients on the stretchers are groaning in pain as they are taken to where they will receive medical attention. Very soon, Blair will have a baby bump, followed by Myra, Kira, and Hayes. Misty and Aurora's pregnancy will still take at least 2.5 years before any baby bump begins to appear. Am I really ready to become a father? Perhaps a king? Or something higher? Thinking about it, my face turns a little red. Right now, many people's gazes are fixated on me, especially the women's. Some would look at me and turn their faces away immediately with pink blushes on their faces. They are elves, dragons, beastkins, drafts, cyclops, lamias, and many other races. Some of these women wouldn't mind if I approached them, given how they are looking at me. Some bold women approached me and requested my phone number. Of course, I gave some of the married women my number. It would be interesting to get to know their husbands better. Sometime later, after asking a few questions and directions here and there, I arrived in front of Misty's office. This time, she seems to be in her personal office and not healing patients or attending to them in the ward as I expected. There were some embarrassing moments while I was asking for Misty's office and seeking permission. When some of her colleagues learned that I was her husband, they were very happy. Some even went as far as ahem, requesting my number. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Before I can even say anything, Misty tells me to come inside. Without wasting time, I grab the doorknob and turn it, entering Misty's office. Honey, I am Aria. I pause my words immediately. I notice that a woman is sitting opposite Misty, and her face seems to be quite familiar. Yes, she's Misty's best friend. Hi, Mr. Jake. My name is Vera. Do you remember me? Vera suddenly speaks up with a smile on her face. The distinguishing thing about her is her white, elongated ears and the furry tail sticking out from her, but this immediately allowed me to recognize her as Misty's best friend, Vera the Fox. Not just any fox, she's the queen of the foxes. A small beastkin clan, not so small though. I have to admit that Vera is an extremely beautiful woman. Of course, I remember you, Vera. I say with a smile as I stretch my hand forward for a handshake. Glad to hear that you do. Misty has also told me a lot about you as her husband, Crown Prince Jake. Vera says with a giggle as she accepts the handshake. You don't need to call me that. I haven't even had a coronation. I reply with a laugh while rubbing the back of my head. You should really do that soon. After all, the vampires have all been waiting for their crown prince to grow immediately after he was born. Vera replies while she continues shaking my hand. I feel like this handshake is getting a little bit weird as she refuses to release my hand, at least not until she finally slipped a small piece of paper into my hand. The moment the tiny piece of paper gets into my hand, Vera retracts her hand, ending the handshake. This woman looks creepy. As a smart guy, I skillfully hide the paper without letting Misty know or suspect anything. Raising my head, I see Misty directly in front of me with a faint blush on her face. Without saying anything, she hugs me and plants a kiss on my lips without minding the presence of her friend. I couldn't sleep yesterday night. Misty whispers into my ears after our intense kiss. I'm sorry, you don't need to worry. I was just being selfish. Misty says with a smile and separates herself from me. I knew that you were coming this morning, so I told Vera to also come since she said she wanted to see you privately. Misty says while walking towards the door. Privately, I repeat the word again. Yes, I wanted to see you privately, Mr. Jake. You see, apart from being Misty's best friend, I'm also her therapist. So, I want to talk to you about Misty. I haven't told her what I want to see you for. It's something that I would like only you to know. Vera says with a wink. Chapter 208 Vera Yes. I wanted to see you privately, Mr. Jake. You see, apart from being Misty's best friend, I'm also her therapist. So, I want to talk to you about Misty. I haven't told her what I want to see you for. It's something that I would like only you to know. Vera says with a wink. Oh, okay. I reply a bit confused. Honey, it's okay. Vera just wants to talk to you for a few moments. Misty says with a smile. Is Misty straight out dumb or clueless? This woman is after you, Jake. She wants to take her best friend's man. Isn't that good, foo-foo-foo? Here is the thing. Misty isn't dumb or anything. She trusts her best friend a lot. This is because Vera is her best friend, therapist, and a married woman. Alas, people are not to be trusted that much. Misty is very protective of her man and doesn't like to get betrayed. If it wasn't for the fact that I told Misty that I might die if I didn't frequently cheat on her because of my system, I wouldn't even be able to take a look at other women. Despite this, Misty still feels saddened sometimes about the number of women I have. I explained to Mimi, but still, that woman is dangerous. I can feel in my guts. She isn't the queen of the foxes for nothing. Jake, you'll be taking my leave, Misty says with a smile as she steps out of the office, leaving me and Vera alone. Vera clears her throat. Right now, we are both sitting opposite each other with a small table separating us. Because of the size of this table, we are pretty close. Mr. Jake, how are you doing? Vera suddenly speaks up, placing her hands on the desk. I am good, I reply. You bitch, you've asked me before. I see. I just wanted to talk to you about a few things, Mr. Jake. Oh my, this room is heating up, Vera says with a slutty face as she slowly zips down her clothes, showing me her deep cleavage. She's wearing a red fashion jumpsuit with a zip in the front, running from her neckline down to her bottom. To be very honest, Vera is a very beautiful woman whose beauty no man would be able to resist. And that leaves me in a very bad situation right now. Smiley face. As I was saying, Vera speaks up again while lowering her zip further. At this rate, the color of her bra, purple, is on display along with her boobs, which one caged within it, and they seem like they are about to spill out. Mrs. Vera, can you make it snappy? I have limited time here, I say with a polite smile on my face. Sure, Vera says with a slightly embarrassed expression and starts talking. My main reason for coming here is that I have a deal to propose to the next vampire king. The Fox's planet, which is also the home planet of the Nikos, has a lot of high-tier beasts roaming on its surface. Since I'm 100% sure that you're going to be the next king, I'd like to trade some high-tier beast crystals with something that the vampires have in abundance, Slitherium. Vera says with a straight expression. I don't reply for some moments as I think about her proposal. Have you forgotten, Mrs. Vera, that the Nico Queen is my wife? And if I remember correctly, you also attended our wedding. Yeah, I remember that. Vera mumbles while her cheeks flush slightly. I see. I think I know what she wants now. You don't have to worry, Mr. Jake. I have talked with Hayes regarding this proposal, and she agreed to it. I see. What grade of crystals? Well-exchanged crystals ranging from basic tier to emperor tier. The highest rank of beasts we have on our planet are the emperor rank beasts, and they are quite rare. However, the legendary rank beasts will be abundant if our travelers work harder. Other travelers can also hunt on our planet if they have a pass and follow our guidelines. Vera explains in detail. I see. You've got yourself a deal then. I promise to make good business with your fox race, I say with a neutral voice, agreeing to her proposal. Are we done? I ask, raising my hands a little bit. To be honest, I'm trying so hard not to stare at this woman, but her actions are making things complicated for me. Right now, her zip is down halfway through. No doubt this woman wants me, but why? I think I know the reason. During my wedding with Hayes and Anne, Vera was also present, so she probably saw what happened that day. It's no news that the Nico mother and daughter duo likes to share things and do the same thing. So, it was not surprising to the Nico race that their queen and princess were getting married to the same man. The wedding was similar to that of the vampires, but a little bit more complicated and weird. Compared to only hearing sound from the bride in the vampire culture, the guests would have to witness an intimate ceremony between the bride and the groom. Though not vividly, they still get to see the couple partake in a private ritual. To cut the story short, on my wedding day with Hayes and a lot of people were watching us, and Vera was among those people. Mr. Jake, I still have something to talk to you about if you don't mind. I don't mind. As Misty's therapist, am concerned about something, which is her sex life. Mr. Jake, do you really always stress Misty on the bed, like having too much sex with her? Nowadays, whenever I call her over the phone, I notice that she often complains about being tired, leg aches, abdominal pain, and well. Lower. Ahem. Private parts. Vera pauses her words, as she is a bit embarrassed by the way I'm looking at her. Did Misty tell you all these? What? It's women-to-women talk, but I was just worried about her. Vera says with a stutter. I was right. Vera wants me. Vera, you could have been straightforward. At first, you took a bold approach, but later on you faltered. Now that you've made me excited, you have to pay for it. I say with a slight grin as I stand up. Chapter 209 Vera Part 2 Vera, you could have been straightforward. At first, you took a bold approach, but later on you faltered. Now that you've got me excited, you have to pay for it. I say with a slight grin as I get up. What do you want? Vera asks with a stutter as she pushes her chair backward. Her breathing is also getting rough while her jumpsuit opens further, making me see her full cup bra with floral designs on them. Isn't this what you want? You gave me your number earlier because you wanted to date me, your best friend's man. Not only that, but you were also questioning the way Misty and I are together. How about I show you what our relationship is really like? I say, closing the distance between us. Looking at Vera, it seems like she had the intention to seduce me after giving me her number by making me come after her later. However, she has crossed the line and now she has to pay for it. Without wasting time, I pick her up from the chair and put her on the table, making her lie down on her back. She is somewhat petite, so I was able to do this effortlessly. Seeing the situation that she's in, Vera looks at me in awe because she didn't even realize that I had carried her and placed her on the table. I was just too fast. Right now, her white furry tail is curled around her left thigh in anticipation of what is about to come, while her ears are somewhat fluttering in excitement. I wasn't expecting anything to happen between us today. I was just trying to seduce you and make sure that you would come after me later. Don't be in haste. Why don't you let us do it another time, me and you alone in a private place? I know this is very wrong, but I just can't help it. Misty would be very mad if she finds out. Yet here, I am chasing after a man, Vera says in a low voice, trying to coax me into not giving in to her advances right now. But I want to be close to you right now, I say in disagreement as I begin to unzip her jacket. Seeing my persistence, Vera doesn't say anything again as she slowly unwraps her tail around her thigh. This is a sign that she's ready to be with me right here. To top it all off, her tail is wiggling around and touching the back of my hand. You can touch my tail? What the heck? But I thought only your husband is allowed to touch your tail? I ask in surprise, although I would have touched it even if she didn't want me to. But seeing the Queen of the Foxes willingly allowing me to touch her tail is quite surprising. Vera chuckles. Haven't you heard? My husband died a while ago. He died of a certain sickness. I tried my best to save him, but all my efforts were wasted. I guess his time came. Vera explains the incident to me briefly. I see. That was the reason why I didn't see her with her king on my wedding day with Anne and Hayes. The incident must have happened during the time I wedded Misty. But why didn't she tell me? Even though the Fox Queen has a higher position than the consort is still very much respected and is always with the queen. I should have noticed. I didn't know. Sorry about your loss. I say apologetically. Foo. I wouldn't cheat on my husband if he was alive. I'm a loyal woman, Vera says teasingly. Why do you want to do it with me, of all people? I decide to ask this one final question before stepping up my game. Learning about Vera's husband's death left me a little flabbergasted. There is no one left to betray. Because I like you. I won't say I love you because we barely even talk. I don't know much about you, but after hearing a lot about you from Misty and Hayes, it made me jealous, and I realize that you'll be the perfect man for me. I know that what I'm doing is wrong, but I guess I'll have to solve things with Misty later on. So, I'm asking you, Jake, can I have your baby? Vera asks with her sapphire eyes gleaming as she looks at me in anticipation. What is this uneasy feeling? I am feeling hot all of a sudden. Misty thinks inwardly. Right now, she's sitting down on a bench in the hallway that leads to her office. Taking a glance at the air conditioner, she realizes that it's working perfectly. Besides, it's extremely rare for vampires to sweat. Jake and Vera should be done with their discussion. Wait a minute. Now that I remember, Vera is already single with Jake. Fuck, I should check on them. Misty mumbles as she hurriedly gets up and sprints towards her office, making passers-by and observers look at her like a mad woman. Chapter 2, 10 Misty's doubts Jake and Vera should be through with their discussion. Wait a minute, now that I remember. Vera is already single with Jake. Fuck, I should check on them. Misty mumbles as she hurriedly gets up and sprints towards her office, making passers-by and observers look at her like a mad woman. That would be impossible. Please, you'll be loyal. Vera says, looking at me with almost teary eyes. We barely even know each other. You can't just have my baby. We can take things slowly, and it will surely work out. I'm a very good woman, you know? Jake chuckles at you asking me out. I say with a small laugh. I find Vera's personality quite interesting. Yes, I'm asking you out. Vera says with a confident expression. Jake chuckles again if you say, so then, I shall continue. I say with a small smile as I step closer to her. Though I haven't completely removed her outfit yet. Be gentle with me, Vera says with a slightly red face. Without saying anything, I move my hands to help her out of it. Cursing out a little, I suddenly stop moving my hand towards Vera's chest. She also looks surprised at my sudden reaction, fearing that I may have changed my mind. Is anything wrong? Misty is coming. Quickly get dressed. You know we didn't lock the door, I say as I move away from her and help her to get up. Hearing my words, a fearful expression appears on Vera's face as she panics. But with my enhanced speed, I am very quick to dress her up and push her back on her seat. Click, creak, click. The door suddenly opens up and Misty enters the room, looking restless while sizing me and Vera up. Are you guys done talking? Misty asks with a smile. She looks a little happy after seeing that nothing is going on between me and Vera. Of course, I notice these small details because I can see the fluctuation of her aura right now. And I was also able to discern her presence due to her vampire aura. Furthermore, Vera is also quick to switch to her former demeanor and act normal. Vera thinks that Misty doesn't suspect a thing, but I don't blame her because she can't see Misty's aura the way I do. No, but we're almost done talking. Mr. Jake, since we are practically done, I don't think there's anything left for us to talk about again. We'll take my leave now, Vera says as she stands up from her chair and walks towards the door. Even though we didn't get caught by Misty, Vera looks very restless and disturbed right now, which is a very understandable situation. Right now, Vera's lips are moving after seeing that Misty's gaze is focused on me. She's trying to tell me something silently. The way her lips are moving, it's as if she's saying the words call me. It was nice chatting with you, Mrs. Vera. I hope we see you some other time and receive your interesting lectures again. I say with a polite smile. With my perfect acting, there's 99.9% assurance that Misty won't suspect that something happened between me and her best friend. Oh, sure, Mr. Jake. You're a very nice person. I wouldn't mind giving you some of those lectures in the future. Hee. Vera replies with mischievous giggles, returning the same energy to me as she gets out of the office. Misty also follows her and sends her off. Oof. I was about to eat her up. I mutter as I rest comfortably on the chair. If only I could use Key on her. I would have confused her and made her change her mind about coming into the office at that moment. But I wouldn't even think about using it because of Amber. Compared to my monstrous Key pool, Amber's Key is a dark, sinister one from the abyss of evil. Whenever I remember the sinister aura I felt from Amber on the Elves planet, a feeling of horror always overwhelms me. At that time, I was still clueless about the existence of Key. I thought it was some kind of Valkyrie aura. It was only when I knew about Key I realized how sinister that aura was. It bore a lot of hate and disgust. Sometime later, Misty enters the office and sits down on my lap. As she sits there facing me, the fragrance that's coming up from her chest is making me feel mesmerized as she buries my head in her cleavage. Honey, I've been dying to hug you like this since yesterday. Misty mumbles romantically. I also missed you. And I want to tell you that I am sorry for letting your efforts go to waste. Yes, sure. It wasn't wasted. You ate it this morning, right? Misty asks, putting her index finger on my lips. Yes. Then you don't need to apologize. She replies, giving me a delicate kiss. What were you and Vera talking about? Misty asks curiously. It's as if she can't just get her mind off what Vera and I talked about in her absence. Well, it's nothing much. She gave me some tips on how to be a better husband, and I start telling Misty some things that Vera spoke to me about while I add a few things and omit some other details. I also tell her about Vera's business proposal if I become king. After telling Misty my half-cooked story, a bright smile blooms on her face. You're making me feel exhilarated now, Jake. How will you improve and be a much better husband? It would be amazing if you get better and correct some of your flaws. Misty says, looking away, it'll start from here. I reply as I slowly start loosening her blue healer dress. Seeing me unbuttoning her gown halfway down, Misty holds my hands, stopping me. Take it easy, honey. I want us to do something. The thing vampire couples do to increase their bond. Suck my blood. Honey, it has been a while since you did that to me. Misty says with love-filled eyes, baring her neck to me. Chapter 2:11 Caught in 4K. Take it easy, honey. I want us to do something. The thing vampire couples do to increase their bond. Suck my blood. It has been a while since you did that to me. Misty says with love-filled eyes, baring her neck to me. Hearing her words, I don't hesitate as I sink my fangs in her neck, sucking her delicious blood. Indeed, vampires can't drink each other's blood. But that isn't the case for vampire couples. After performing the marriage ritual successfully, couples will be able to drink each other's blood to strengthen their bond. However, most vampire couples don't do it because it has many downsides if its rules are broken. Ahan, Misty gasps as a strange sensation washes over her, and her body trembles involuntarily. Her limbs feel heavy and her thoughts grow hazy. The stronger the aura of a vampire, the more potent the fang's toxins affect the prey, though the experience is far from pleasant. It only makes the prey's body weak and painless and sends waves of pleasure through them while their blood is being sucked. It's okay, Misty says in a low voice, stopping me from sucking her blood further. Obliging her words, I remove my fangs from her neck and carry her towards the table, gently putting her down on it. Honestly, I'm still always proud of my sister. She's one of the most beautiful vampire women. Everything about her is almost perfect, from her body figure to her personality. She's a very good wife. I still wonder about the person who put the neural billycock on her. Just why and for what reason? Misty, why did you dye your hair? I ask while ruffling her hair, which is scattered all over the desk. I have always dyed my hair, but it's been a while since you dyed it. I did to look good for you. You are adorable with the white hair, though. I don't want you to dye it again. I say with a small sigh. You have become a man, Jake. Look at us right here, married. I have always wished that you would marry me when you were still young. Even Grandpa and Dad said that we would make a good couple. You'll become the king, and he'll become the queen. But all my dreams began to shatter since Zella came into your life. Even though we're together, I always feel wronged by you having other women. Don't get mad at my nagging. It's just something that hurts me all the time. Even if I try to forget it, you just keep doing things that hurts my feelings. Misty says, her face getting teary all of a sudden as if a dam is about to burst open. She likes crying any time I do something to her. Hearing her words, a frown forms on my face. What do you mean, Misty? I don't know what I did wrong. Is it because I spent the night with Bladash? Not that, it's not that. Did you think I wouldn't know? Misty bellows, pushing me away from her body. With a teary face, she puts her bra back on and starts dressing up. What the fuck is going on? She was acting normal a while ago, and her attitude took a complete turn after sucking her blood. Does she think I want to divorce her or something? It's not even possible because this is not the first time sucking her blood. I said earlier that there are many downsides to couples sucking each other's blood. One of the downsides is that they won't be able to leave each other. If that's the case, then Misty allowed me to drink her blood again for the assurance that a separation won't occur between us. To me, this doesn't make any sense because once we've sucked each other's blood, we can never have the privilege to divorce again. Secondly, it wouldn't be okay to divorce my sister after marrying her. Is she scared and confused that a divorce might happen? Misty, seriously, why are you trying to bring up an argument all of a sudden? I ask in a neutral voice, looking at Misty, who is still dressing up with tears streaming down her beautiful face. Really? I have become an insane woman who will always bring up unnecessary arguments. Right. Did you think I wouldn't know? Do you think I'm stupid? Misty screams, coming closer to me. Know what? I ask in a calm voice with my arms folded. This is the first time I have ever seen Misty so angry while raising her voice at me to such an extent. Is it Bika? You were with Vera? Did you think I wouldn't know? I was trying to keep my emotions in check, but I can't hold them in anymore. Her presence is all over you while your presence is also all over her. I know that you deceived or manipulated her. Vera would never do such a shameful thing. Can't you be reserved for once? Misty starts yelling, her voice getting louder. Fuck. She knew. I didn't even think about the scent. I agree that I messed this up, but I can't accept the fact that she's blaming me for what happened. Her friend was the one who seduced me, not the other way around, and I didn't have sex with her in the end. I didn't do any of this, though. Vera seduced me, believe me, and we didn't end up having sex. I say, trying to calm Misty down, but she doesn't believe me. Since there's no solution to get out of this, I should toy with her a little bit. This will be a lesson to her to always trust my words and not believe her friend over me. Misty, since you believe your friend over me and think I'm always hurting you, I feel we should give each other a break. Or better still, find a way to break the rule and divorce. You might meet someone that will make you happy. I say with a steep expression. What do you mean, Jake? Misty asks with a stutter, her body turning limp all of a sudden after hearing my words. I don't mean any of my words, but if I don't do this, there will be a trust gap between me and Misty. Chapter 212b, Volume 3, Monologue, Time Jump. It has been a month now, with just a week left before the Super's examination commences. Things have been dramatic and interesting around me. It is an unexplainable experience. In the past month, I have gotten married to Lilith, Blair, and Elsa. Of course, Elsa was supposed to be my slave, but after many interactions with her in the past month, I realized that she's indeed a very good woman. However, she just seems to have a sharp mouth and is very talkative if she opens up to you. Moreover, Elsa is also a subclass just like Lilith, but she is more on the vampire side. Because of her demonic genes, Elsa tends to be quite annoying sometimes, just like the first day we met. This caused quite an issue between her and the other women at first, but after some time, they learned that she was just like that. Besides, Elsa has also been trying very hard to be more likable and not act cocky like she always did. Now that I remember, there's also a massive conflict between Misty and me. Of course, Misty and I settled the dispute about me and Vera. Things became normal, but due to my selfish interest, I looked for Vera, laid with her, and she became pregnant while the two were secretly dating. When Misty learned about it, she was enraged and felt betrayed by Vera. This caused a huge fight between us. She tried to kill Vera with her own hands several times, but was always stopped by Mom, Blair, or the mother-daughter duo, and Hayes. Eventually, the case was settled by some old vampires that came from the Verdict House after Misty threatened to kill herself if Vera didn't die. smiley face. In short, Misty agreed to my relationship with Vera after thorough persuasion, but forbade me from marrying her as a condition. Since then, Misty has been emotionally stressed, and I've been trying my best to make her happy again, which is slowly working. Though Vera may not be married to me, she's still one of my permanent women nevertheless, just like Zella. Currently, I'm lying down on a large bed inside my mom's room. Oh, I forgot to mention, we've moved to my mom's house, which is quite spacious. Every one of my women have their personal room, and there are still some empty rooms, which shows how spacious this house became after Mom renovated it. The only person who is yet to come and live with me is Lilith, and that is because she just got to the 12th grade final year. Though this decision was made by me because Lilith was against it and insisted that we live together after getting married. However, I also have my own reasons. The reason is that Lilith is always trying to get intimate with me, which might lead to me doing something to her in the process. Not that I'm scared of doing that or something, but during that process, she might not be able to control her Eitree's power, Sonic Scream, thus destroying everything around her. As a teen, while also being my youngest harem member, younger than Blair by almost a year, she has intense emotions. There are many occasions when she'll become emotional and excited just from my few gestures of affection and romance. That is why we've hired an expert, female, who will teach her to control her power in that kind of situation without destroying things. Furthermore, my women's relationship is getting better day by day. They no longer fight about who will sleep overnight with me or who will cook for me. They now do things in unison. I usually sleep in any one of their rooms, following my chart. Or I may invite all of them into my room to hang out. Wakey, wakey, pervert. I hear a loud, familiar voice. Opening my eyes, I let out a sigh, raising my right hand, and trying to shoo the disturbance away. Get the fuck away from here, Mimi, I say with a groan, swaying my hand in the air. In the past month, Mimi has also improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, she's no longer looking like a wisp of light. She looks like a fairy, albeit in an ethereal form. Suddenly, I feel a pair of soft hands wrapping around my body. You really should stand up, Jake, Mom says, popping her head out of the sheets. Good morning, honey, Mom says, planting a kiss on my lips. Currently, underneath the sheets, we are both stark naked. Good morning, I reply, kissing her back and pulling her into a tight cuddle. He'll get up, but it's not even 8 a.m. yet. I say, after a tender moment, the earlier the better. Mom says softly. After a few minutes of silence, Jill breaks the silence. Jake, about the baby issue. After using many things like the other women, I am still unable to conceive. It hurts my ego as a woman, Mom says emotionally, her eyes getting teary. Come on, you've me and Misty, I say with a smile, trying to make her feel good. That is different. You and Misty were born artificially. I have never been pregnant before or know what it feels like. Heck, I was a virgin till I did. I don't allow her to complete her words as I plant a deep kiss on her lips. It's okay. I know how you feel. It's all right. We'll find something to do about it once we get to the vampire planet. After all, only the both of us are going, I say with a wide grin. Hearing my words and seeing my expression, Mom finally realizes what I mean, and her face turns beet red. This gives me the notion that I made her feel better. Let's do something quick before we run out of time, Jill says in a low voice, stepping closer to me. Chapter 2:13 Trip to the Vampire Planet Arc. Letting out a groan, I finish inside Jill. Jill lets out a moan, as her body arches with pleasure when I hold her close, gently touching her sensitive spot. In this moment, she shivers with a small wave of release. Once done, I get up from the bed and enter the bathroom, leaving Jill alone on the bed. She's still giving me a weird, yet lovely look as if she wants me to do it with her again. But nah, this is just not the time. Without wasting time, I get into the bathtub and start bathing. I'm glad that a certain yappy talkative entity is not here. She must have left the room since Jill and I started spending time together. She is probably in Misty's room. Snapping out of my thoughts, I increase my bathing speed and start shaving some body hair. Not that it's bad or anything, I just don't like hair in that part of my body. After taking my bath and leaving the bathroom, I see Jill lying down on the bed lazily. She's still giving me a weird, sexy look. This is kind of cute, and my body also wants more of this, alas. My excitement about going to the vampire world is higher than my sex drive right now. This comes as a surprise to me, too. Why are you looking at me like that? I ask, pretending not to have any idea about what she wants. What? You idiot, Jill mutters with an embarrassed expression, turning her face to the side. Sigh, won't you get ready for a trip? Besides, can you cook for me, please? I ask with my usual puppy eyes. Even though Jill and I are married, it still doesn't change the fact that she's my mom and there are bound to be some moments like this. Fine, he'll cook for you. I also promise to cook for you during our stay in the vampire world, Jill says with a pout and a slightly red face. Wow, the princess wants to cook for her husband, huh? Especially when she is the type who rarely cooks. I'm sure everyone will be left in awe, I say teasingly. Jill doesn't reply, as her face simply turns redder. She seems somewhat happy about it. Moreover, I have finally decided to take Stella along. I say, wearing my clothes. I can see the slight change of expression on Jill's face and the hesitation to say something. It's as if she's sad about my sudden announcement. I don't think that's a good idea. You promise that you won't bring anyone along, Jill says with a pout again. Sigh, I understand how you feel. I promise to have enough time for you there. After all, you're one of the reasons we're going to the vampire planet. Stella isn't much of a problem, I say, trying to persuade her. Humph, fine with me then. But that girl is weird. What if she wants to do that again? Jill says, looking at me with a worried expression. It's obvious that she's talking about Stella's fetish of getting humiliated publicly once in a while. Of course, I have gotten used to it, and well, this has brought out a bit of a dark, intense side in me. However, none of my women are okay with her preferences. They have tried persuading Stella, but she never listens to them. That shouldn't be a problem, though, I say, looking back at Jill. Fine. Jill snorts as she gets up from the bed, puts on her clothes, and walks out of the room. After wearing my clothes, I get out of the room, then walk several meters away Jill's bedroom before reaching the living room. Right inside the living room, my women are patiently waiting for me. For a few moments, there's absolute silence before Misty suddenly speaks up, walking towards me. Good morning, Misty says, kissing me, and this is followed by the greetings of my other women, who proceed to also hug me. Misty, Hayes, and Blair, Aurora, and Elsa are currently seated on the couches inside the living room with sad expressions. Unlike the rest of my women, Blair didn't stand up and hug me. She's currently sitting on a single couch knitting a head warmer for me. This is a new habit she developed about a month ago. There's also a small bump that is showing through her clothes, her baby bump. It has only been a month since she got pregnant, so there shouldn't have been any signs of pregnancy yet, but for some reason, Blair's stomach has been expanding faster than expected. This might be because of her petite stature. Furthermore, just like Blair, and Hayes also have small baby bumps. Also, there's Myra and Kira who are not here, and possibly Zella. After some small family chat and breakfast, I start preparing for our trip to the vampire planet. Honey, has all our luggage been kept inside your inventory? Jill asks, walking towards me. Right now, unlike her casual dress, which is always a black jacket and pants, she's wearing a long flowing gown with floral patterns and rare stones on it. She looks exactly like a princess right now with her hair styled backwards. I have stored all of our luggages, I reply, scouring the room for Stella. No matter how I think about it, I'm always amazed by how efficient your inventory is, Jill says in excitement. There is the existence of space rings, and my mom owns one of them, but the capacity space rings is very limited compared to my inventory. Suddenly, I see Stella and Mimi approaching us. Stella is wearing a black fitted kimono dress with black shoes while Mimi is levitating above her. Although this dress is quite simple, it gives her an elegant look. Now that I realize Stella, it seems like you've gotten bigger in the chest area. I hope you haven't been a ham. Knocked up, Aurora says teasingly. Wah. Stella lets out a voice in embarrassment while her face turns red. I wouldn't dare carry my master's baby without his permission. Stella mumbles while looking at my face, but I don't say anything. Not that I mind having some Vampire Drafts hybrid babies, but this just isn't the time to accumulate a ton of babies. After saying our goodbyes, I blink us to the largest warp station in District A. Currently, a very large teleporter pulsating with red energy is in front of me. This is the teleporter that leads to the vampire planet. Chapter 214 arriving at the vampire planet. This is the teleporter that leads to the vampire planet. The energy radiating from this teleporter is compelling as I can feel a tingling sensation on my body without me stepping into the teleporter. Master, the teleporter to the vampire world is bigger than the one that transported us to Manav. Stella suddenly speaks up, looking at the teleporter. She is talking about the Elves planet. It's not usually called the Elves planet because many races inhabit it just like Stella's race. However, that doesn't change the fact that the Elves discovered and took over the planet first. I don't know about that. Stella, there are tons of warp stations on Earth. Maybe this warp station just seems different. I reply, letting out a sigh while Jill simply lets out a chuckle. Where's your ticket? Where are your fucking tickets? A vampire guard situated in front of the teleporter suddenly asks, as there are several people in line behind us who are also waiting to enter the teleporter. Now that I realize it, we're not holding any tickets, unlike the other travelers. Fuck, just what the heck are we thinking? This is common knowledge that one is supposed to purchase a ticket in order to use premium teleporters. I have been used to the lifestyle of using the free teleporter. Alas, there are no free teleporters between interplanet transportation. Moreover, I can't blame Jill since she has been excited ever since she woke up this morning about the fact that we are going to be free and have enough time on the vampire planet. Before I open my mouth to speak up and tell Jill about the mistake we made, she brings out a bright red purse, dips her hand into it, and brings out a sleek gold card before showing it to the guard. Seeing the card, the guard's eyes widen in surprise, and instantly his demeanor changes as he stands upright and gives a respectful bow, gesturing to us to enter the teleporter. Meanwhile, I hear gasps behind us. Please, forgive my impudence." The guard bows and apologizes again, his legs shaking in fear. "No need to cower. You're doing your job, and I understand that it isn't easy," Jill says, putting a hand on the guard's shoulders. "Thank you for understanding, Your Highness. I didn't realize earlier since the royal family rarely uses public teleporters." The guard bows respectfully again. Jill doesn't say anything, but simply lets out a sigh as she starts walking forward while I follow from behind. We have to hold each other's hand tightly before we hop into the teleporter. Jill informs me and Stella loudly as the noise coming from the teleporter is pretty loud. Without arguing, we hold each other's hands and hop into the teleporter. Swoosh, swoosh, a very strong pressure presses down on us the moment we jump into the teleporter. It's as if our bodies are passing through a mini wormhole at the speed of light. Unlike the tingling sensation I felt when I went to Planet Manav, this sensation is a little bit rough. But due to the complicated technology of this teleporter, our bodies won't be ripped apart. Currently, we are walking out of the warp station in the vampire world. I'm staring in awe at the view in front of me right now. Despite arriving on this planet a few moments ago, I'm taken aback at the magnificent view in front of me right now. The technology here is leagues above the one on Earth. Many hoverboards are flying in the sky along with many other flying cars and spaceships. So far, I have only seen a few road cars driving along the road of the warp station. The most amazing thing about this planet is the extremely dark sky above. It gives me the feeling that I have been yearning for, the feeling of home. Although everywhere is illuminated by bright lights here and there, the extreme darkness above sticks out like a sore thumb. Also, there are two glowing artificial moons in the sky, illuminating everywhere, but they can't be compared to real moons. It's just a replication of how the vampire's former world looked like before it got destroyed. The red planet is beautiful. Stella lets out a small voice while walking close to me. The vampire planet is called the Red Planet, or the nickname Blood Planet. Soon, you'll rule over this place, Jill suddenly says, locking her arms with me while looking at me with nothing but pure love in her eyes. I wish, I reply, letting out a sigh. Vermua, what do you mean? Jill says, looking at me with questioning eyes. Just kidding, I say, raising my hands in the air as I try to stop my mom from talking about taking up the throne. And in case you don't know, Vermua is my name as the Protoss. Yeah, you might be confused since everyone knows that the Protoss name is Dracula. But the name Dracula was given to me by the universe as the first vampire, meaning destruction. While my real name is Vermua, only a few people know about this as it isn't really mentioned in public articles. It's a top secret that only the royals know about. Master, this place looks scary. The atmosphere is eerie. Stella mutters, clinging to me very tight. For some reason, Jill seems annoyed at her behavior, but doesn't say anything as she simply bites down on her lips. This is why I said you shouldn't bring her along. Jill finally speaks. I must always be around my master. Stella fires back at Jill. The two women are still arguing when a black, glossy flying car descends in front of us. Your Highness, I'm sorry for taking so long. It has really been a while. A bald, handsome vampire says with a light bow as he gets down from the car. Chapter 215, The Vampire Planet. Your Highness, I'm sorry for taking so long. It has really been a while. A bald, handsome vampire says with a light bow as he alights from the car. Carter Jill says in a low voice upon seeing this bald man. This strange man also starts looking at me weirdly without averting his gaze. I guess you're the young master, right? The man asks, looking directly into my eyes. Yes, you are correct. He is indeed Jake, my son and husband. Jill says shamelessly. Without saying anything, the man gives me a slight bow and gestures with his hand for us to get into the car. For some reason, he didn't look at Stella more than once. It was almost like she didn't exist. The next moment, we got into the car and sat down on the back seats. Currently, Jill is sitting next to me at the back of the car while Stella is beside her. I have a lot of questions I want to ask her right now, but before I can talk, Jill starts getting cozy with me. That man is my butler. He has been my personal butler since I was young. Jill says, interlocking her arms with mine. I see. If it wasn't for the fact that there's a thin wall separating the passenger's seat from the driver's seat, I would have been pretty embarrassed with the way Jill is acting right now. Don't you think we should wait till we get home? I say as I notice that Jill's face is turning red and she's been looking at me with lust-filled eyes. You can have me here if you want, Jill says while licking her lips seductively. You've been acting weird since we woke up. I reply, turning my face to the left, to look at Stella, who is pretending to be oblivious to me and Jill's frivolous acts. Damn it, the network is pretty bad, Stella complains, as she can't get her phone to connect to the internet. You just need to change your location from the Earth to the Red Planet, Jill tells Stella, and the latter slaps herself on her forehead at how, well, dumb she was. You see, Stella doesn't even seem to pay us any attention. You can come over here and spend time with me, Jill says, still looking at me with admiring eyes. Damn it, these two pillows. I never get tired of them. I say. I gently touched Jill through her dress, and she let out a soft, surprised sound at the sudden contact. I didn't stop there, though, as I gave her a playful tap on the behind while standing close behind her. We are going to do it when we get home. I whisper into Jill's ears and smack her, but once again, just like an obedient partner, Jill nods her head and doesn't try to persuade me any further. Let's enjoy the beautiful view, then, Jill suggests afterwards with her head resting on my chest, looking through the window. I see that we are flying at a pretty high altitude as all the towns and houses look tiny in my eyes. There are also many cars flying in the sky alongside our car, which is a pretty nice thing to see. The funniest thing is that things are pretty much organized and in order, as some vampires are flying in the air with their wings in an orderly manner, far away from the cars and heavy flying machines. Not to brag, but to me, this is perfection. So far, compared to the Earth, the vampire planet seems more interesting and more advanced with more exciting things to expect. Looking at the houses and numerous buildings below, they seem to have been built using one or two similar types of structures with many lights lighting up the streets. The most fascinating thing I have seen so far are vampires riding on beasts that are at the king rank level or below. To top it all off, I could see many types of subclasses that I've never seen before. It was at this moment I knew that not all vampires are handsome. Sometime later, after what seems to be like 15 minutes, we get to a place that's buzzing with tons of people, and this place seems to be a market of some sort. I can see it clearly because the car is currently flying lower than before. We'll soon arrive at the castle. This place is called the Glellholms Market. It's a very big and popular market where beast crystals and other related things are sold. Although there are tons of markets similar to this one, Glellholms Market has the most beast crystals. Jill explains to me. I see. I'd like to purchase one, though. I say, putting my index finger on my chin. The truth is that I don't actually need beast gears again due to how strong I am right now and how strong I'm going to be in the future. However, I still need them regardless because they'll serve as a catalyst when launching an attack. For example, when I used the sword Alfonso gave me inside the game, I was able to deliver a strong and precise attack. If I don't have one of them, my attack would be like using a bucket to fetch water from an ocean. However, just what type can I get in this market? Emperor tier, legendary tier, or perhaps the demigod tier weapon? As for a demon tier weapon, they are very rare, let alone those of deity tier. It's rumored that only one person has been able to single-handedly kill a deity-ranked beast that was found on an isolated planet, and that person was my dad, who also killed the Demon King. The fight was rumored to have shook the whole planet, as if it had been hit by a meteor. Besides, one question has been bothering me for a while now. Since my dad isn't the reincarnation of the Protoss, and it is me instead, how did he become so strong as to even be able to battle the Blood God? Mom, where was Dad's weapon kept after he was forced into eternal slumber? Jill gives me a worried look before letting out a long sigh. His sword was thrust into the hardest stone known and kept beside his coffin in an unknown location. Jill explains, even if there are strong people who could remove the sword from the stone, no one knows where his tomb is located. Jill adds, trying to probably stop me from making any effort in finding the sword. Honey, I can get you a demigod tier. Jill stops mid-sentence. As we suddenly hear the sound of loud trumpets, we are at the castle. Chapter 216, Carter Honey. I can get you a demigod tier. Jill stops mid-sentence as we suddenly hear the sound of loud trumpets. We are at the castle, Jill says with excitement, pressing her face against the window of the car. Behold, right in front of me, I can see the magnificent vampire royal castle in front of me. 7 skinny, square towers form a protective barrier all around the castle and are connected by lower, chunky walls made of yellow stone. Crude windows are scattered thinly across the walls in an asymmetric pattern, along with small holes for archers and artillery. It's indeed a magnificent and grand view, greater even than that of Mira's castle. A vast gate with heavy metal doors and various artillery equipment guards the only entrance to the castle built at the edges of a shoreline, and it's the only way in. If you can make it, that is. The forest outside of the castle gates is lit up with bioluminescent creatures, adding to the atmosphere of the castle. Apart from this, various large houses are scattered outside the castle gates. Surprisingly, the rich are comfortable with living outside the gates as well. According to what Mom told me, wow, I let out a voice in surprise, seeing the magnificent view in front of me. Slowly, the car flies into the castle and starts descending on the ground. Bush! The car lets out a small sound as it settles on the hard floor. This is home, Mom says with a smile, rubbing the back of my hand while Stella glances outside through the window in amazement. Suddenly, the bald butler opens the door, motioning for us to get down from the car. Nodding our heads, we get down from the car, and in the next moment, the car automatically takes off into the air, going where I have no idea about. As for the bald butler, he's currently standing behind my mom, doing his normal job. What was that trumpet sound we heard earlier? I ask in confusion while looking around the castle at the several guards situated around. I made that preparation, young master. Some of the guards are to blow trumpets if any of the royal family members who have been away for a long time arrives. Carter explains skillfully, showing his years of experience. If you don't mind, can we go now? Carter says, gesturing again. Without saying anything, We enter through a large door that is heavily guarded by guards who are emitting a very strong aura. Seeing us, the guards bow respectfully and take their positions. They are fully donned in shiny beast gears from top to bottom, so I couldn't see their faces clearly and tell if they are subclass because their scent is somewhat peculiar. Sometime later, we arrived in a very large environment. It's somehow weird that we arrived at this place, considering the fact that the place we came through was very extravagant. Right now, we're in a somewhat grassy area with a huge chamber in front of us. Not gonna lie though, this place is also beautiful as many blob-like and wisp creatures illuminate the surrounding, giving it a more profound look. Looks like you've been keeping this place tidy all these years. Mom suddenly speaks up, looking around. Of course, what do you expect me to do? After all, you refuse to allow me to serve you on Earth. In your absence, I've only been lying around with nothing to do, lest you order me from Earth to do something urgently for you. Carter says, sounding a bit upset. Sigh. You don't need to serve me anymore, Carter. But since it's your wish, there's nothing I can do about it. And oh, I heard you got married to one of the royal maids, right? Mom asked with a giggle. Why, yes, I got married to Hanash. She recently gave birth to a boy, Carter says with a smile, his face turning slightly red in embarrassment. Foo-foo-foo. The Baldy finally knocks someone up. I thought you were a eunuch. Mom responds jokingly. W what? I just wasn't ready to date any girl at that time. Carter retorts, getting more embarrassed. Looking at the two, it's as if they have quite a very close relationship in the past. At the same time, I take a look at Stella, who is currently hopping into the air to catch one of the blob-like creatures. Sigh. As if noticing my impatience, Carter and Mom stop chatting and put on their former demeanor. Master, it seems you've eventually found someone you truly love. I saw the way you were blushing like a young maiden. Carter says with a toothy grin, trying to give a comeback. Even though incest is a normal thing in vampire culture, love is a different aspect. For instance, having a son or daughter doesn't mean that you would always fall in love with him or her. Either way, parental love is a norm, and that is it. In my mom's case, she fell in love with me even though she took a bad approach at the start. In return, I also fell in love with her. Yeah, I found love with Jake, and we hope to have a beautiful baby soon. Mom says with excitement showing on her face, pressing her breasts against my shoulder. Now it's my turn to get embarrassed. I see. The master's baby is going to be very beautiful, just like the dad. I wonder what the first princess expression would be when she sees you. Carter says, taking a swift look at my face. Then he continues talking. This is the second princess chamber. This place was meant to be a garden, but we got rid of it due to the princess allergy. Carter tells me, explaining the basic things I need to know about the castle. You really don't like flowers? I ask, looking at Mom. That was before. Mom replies without looking into my eyes. As if sensing the atmosphere like a man of culture, Carter clears his throat, trying to end the conversation. He'll escort you to the princess room. As for your maid, I think I have the perfect room for her, where there's a whole lot of cool stuff since this place is pretty big. Carter says with a smile, looking at Stella, who wants to stop playing around and touching stuff here and there. The next moment, Carter starts leading Jill and I toward the chamber ahead of us. Chapter 2:17 time with Jill. Carter just led me and Jill into a large, luxurious room. This room is very big with different types of gadgets spread around. Some of the gadgets are old, but it's no doubt that it's because Mom abandoned her chamber on the vampire planet. However, the room is sparkling clean without a single speck of dust. Apart from this, there's a very large king-sized, a giant bed in the center of the room with silky red sheets on it. Right now, my attention is fully focused on Jill, who's standing in front of me without saying anything. Her cheeks are flushed while she tries to avoid my gaze. Without saying anything, I sweep her into my arms in a princess carry. Nya. Jill lets out a squeal while staring into my eyes, her arms wrapped around my neck. Without wasting time, I place her on the bed and climb on top of her. First, I pull off my pants and top, leaving only my underwear on. Currently, Jill's white hair is scattered across the bed, making this very exciting for me. Her deep crimson eyes shows the love she has for me in her eyes, while her sweet lips are calling me to suck on them. Showing no hesitation, I plant my lips on her red, juicy lips, sucking them gently. Letting out low muffles, Jill starts parting her lips, allowing us to intertwine our tongues together. Jill lets out a light moan as I use my left hand to fondle one of her breasts, causing her body to arch up a bit. In extreme heat, the kiss starts getting fierce and hotter as Jill becomes more aggressive. My mouth separates from her soft lips for a moment before I slide my tongue into her mouth again. I can feel it. I can feel the way my arousal is pressing hard against my underwear. Suddenly, I get up, separating my body from Jill so I can take off my underwear, exposing myself before Jill. Looking down, I notice that Jill's cheeks are bright red like a teen girl who is just seeing something shocking for the first time. This makes me want to grab her right away. Without wasting any time, I pounce on her like a hungry beast. Ian. Jill squeals a little as I tear off the outer layer of her beautiful gown, leaving only her red bra and panties. Crashing my lips against hers again, we start kissing vigorously. Some moments later, Jill starts letting out soft sounds. Seeing this, I decide to take this to the next level. I move closer to her, and we both begin to undress, eagerly pulling off our clothes. Ian. Jill lets out a loud moan as I hold her close, and we continue to be intimate with each other. Seeing how much she is enjoying this, we move to the bed together, till it eventually comes off. Spreading her legs wide apart, I pull her close. Oh my, Jill lets out a soft gasp as I lean in, our bodies close together. Slowly, I begin to move with Jill in a slow, steady rhythm. Sounds of movement ensue inside the room. Right now, Jill and I are looking into each other's eyes after spending time together. Unlike me, who has a neutral expression, Jill has a very flushed face. We are sitting on the bed a few meters away from each other. Yeah, I know. The word meters must have confused you, right? Well, as I said earlier, the bed inside this room is monstrously big. Heck, the size of this room is otherworldly. Damn it, my libido is getting out of hand. I think you've seen the reason why I took Stella along, I say while looking at Jill at the same time. I was wrong. If you keep going at this rate, I might break down. Jill mutters while biting her lips and fidgeting with her hair. All right, just one more round, I say with an evil grin, slowly moving towards Jill. What? That would make it the 55th round, Jill says with slight fear, looking at me with apparent concern. That will increase the chance of having a baby, I say, continuing without stopping. After so much persuasion, Jill and I have a go at another round of passion. Arg, I am close. I let out a loud groan as I start to feel the pressure build. Looking at Jill, she looks extremely tired, as she is barely able to say anything as I hold her closely in the missionary position. She's had so many intense moments to the point that she is now numb. Without waiting for her reply, I finish inside her. Ian. Jill manages to raise a voice as she feels the warm release. Slowly, I begin to pull away from her. The night continues with moments of intimacy between them. Afterward, I get up from the bed, carrying Jill and the princess carried before carrying her towards the bathroom. Leave me alone. I can bathe by myself. Jill groans in a low voice as I carry her, but she doesn't stop clinging to me like a koala. Women. That's the only word that comes to my mind as we enter the bathroom. Unbeknownst to the two of them, a new life has been formed inside Jill. Jake doesn't know about this because his natural powers have begun to supersede some features of the system. Chapter 2:18 Stella's Power, Part 1. Jill and I are currently sitting on the opposite sides of the bed. After spending time together and taking a long bath, Jill takes some clothes from her closet and puts them on. The clothes are pretty old and obsolete with a vampiric style of dressing. As for me, I simply wear the clothes I had pulled off earlier before we were together. Why don't you just wear one of the clothes we brought along with us? I ask, looking at the clothes Jill is wearing. It's a simple blue armless ball gown, suitable for a princess like her. I felt like wearing one of these. Jill says, flashing her clothes. Not gonna lie though, they look good on you, I say, looking at her from top to bottom and licking my lips greedily upon seeing her cleavage. Really? Yes, you look hot and juicy, I say with a small, mischievous grin. Pervert, Jill replies with a small smile and continues talking. Today is a new day. Do you realize we spent the whole night together? Huh, I don't understand. How does the time here even work? I ask in confusion. Hearing my question, Jill looks at me from the corner of her eyes. This seems to be a motherly gaze which is scolding her child for doing something bad. Compared to Earth and some other planets, there's no day or night here since we vampires don't really need to sleep. A single day on this planet is 44 hours. So, according to my calculations, we spent roughly 26 hours together. Jill explains, "Oh, I see. Then what was that stare you gave me earlier?" I ask with a perplexed expression, because the question sounded somewhat dumb. A week-old vampire knows how time works on the vampire planet. It's like basic knowledge. However, the Protoss has no idea about it. Foo-foo. Jill says mockingly. You. Right now, Jill and I are walking out of the room. Each of her movements are elegant and perfect, with an aura of royalty surrounding her. I, on the other hand, look like a random vampire. Of course, that's because I decided to keep my aura concealed. Since when did you even start walking like that? I ask with a chuckle as I walk Jill out of the room. I have to follow T. Just shut up and walk me out like a gentleman. Jill says with a fake harsh voice while her cheeks turn slightly red. Foo-foo-foo. Sometime later we get into the large field that's in front of Jill's chamber. Now that I noticed it, the environment is simpler than the few places of the castle I have seen. I need to check on Stella and Mimi, I say, looking around at the other buildings within the area. However, Jill suddenly grabs my wrist as if she doesn't want me to go anywhere. We'll check on them later. Let's go to Zamira's quarters. Besides, a banquet will be held soon, so you have to prepare. Jill starts explaining as she begins to drag me towards the exit of her quarters. In a big room inside Jill's quarters, two people can be seen standing opposite each other. These two people are none other than Carter and Stella. Both of them are donned from head to toe in shiny beast gears in a room filled with many war equipment and weapons. Although the weapons are not that numerous here, they're a little bit impressive. I was a little bit impressed by the way you swung your sword. I've been watching you for quite a while, you know. Moreover, it's quite surprising that a person like you would have some combat prowess considering how childishly you acted the first time we met. Carter says with a smile as he properly fixes his shoulder pads. I see. You are the cocky one. Stella replies with a light chuckle. The look on her face is a very serious one, like that of a predator feasting its eyes on its prey. Her demeanor also exudes a bit of arrogance. This is a different Stella. I only act like that when I'm around my master. Don't underestimate me. Stella says again, with a stern expression while her horns turn bright red. This is a sign that she's pissed off by Carter's words. If Jake were here, he would be quite surprised. This is getting exciting. I have never seen an arrogant maid like you. If you don't mind my asking, what type of ability do you have? Carter asks with a curious gaze. I don't have any ability, but strength-wise, do not underestimate me. To top it all off, I'm also a prodigy in swordsmanship and archery. Stella says, taking a battle stance. A surprised look appears on Carter's face before a wide grimace also starts forming on his face. Since you're the arrogant type, I will put you in your place. To make things fair, I want to use my ability or blood attack. Carter says before he starts running towards Stella, who remains calm and unfazed. Getting closer, he swings his sword at Stella. However, his attack hits nothing but air. While leaking out a surprised voice, a heavy kick lands across Carter's stomach, sending him crashing into the armory until he crashes against a wall, creating numerous cracks on it. What was that kick? And no way a maid could be so powerful. Carter mumbles with blood leaking out of the corner of his lips. His advanced tier armor had many cracks on it, but due to one of its special skills, the armor is glowing with white light, repairing itself and also healing the wearer at the same time. Although Carter isn't that weak, it was just that he completely let down his guard because he underestimated Stella. After all, he couldn't sense any aura from her. What Stella used was just her brute strength. Never look down on a giraffe, Stella says, as she takes a battle stance when she sees Carter squinting his eyes while a smile slowly forms on his face. Chapter 219, Stella's Power Part 2. That was amazing. Carter says again, still looking surprised about the kick. In the next moment, he gets up from the floor and starts pulling off his beast gears. Why are you pulling off your beast gears and clothes? Stella asks with a perplexed expression. Pulling the last piece of clothing off his body, Carter's well-toned abs and biceps appear before Stella's eyes. Although it's nowhere near as toned as Jake's, it's still pretty impressive. Currently, only a black tight pant is covering Carter's bottom while the top is bare. Nice body, but not as impressive as my master's. I knew it. My master is a perfectionist, and no one can ever be compared to him. Stella oozes disdain and pride again, making Carter grit his teeth in anger. Such an arrogant maid. I was wrong to not use any of my powers against her. Now, she's going to regret it. She's about to face an opponent almost as powerful as an average vampire lord. Carter thinks inwardly as he picks up a long golden, single-bladed sword. He really wasn't bluffing. Carter is an entity that could go toe-to-toe with an average vampire lord in terms of strength and ability. He's just a regular vampire who wasn't able to evolve any further due to genetics issues. However, through sheer determination and perseverance, he trained hard and got to the level he has attained today, which made him very much respected, while also being a role model for millions of regular youngster vampires who couldn't evolve further. Despite all these, he still has a very big weakness and disadvantage, which makes him slightly weaker than a vampire lord. His blood aura. Without enough blood aura, a vampire can't use many blood attacks, and that's the case for Carter. However, the existence of abilities and beast gears covered up this major weakness. In a flash, Carter starts running towards Stella, throwing a large curved blood strike at her while also trying to attack her with his sword. However, contrary to Carter's expectations, Stella grabs the blood strike with her bare hand, destroying it into nothingness. And at the same time, she swiftly swings her sword, parrying Carter's attack. A loud metallic sound ensues as the two swords collide. It's obvious that there's a clear winner in terms of strength right now, as Stella can be seen pushing Carter backwards. Hey, Chow! How could she be so strong? She grabbed my blood strike like it was nothing. I'll admit that my blood attack is quite pathetic, but how in the hell is she so skilled with the sword? Carter thinks inwardly, gritting his teeth in anger. A mere maid has pushed him to the edge. Carter doesn't give up as he also tries to push Stella back, but suddenly, Stella gives him a powerful kick to his right thigh, making him lose his balance. Arg! Carter lets out a loud grunt as he feels a heavy pain on his thigh. He instantly leaps away from Stella before she knocks him out, since he lost his momentum due to the kick. That was close, Carter thinks inwardly, grabbing on his right thigh. No doubt, his femur has been broken as it can be seen rapidly healing from within. Weak, Stella says with a disappointed voice, turning around to walk away. Wait, you cocky bitch. Did I say it was over? Carter bellows at the top of his voice, with veins popping on his forehead. He has never been humiliated like this before. He has always been looked at with respect. Oh, you still want to fight? TCH, what a stubborn cocky man. You can never win against me. I'm a prodigy when it comes to swordsmanship, archery, and close combat. You have little to no chance of winning. Stella says again, looking disappointed. Sigh. Okay, just one more time. Please, Carter says, gritting his teeth. I'm okay, fine then. Stella replies, taking a battle stance once again. Carter also does the same, as his right femur has been fully healed. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns cold as Carter clasps his palm with a serious expression on his face. Even Stella looks quite surprised at his expression, making her very serious this time around. I'm not going easy this time. 22 hands of Buddha. Carter bellows, and in an instant, a very large, gigantic, ethereal figure starts appearing behind Carter. This is his ability, Hands of Buddha. This ability is a very complicated and rare ability that most people usually avoid at all costs due to its complexity and high requirements for concentration. However, Carter has managed to wield this ability proficiently over the years. The ability works by summoning the statue of Buddha, which has many hands. These hands can be controlled simultaneously according to the wielder's wishes and skills. The higher the level of the ability, the bigger the statue and the higher the number of hands it will have. The wielder can also move the statue to any position they want, as long as it is within their proximity. And it also depends on the amount of MC cells they have. The first man to wield this ability is one of the strongest men on Earth right now, and it is rumored that his statue has 200 hands, and there's still no limit as to how many hands the statue will evolve to in the future. This makes this ability one of the most dangerous abilities in the world. As for Carter, he has mastered the ability to the extent of being able to create 22 hands. The lowest of the ability is 2 hands, so Carter has come a long way and become skilled with it due to its complexity. While Stella leaks out a voice in surprise, stunned by the scene in front of her. It's her first time seeing something like this, so she is left in awe. Looking at the seriousness on Carter's face, a smile appears on Stella's face. She's about to get serious, and in this situation, a sword won't help her. At least, not the grade of the sword she was currently holding. Chapter 2:20 Carter's Power. Looking at the seriousness on Carter's face, a smile appears on Stella's face. She's about to get serious, and in this situation, a sword won't help her. At least, not the grade of the sword she was currently holding. Suddenly, all the hands started moving in the air at a slow pace before they slowly started increasing in speed. Seeing one of the hands coming towards her, Stella tries to grab it, but another hand lands on her from above, causing numerous cracks to appear on the ground. Bang! Bang! Thud! Thud! Bang! Several hands start hitting Stella all over her body. Since her sword can't help her in this situation, she has long thrown it away, using only her hands to deflect the attack from the statue. Boom! Clang! Chang! Ching! Several metallic sounds can be heard as Stella is sent flying into the armory. Screech! Her boots let out screeching sounds as she tries to get her balance with both of her feet, thereby creating a frictional force on the ground. Gritting her teeth while trying to maintain her ground, Stella's skidding momentum comes to an absolute halt. Raising her head, she sees Carter sitting down in a lotus position with the Buddhist statue behind him. His eyes are wide open. This scene is quite alien and surprising to Stella because she never believed an ability like this existed. All the wielder of this ability had to do was sit down and concentrate. There's not much damage done to Stella. Only a small bruise can be seen on her cheek. Even this small bruise makes her furious. As for her armor, there's just a little dent on it here and there, but no worries, it also has a self-repairing skill just like Carter's. Due to the advancement in the forging industry, most beast gears now have the skill to repair themselves after receiving quite some damage, but that is only to a certain extent. Moreover, the grade of the beast gear also matters. Damn it, this idiot wounded me. Only my master is allowed to do so. Stella thinks inwardly while rubbing where she was bruised. This ability is unique, but the trick to it is the agility of those hands. All I have to do is to avoid those hands. But how? There's no way I can move faster than those hands. Stella starts thinking of many ways to bypass Carter's defense. Seeing the nasty grin on his face make her more irritated. I think there's only one way. Even though my full draft form is incomplete, it makes me much stronger than an average giraffe. Stella thinks again, and in the next moment, her tail starts elongating, growing into a very long spiked and bladed tail. Her horns start growing bigger, while her body also begins to grow larger. Once she is done, there isn't a lot of difference compared to her normal self. The only difference is her larger horns, bigger body, and a very long tail that is wagging from behind. Carter, not bad for a drop of blood. But, sorry, I guess I'll have to break you. Stella says with pride again, even in this situation, making Carter more furious. Suddenly, Stella crouches down and the muscles in her legs and thighs start bulging and expanding. Whoosh! In a flash, the sound of a strong breeze explodes as Stella leaps into the air and starts flying towards Carter. To be able to beat Carter, Stella needs to outmatch him in terms of agility. But that seems to be impossible as many hands keep coming her way, and these hands are incredibly fast. Pa! 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 Boom! Please visit. A loud sound explodes as the hands crash into Stella, sending her flying and causing her to eat the dust around the room. Just like before, there's not a single scratch on Stella apart from the bruise on her cheek from earlier. Even the bruise can hardly be spotted right now, as if it has been healed. For some reason, Stella is avoiding getting wounded at all costs. Pants, 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 pants. Stella can be heard breathing very hard as she tries to catch her breath. This time around, the damage her armor took is a lot more than before, and it can be seen slowly repairing itself. Yeah, it's kind of surprising that these beast gears are getting damaged pretty easily, but that isn't the case. Since beast gears were so heavy in the past, forgers tried to make them more light on the body, sacrificing the quality in return. However, this is where the self-repairing skill kicks in for this major flaw. I hate to use this stuff, but I guess I have no choice. Stella thinks inwardly as she gets up and activates the beast gears on her body. Although she didn't activate any of its skills, she only made use of its passive stats, which would boost her prowess. Gathering enough energy in her legs, Stella leaps into the air again. However, Carter starts doing something unexpected. All the hands of the Buddha start moving symmetrically in the air at a speed that her eyes can barely follow. Seeing this, Stella starts flying in a zigzag manner towards Carter, but the hand keeps intercepting her. Boom! Again, Stella is sent flying, but this time she quickly regains her momentum, standing many meters away from Carter and his statue. You see, you're much weaker than me, girlie. You made a fool out of me earlier, Tisich. Carter says with a smile, shaking his head. Foo. I admit that your ability is quite impressive, but that doesn't change the fact that you're pathetic. Stella oozes arrogance once again, making veins pop out of Carter's head. You arrogant bitch. Carter roars at the top of his lungs. Foo, this is what I need, distraction. Winning means everything to me, even though I have to acquire it shamelessly. Stella lets out mischievous giggles and dashes towards the enraged Carter. Chapter 221 Blood Moon Tree. Currently, Jill and I are walking into a beautiful building in the part of the castle. This place looks the same as Jill's quarters, but it's a lot bigger. Walking closer to the entrance of the quarters, I see two bulky-looking guards guarding it. Seeing Jill and I arrive before them, the guards bow their heads respectfully to us, although they're looking at me weirdly, as my face is quite alien to them. Don't worry, he's with me, Jill says, raising her hand. The guards give a simple nod and allow us to enter. Taking a few steps forward, an amazing and beautiful scenery appears before my eyes. Right in front of me is a very large garden filled with different flowers and odd-looking trees. However, a particular large tree catches my attention, making me stare at it in a mesmerized manner. The tree is very wide, spanning about 150 meters. Circumference. Seeing my gaze fixed on the tree, Jill walks closer to me and also starts staring at it. This is the Blood Moon tree. Jill says, "Huh, what is that?" I ask, looking surprised. It's not my fault that I have no idea about this tree. Most of the memories I've got are about skills and techniques. But for some reason, I can feel the energy radiating from this tree as if it's a tree that has existed since the creation of the vampires. No one knows how it came to be, but it has always helped speed up a vampire's evolution process as long as the vampire hasn't hit his or limit. Each of these fruits contain pure vampire aura essence. It would take talent and patience to absorb the essence. If not, it could cause significant damage. Jill explains, pointing at the red-colored fruits on the tree. I see. I mutter while staring at the fruits, making Jill give me a suspicious look. Jake, don't tell you're planning to use one of those. Excuse me, Your Highness. A cute voice suddenly interrupts Jill, making her bite her lips in frustration before turning her head to look at the intruder. Yes, perfect timing. I can also see the intruder. Well, should I call her my helper since she made things easier by making me evade this conversation? She's a slim, tall, blonde-haired vampire with striking red eyes. Her looks are average and nothing very special, at least to my standards. Furthermore, She's wearing a deep blue blazer with a white undershirt and black short skirt. She's a mature woman who should be over 100 years old. Since vampires are a race that can maintain their youthfulness for thousands of years. I can't tell exactly how old this woman is, but judging from her scent, she's quite older than my mom. Zagrith, long time no see, second princess, the blonde-haired woman says with a smile as my mom calls her name in a low voice. She's also looking at me, trying to figure out who I am. Sigh. It's been a while, Zagrith. This is my son, Jake. Jake, meet Zagrith, Zamira's maid. Jill introduces the strange woman to me. Nice to meet you, Your Royal Highness. The woman says with a deep bow, giving me more respect than my mom. Huh. It's also my pleasure to meet you, Zagrith. I reply and give her a soft handshake. Are you looking for the first princess? Zagrith asks. Yes. Well, the thing is she went out on an expedition to hunt down a demigod-ranked beast that was spotted near the vampire settlement. Recently, many vampires have been missing lately, and it seems to be the work of the beast. So, the first princess went out in search of it to take it down. Zagrith explains. I see. But why can't she send some high-rank guards to intercept the beast? Jill asks. Well, we did send a few high-rank officers to intercept the beast, but they never returned. A few days later, a part of their bodies was found on a narrow road that leads to a cave. When the princess heard about the case, she got enraged and went after the beast on her own. Zagrith explains again. Sigh, knowing Zamira, who is a battle maniac, she would never let such an opportunity go to waste. Jill says with a sigh, while Zagrith also puts on a frustrated smile. She's killed quite a few demigod-ranked beasts, so she should be fine. Jill says with confidence. I don't think that's the case right now. This beast in question is an incredibly intelligent humanoid beast with a very strong ability, according to our intel. It also tends to have a taste for stronger vampires. To top it all off, there are also rumors that there are actually two beasts, as different photographs have been captured and compared. Zagrith elaborates, unable to contain her anxiety and fear. That's quite troublesome. He'll go after her and assist her if she's in trouble. Send the map of the location to me, Jill says assuringly, putting her hand on Zagrith's shoulder to calm her. Okay, but before that, would you like to come in and have a drink? Zagrith asks respectfully. No, there's no need. I just drank some blood a while ago. Send someone to bring the map to my quarters. Jill orders, and immediately, Zagrith starts hurrying toward the building that's ahead of us. Let's get going, Jake, Jill says, holding my hand before we start walking back to our quarters. First of all, why does your elder sister have a maid while you have a butler? I ask as we keep walking. Zamira hates men. That's why father assigned a combat maid to her instead. Jill replies. Furthermore, she's a battle maniac. I would say she's more like a muscle brain who only talks with battle skills. If she sees me, she's going to ask for a spar right away and nag me about my fighting skills. That's one of the reasons why I don't like coming to the vampire planet. There was a time she fought against a demon-ranked beast on a certain planet and got badly injured. She couldn't even put a scratch on it. Jill starts complaining about her sister. Hearing her words, a smile starts forming on my face. Maybe coming to the vampire world is worth it after all. Mom, can I go instead? I ask with a smile, making Jill pause her movement and give me a soul-piercing stare. Chapter 222 currently, Jill and I are back in her quarters, and in my hand is a brown-looking map made with synthetic leather. I think I have a grasp of how this planet works. Besides, you don't have to worry about me getting lost, I say with a smile, taking a final look at the map before tossing it on the bed. Jake, you don't have to go. Let me sort it out myself, Jill says as she appears in front of me, stopping me from leaving the room. Right now, I can see the worry etched on her face, and she's currently sweating even though vampires don't really sweat. Her breathing is also getting rough, as if she wants to cry. Seeing her like this, a feeling of guilt envelopes me. Jill must have a reason for acting like this because she rarely ever gets tensed even in a dangerous situation. Putting my hands on her shoulders, I give her a light smile before pulling her into my embrace. Jill, I understand that you're worried about me, but it seems like you don't know how strong I am, I say, caressing her back while whispering into her ears. I know that you are strong, Jake. But Zamira is a battle maniac, and she's disgusted by men a lot. Remember that it's been more than 24 hours since we arrived in the vampire world. You only have my gravity ability with you. Do you think the gravity ability and your vampire aura are enough to go against her if she attacks you on sight? I understand that despite being a noble vampire, you have a scary aura. However, Zamira is a warlock, the highest evolution stage of vampires. She really is dangerous, Jill says again with worry. This time red tears can be seen dripping from her eyes as she realizes that I won't listen to any of her words. Although what Jill said is true, no matter how skilled I am or how many techniques I know, going against a warlock vampire in my current evolution stage is like walking into a death trap with my own 2 legs. However, this is about me. I'm not just any regular vampire. I'm Dracula. Even if things were to go wrong, I would simply use my key. Moreover, with the tons of techniques I have, nothing can actually go wrong. Suddenly, Jill starts saying something. Zamira's sword was made from the crystals of 2 demigod rank beasts. They're the 2 demigod rank beasts she killed in the past. Do you still want to go against her? She won't even hear you out before attacking you, Jill says with worry. Hearing her words, a few of them pique my interest, making me raise my eyebrows. Wait, did you just say that she made a sword from 2 demigod beast crystals? I thought beast crystals can't be merged. Yes, you are correct, but at the same time, you're also wrong. There's an ancient forger who can merge beast crystals. For instance, Zamira's sword can emit ice and fire while the stats also incredibly boost her strength. However, while merging beast crystals is possible, there are many restrictions behind it. Jill explains. Hearing her explanation, my interest is piqued further. I see. So who is this forger? He can only be found on the dwarf planet. So, the person in question is a dwarf? I ask, looking slightly surprised. Yes, he is. After all, they were the first race to create beast weapons and the merging of beast crystals. However, they have always been underestimated and they haven't been talked about for some reason. Not that the dwarves are weak or anything, but it feels like they just want to live a low life. Jill explains. So back to our unfinished conversation. They'll go after Zamira. No worries. I'll try to hide my presence as much as possible and only show up if she's in trouble. I say, pulling Jill closer. Jake, be you. Before she can complete her words, I crash my lips against her lips, giving her a deep kiss. After kissing for a while, Jill separates her lips from mine, looking at me with an unsettled expression. I believe you'll be okay, Jake, but it won't be good going empty-handed. Let's go to my armory. I have quite a few weapons that might be useful to you. Jill says, looking at me with a weary expression. Oh, that's the only feeling that's happening to me right now. The scene in front of me has left me in awe because many things just seem weird. Firstly, Stella is not looking like her normal self. She still looks the same, but her horns are much bigger, and she's also taller than usual. About my height right now, one of the amazing things right now is her long-bladed tail, sticking out from behind. To top it all off, the most fascinating thing is Carter, who is currently sitting down on the floor in the lotus position, with his 2 hands clasped together. He is not the one that fascinates me, but rather it is the huge statue behind him with many hands. Stella, who is standing opposite him, looks very tired and has many bruises on her body. This is the first time I am seeing her like this. She seems quite furious for some reason and doesn't even know about my presence. I think both of them are sparring. Jill suddenly speaks up. I look at her for a moment before looking back at the duo. Right in front of me is a competition of speed between the 2 of them as Stella keeps trying to get closer to Carter, but she keeps getting swatted away by the numerous hands. Wow, such an amazing ability, I say in surprise. Although I can see every move of Carter's hand, it's still impressive nevertheless. Either ways, if I had been the one in Stella's position, I would have gotten to him easily. I would like to stop them, I say, as my smile grows wider. Chapter 223, 223, I would like to stop them, I say, as my smile grows wider. What, you want to stop them? Why don't you just let them be? Jill asks with a puzzled expression, while looking at me intensely. I just want to show Carter his place. Besides, it's quite amazing that Stella is this skilled. I say before dashing towards the two who are currently invested in their fight. Running forward, I can see the way Carter's hands are moving without even using any of my powers. Without wasting time, I leap into the air and dash towards the statue before giving it a powerful kick, making it disappear into nothingness within a flash. Bam! I land on the ground in between Carter and Stella with my arms folded, as if it was nothing. Indeed, showing off my powers at times can be quite cool, and that is exactly what's happening right now, because Carter and Stella are looking at me, unable to say a single word. I am sorry for interrupting, but I couldn't stand watching Stella get smacked around like that. After all, those hands can be defeated in two ways, either by deciphering all the attack patterns or by just being faster than the hands. In my case, I was just faster. I say, shrugging my shoulders like it was nothing. Master, Stella says with surprise and awe as she runs towards me, before stopping right before me. I didn't know you could fight this well. You were amazing back there. You didn't have any ability, and yet you displayed so much talent. I think I should get you an ability crystal, I say, while caressing her head. Upon hearing my words, Stella's eyes widen in shock while a bright smile blooms on her face. This type of expression isn't rare on her face, but this one seems to be a little bit different. Ding! Stella's loyalty to the host is unprecedented. A small sound rings in my head. This sound is coming from the simple A. That was created by Mimi. This A.I is in charge of giving some random information, such as this. However, that's the least of my worries right now. I'm quite surprised that the system gave me this type of notification, because after opening my acupoints and dealing with Blair's mom, I have surpassed the system, and so I barely received any more notifications. Is this some sort of upgrade? I think I should ask Mimi. Refocusing my gaze on Stella, I notice that she looks extremely happy as she can be seen wagging her tail. Master, if you want to get me an ability, I would prefer a speed-related ability. Stella requests. Sure, I say with a small stutter. Stella's eyes are almost unresistible right now, as they look like that of a puppy requesting a treat. By the way, you look good in this form too. You don't need to be shy or embarrassed about it, I say, looking at her from top to bottom. Thank for the kind words, Master. Unfortunately, I can't stay in this form for too long. Stella replies, her cheeks slightly turning red before she turns around and runs out of the room. Turning my head, I see Carter standing with his mouth still wide open. It's as if he still can't believe his eyes. What are you? How could you match up to my speed? Judging by your look and age, you're not even a vampire lord, yet you displayed such an amazing feat. Carter finally speaks up, his eyes sparkling as if he just struck a gold mine. Huh, this took an unexpected turn. I thought he was going to feel bad and inferior. Maybe he really is a good guy after all. Carter, even a vampire lord doesn't stand a chance against me, I say, shaking my head while walking back to Jill. Wait, Carter suddenly shouts, making me halt my movement and turn around. What do you mean? Don't you think you're acting too cocky? Is a vampire lord joke to you? Your speed and reflexes are very impressive, but I don't think it's a good idea to look down on any vampire lord, Carter says with worry, while sending a look to my mom as if signaling for her to caution me. Of course, I understand he is worried that I might get involved in a fight with one of the vampire lords on this planet if I am not careful. Letting out small chuckles, I walk towards Carter, stopping a few meters away from him. I understand what you mean, Carter. Of course, a vampire lord has much denser bones and durability than me, but that's not enough to justify your statement. Do you want me to prove my words to you? I say as I start releasing my vampire aura, filling up the whole room. As such monstrous aura, it's almost the same as Lady Zamira's own. As expected of his son, he's also monstrous like his father. At this young age, he might even surpass him. No wonder King Duke chose him as the crown prince before going into a deep slumber. Carter thinks inwardly as his instincts keep screaming at him about how dangerous Jake is. Seeing sweat trickle down Carter's face, I retract my aura and turn around before walking toward the exit. I am sorry for doubting you, Carter says in shame with his head bowed. It's fine. You were just worried about me. Besides, I would have liked to have a chat with you, but I need to go somewhere right now. I say as I start walking towards the exit after giving Jill a small nod that I am off to meet Zamira. Boom! Suddenly, a pair of huge black wings burst out from my back. These wings are about 4 meters wide, which goes to show how large they have grown over the past few months. Wow, they're just like his father's wings. Carter mumbles, looking at me in awe again. Without wasting any more time, I take off into the air and begin to fly around the kingdom. I also take a look at a few things before I start flying towards the location. Chapter 2:24, The Cave Red. That's the only thing that can be seen inside a very dark, eerie cave. 2 red, glowing eyes are slowly moving inside this cave, as if waiting for something to show up. These eyes are not the weak eyes of a prey, but rather that of a predator, slowly lying in wait for its prey. There are times when the predator also has to be cautious of its surroundings, especially if it's the prey's turf, since the prey tends to fight back occasionally. That's the case of what is happening here. A very beautiful vampire can be seen carefully tiptoeing into this space. She's wearing a lightweight, king tier, silver armor with curved horn designs on the shoulder pad, giving her a warrior's look. The aura that's being exuded from her is also enough to make almost any beast flee for its dear life. This vampire is none other than Zamira, the first princess of the Vampire King, and also the current leader who is acting in his stead while he is in slumber. She's a very beautiful woman who is 7 feet tall with broad shoulders, giving her the look of a small giant. Apart from this, she is well endowed in the right places with appropriate proportions and is very beautiful. Even more so than Jill, the second princess. However, her cold personality and fondness for battle makes her look more manly, as she's always seen wearing armor. It's not like she has ever worn a woman's clothes. Her armor is at the same level as that of the royal guards, and she chose it herself for some reason. Also, her sword is almost as powerful as a demon tier weapon, but also far from it at the same time. Either way, it's stronger than a demigod tier weapon due to it being a weapon made from 2 different demigod beast crystals. I've been searching this cave for quite some time now, yet I can't find any signs of these beasts. Is the intel legit? Zamira mumbles as she unsheathes her sword and keeps going deeper into the cave. Her sword is also glowing with a purple light like a luminous glow stick. The sword doesn't look to be made from pure steel, Zletherium. It seems to be made from a strange material. The shape is similar to a saber with many runes on it, while there's a shiny-looking crystal embedded at the bottom of the hand grip. The crystal doesn't look like it can be easily removed, as it looks welded to the grip of the sword in a very fine way. Walking forward a little, Zamira starts hearing small sounds coming from a few meters away. Using her vampiric eyesight, Zamira can see in the dark as clearly as day. Right now, all her senses are spread across the vast space, watching out for a possible sneak attack. Tush! Suddenly, a thick object is sent flying towards Zamira, who instantly evades it by leaping backwards and slashing the air with her sword. Her sword has just cleanly cut the white, thick object, as it can be seen lying on the ground. Looking at the object with keen eyes, Zamira immediately discerns that it's a very thick cobweb that is capable of capacitating an average vampire effortlessly. Time to fight. This beast must be a spider-type beast, and this cobweb shooting must be its ability, as it's even capable of restraining a vampire knight. But wait, the intel said there also seems to be a humanoid demigod beast. That means the humanoid beast is somewhere around here. If that is the case, then I'm currently going against 2 demigod beasts. Zamira grins with a vicious expression which makes her look like a battle maniac as she takes a battle stance, preparing for the worst to come. Right now, I'm heading towards the cave where Zamira is headed. It's a very large cave somewhat close to Glelholm's market town. Even though I already saw this town market on my way here, the view is still very exciting and exhilarating to look at. And oh, I forgot to collect the sword from my mom. But well, it's fine since I have a sword inside my inventory. You must be wondering how I got it, right? Of course, I kind of stole this sword from a guard after realizing that I forgot to collect one from my mom's armory. It's an advanced tier katana sword. As for its skill, I don't know yet. Flapping my wings intensely, I start flying very fast towards the cave as I can see it from afar with my special eyes. Releasing all my ki, my senses increase rapidly, and I can sense everything that's up to 500 meters away from me. Not even an ant can escape my senses. Getting closer to the cave, I start sensing the fluctuation of energy coming from the cave. This energy is vampire energy, to be precise, according to my senses. Getting closer, I can feel the energy pulsing from the cave, making me quite surprised. This amount of vampire aura. What is this? It's on my current aura, but not stronger than my vampire aura. Is this the power of a vampire warlock? I wonder how monstrous my aura would be if I evolved to the Vampire Lord stage. As a noble vampire, my aura is also like the one this person is exuding, which is a very impressive feat that no one other than me can exude. But is this really how far the aura of a vampire warlock can go? I think inwardly as the aura starts getting stronger and fiercer the more I get closer. At my current stage, there's no way I can produce such a monstrous aura unless I evolve further. I must stay put and observe things before I make any decision. Getting closer to the location of the cave, I start feeling vibrations of attacks coming from within the cave. It's obvious that an intense fight is going on inside. Without wasting time, I'll land on the ground and start walking forward, putting away my ki for some reason. Chapter 225, The Meeting. Did you all feel it? A bald vampire who is sitting at the far end of a square table says with his hand placed on his chin, while his elbows rest on the table. We all felt it. The voices of some vampires reverberate through the room as they reply to the bald vampire named Norris. Currently, there are 4 vampires seated inside this large-looking yet simple room, with only a large table and 4 chairs surrounding it. There is one similar thing that all these vampires have in common. It's the fact that they are all at the Vampire Lord stage, and each of them are a province leader. After detecting a strange occurrence, these vampire lords decided to link up and talk about it. Norris, Reyes, Gale, and Odolph. These are the names of the vampires who are currently seated inside this room. Norris and Gale are both bald vampires with almost the same look and height. If one didn't know better, one would have thought they were twins. They look to be vampires below 1,000 years of age, while hovering between 500 to 600 years. They can also be said to have the appearance of a 35-year-old man, using the human criteria. As for Reyes, he's a handsome vampire with jet black hair that's decently styled to the back, as if it was done by the goddess of beauty herself. Judging from his look, one can tell that he's the type of person who cares a lot about his appearance, as he can be seen trying to smooth his clothes every now and then. Compared to Norris and Gale, his age is almost a mystery, as he looks like a young man in his early 20s using human criteria. And lastly, there's Odolph. He's an older vampire with gray hair that looks unkempt. His looks are average, without anything distinctive about him, except for the fact that he seems to be the oldest vampire here. The only other special thing about him is the staff he's holding, which he is currently tapping on the ground. The staff looks special and attractive as it has a shiny golden color with a round handle, which is shaped like a skull, with fangs sticking out of the skull's mouth. Norris, I felt it. It was an indescribable feeling. It felt like I was being compelled to either kneel down or just run away. That aura was brief, but it wasn't anything like the first Princess own. That aura was sharp and purer than Princess Zamira's aura. Reyes speaks up while using his hand to style his hair to the back, which is what he's been doing all this while. Let's just say, it was not an evil aura compared to Princess Zamira's aura. Gale says, looking towards Norris, while Norris also looks towards Odolph, who hasn't said a word. Just who could it be? Don't you think some of the other families have produced a very powerful vampire? There might be a bloody revolution if said family tries to overthrow the Mistro family from the throne, which is something that hasn't happened in thousands of years. Norris says with a long sigh, "No, that isn't the case. I guess y'all are just vampire leaders for nothing." Norris, Gale, aren't you two the ones who attended the wedding ceremony of Prince Jake, the son of the second princess who was on Earth? Odolph asks while fiddling with his staff. The one that was chosen by the king. The crown prince? Gale and Norris ask in unison. Yes, that kid. Odolph replies. Jaja Jaja. I was very disappointed with that kid. He doesn't look any special to me except for the fact that he knows how to charm female vampires. He also married his mother, the second princess. He's nothing like his father. Norris scoffs while bad-mouthing Jake. But I thought you were impressed by him. Besides, we didn't get to see his fighting capabilities. Have you forgotten that he's the student of the strongest vampire knight? Gale asks, looking quite surprised at Norris' hypocrisy. TCH, as I said, he's nothing special. The Mistro family is not producing powerful figures again, like in the past. Even though that boy was chosen to be the crown prince, he can never become the king because all the other families have been producing monstrously talented vampires lately. There are still talented vampires in the Mistro family. For instance, Princess Zamira, but I doubt if there will be a powerful one like in the past. Norris says with disdain, once again, while the picture of a particular person appears in his mind. While thinking about this person, a smile forms on Norris' face. Our Freeman family has also been producing talented vampires lately. The most talented vampire in our family is Roth Freeman, an 18-year-old vampire who is capable of beating a vampire lord to the brink of death. To top it all off, he's also the student of the legendary knight Alfonso. Reyes suddenly speaks up while grinning from ear to ear, hearing riotous words. The other vampire lord's eyes widen in shock. That's not all. When I last spoke with Roth, he said that Jake Mistro is more monstrous than we can possibly imagine. His growth is immeasurable, Reyes says, shaking his head mockingly at Norris. Did you talk with him over the phone? Gale asks, his interest looking piqued. No, Roth is around, Reyes says with a shrug. What? He's around. Gale asks again, looking shocked. What a coincidence. Jake is also around, and in case you didn't know, the main reason I called this meeting is to talk about the Crown Prince's coronation and the aura we felt. I feel like something big is about to happen. The Sanguine family also has a monstrous vampire in their midst, and he's their trump card. Also, looking at the way things are going, I think we have to forcefully wake the Vampire King in order to prevent a big war. Odolph announces with a stiff expression. What? All the other vampires bellow at the top of their voices, looking surprised at the turnout of things. Norris is the one who seems to be the most surprised and angry person here. But then again, a creepy smile begins to form on his face. Even if the king wakes up, what difference does it make? We're talking about monstrous vampires here that no one has no idea about. The kingdom is about to take a big blow. Norris thinks inwardly as he smiles from ear to ear. Inform all the other vampire lords and influential figures about the prince's coronation. This meeting is dismissed, Odolph announces, smashing the end of his staff on the ground. After doing this, a wave of aura can be seen surrounding him, thereby causing the other vampires to swallow a mouthful of saliva. As for Gale, he seems very disappointed about Norris' hypocrisy and doesn't seem to buy his view in any way. I have to inform Jill about how dangerous Norris is. Even though I am eventually going to go back on my words to her, I have to make it clear to her. After all, everyone wants a good outcome. Gale thinks inwardly as he gets up from his seat. Chapter 226 Demigod Beast. Drop, drop. I hear dripping sounds as I continue to venture into the cave. After looking down at the liquid dripping from above, I stop in my tracks. Bending down a little, I take a small portion of the liquid with my index finger. As I inspect it with keen eyes, the liquid is so slimy and sticky that even an average vampire would find it hard to get rid of if stepped upon. This must be fluid from a beast. I mutter while feeling a presence slowly advance towards me. Raising my head, I see an octopus-like monster crawling on the top of the cave. Roar! The beast bellows, showing its sharp, jagged teeth. Unlike an octopus, this beast has tougher-looking skin with many tentacles sticking to the ceiling of the cave. Studying the beast, I see that it's quite large, spanning about 5 meters wide in circumference. Judging from the energy radiating from the crystal in its body, I can tell that it's an advanced rank beast, a stage above the intermediate rank. After gaining tons of knowledge, I can now tell the rank of a beast from a mere glance, without any assistance from my system. TCH. Just keep shut and allow me to pass through in peace. I say to the beast as I click my tongue, although it doesn't understand what I said, unlike the higher intelligence beasts. However, since I wasn't running, it could tell that I was giving it some sort of warning. Roar. The beast roars again while the sticky substance bursts out of its mouth again. However, I was quick to evade the goo by leaping backwards. Whoosh! Whip! The beast swings one of its tentacles at me, but once again I evade it. Seeing me evade all of its attacks, the beast moves backwards again, snarling while continuing to stick to the roof of the cave. If only I had unleashed all my ki and vampire aura, all these beasts would have fled for their dear lives instead of challenging me. I think inwardly while gritting my teeth. The only reason I am keeping my presence concealed is because of Zamira. According to the intel I have, she's a battle expert who can even detect the slightest vampire aura. Hey Octo, I didn't want to hurt you before because you'll be pretty useless to me if I kill you. However, you have made me change my mind. I say with a small laugh while small sparks start dancing around my index finger. These sparks are my vampire aura shaped into tiny strands and intertwined together to form a thin needle-like red aura in my hand. Without wasting any time, I flick my index finger, shooting the tiny aura into the skull of the beast where its crystal is located, killing it in an instant. Ruaha! The beast cries out in extreme pain before falling to the ground dead. Bam! It's quite a large beast, though. I mutter as I keep walking forward, ignoring the beast and its horrid stench. A loud sound can be heard as Zamira's swords collide with the claws of the beast before her. Seeing that her attack is futile against the beast, Zamira leaps backwards, moving a few meters away from the beast. With respect to vampires, leaping is very easy for them due to their versatile bodies. Unlike an average human who built his reflexes through hard work and the skin of his teeth. Fuck, that was a close call. Zamira mutters as she lands on the floor, taking a battle stance. Her eyes are darting around the space right now, while turning around in a circular motion as if looking to see if the beast is advancing towards her. I underestimated the strength of that beast. Its claws are almost impenetrable. It's like a shield made from Zletherium steel. But just like I said, it's almost impossible, but not actually impossible to achieve. I have defeated 2 demigod-ranked beasts before, and I'm going to do it again. Zamira thinks inwardly, making her resolve high. Her eyes are glowing bright red, because she's currently focusing a lot of vampire aura into her eyes, making them glow like burning torches. Right from birth, Zamira had the blood power to focus all her vampire aura into her eyes, making her see what an ordinary vampire cannot see. This ability is similar to Gyo, a technique that requires focusing ki into one's eyes. Also, it's more powerful than any Gyo. However, it's nowhere near as strong as Jake's God's eyes. Check, 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 check. The sound of footsteps ensue as the beast starts walking towards Zamira. The sound is similar to the sound of horse hooves, albeit very light compared to it. Hey, vampire, why don't you let me rest in peace? I came here just so I could hide from y'all. Why are you hunting my kind? A loud and unclear voice emerges, echoing throughout the cave. Slowly, a figure starts walking towards Zamira, coming into clear view. This figure doesn't seem to have any evil intent, which makes Zamira resist attacking. The first thing that comes into Zamira's view is the numerous spider legs that are working in rhythm. Zamira knew what type of beast she was facing, but she had been unable to analyze it very well earlier. This beast seems to be quite an intelligent one. Its lower body is that of a spider, while its upper body is humanoid. Its upper body is very green, with 2 large breasts on its chest. These breasts don't look like an average breast, as they look quite sturdy. As for its face, numerous eyes are sticking out of it, and they can be controlled simultaneously. To top it all off, the most menacing thing about this beast is its deadly claws that look like pincers. Instead of having a hand, this beast is armed with these dangerous claws, thick forearms, and extremely sturdy skin. Oh, you decided to show up. Are you afraid of me? Don't worry. We'll make your death a quick one, Zamira says with arrogance as she raises her sword in the air. Ho ho, I know you're a powerful one. I have heard about you and the feats that you have achieved. That's why I have decided to make a deal with you. Also, it seems like you also have someone powerful with you. One of my babies has been killed, and judging from the way it was killed, that person is also dangerous. The beast says with a smile, showing its dirty sharp teeth. Hearing the beast's words, Zamira lowers her sword while a surprised look appears on her face. Chapter 227 Zamira vs. Spider Queen. Hearing the beast's words, Zamira lowers her sword while a surprised look appears on her face. What are you talking about? I came here alone, Zamira says in a threatening voice, as she tries to intimidate the beast. What would I gain by telling you a lie? One of my babies was killed in a very amusing way, which is something I have never seen before. Even though this person is trying very hard to conceal his aura, I can still feel it. The beast says, showing its menacing set of teeth again. To top it all off, this person seems stronger than you. Who could it be? I don't even mind dying by his sword. The beast adds with a wide grin while moving backwards. Hearing the beast's words, veins can be seen popping out of Zamira's face. One can tell that she is extremely infuriated. So, what are you trying to say now? So what? If someone is here with me inside this cave, they'll just have to deal with the person when I'm done with you. Zamira says as her sword begins to glow. You are as arrogant as I've heard. You underestimate and look down on your opponent. You don't deserve to have me die by your sword, and even if you kill me, you're still going to die either way. The beast replies while a white thick rope shoots towards Zamira. Whoosh! Zamira cuts the white rope before it can even touch her armor. Zamira bellows as she makes very quick slashes in the air, creating fine lines of red aura by infusing her blood aura into her sword. The red lines have a tinge of purple color in them, which is the energy from sword. Before the beast can realize what Zamira has done, the red lines started flying towards it. Roar! The beast bellows, as if sensing the danger of the blood aura. The purple energy in the aura is the energy from the beast gear that Zamira is wielding. This alone is a big weakness to the beast. WHM. Suddenly, a large wall of thick cobwebs appear in front of the Spider Queen as she tries to shield herself from Zamira's attack. However, Zamira's blood aura easily cuts through the web like tofu. The Spider Queen isn't also giving up, as she keeps creating more webs, thereby decreasing the potency of the blood slashes. Seeing that the potency of the blood slashes has been decreased drastically by her cobwebs, the Spider Queen grabs the blood slashes with her bare claws, canceling them out. Once the blood slashes were canceled, smoke could be seen rising from the beast's claws, which were covered with many scorch marks. However, there is no single damage done to the Spider Queen. Seeing her attack stopped by the Spider Queen, Zamira raises her sword again. However, instead of attacking, she lowers it to her shoulder pad and gives a bright smile. That was epic. I think I should play with you a little more before killing you. I would have liked to take you as my pet, but you are quite an ugly one, Zamira says with a smile, while oozing extreme arrogance. After hearing Zamira's haughty comment, the Spider Queen doesn't know how to react. Throughout her entire existence, she has never felt this much anger. This person, she's very dangerous. That man is also dangerous. I stand almost no chance. I hope Plutad will be done soon. I will try my best to buy time until everything is complete, even if it costs me my life. No, I don't want to die here. I promised him that I will stay alive. I'm not a pushover either. After all, I am not an ordinary demigod beast. The Spider Queen thinks inwardly before putting on a smile, even though she still looks ugly despite smiling. Aren't you ashamed? That weapon in your hands is made from the crystals you extracted from my kind. Why can't you all just let us live in peace? You people hunt us down no matter how intelligent we are, just because you want our crystals. Yet, the beastkins are roaming around freely. The Spider Queen says, looking very pained and angry. Oh, Zamira lets out a voice with her eyebrows raised. In case you didn't know, I am the epitome of shamelessness. My shamelessness has no bounds. It's just quite pathetic that you're comparing yourselves to beastkins. You guys were never intelligent in the first place. What you all do is consume each other's crystals and evolve. It was like a dog-eat-dog system. However, when beasts started feasting on intelligent beings, you began to gain the consciousness of the victims, claiming it as intelligence. Have you ever wondered how you were suddenly able to communicate with intelligent beings? That's because you've probably eaten innocent vampires. I guess there's nothing to justify here. I am done playing with you. Zamira says while a burst of aura is radiated from her body. What? Do you mean? The Spider Queen stammers upon hearing Zamira's words. The truth is quite bitter. Right now, Zamira's hair is floating in a straight-like manner while her body is completely covered in a red aura. It's also as if the space around her is distorting due to the energy emanating from her. Sensing Zamira's energy, the Spider Queen knows what she is done for. But her goal of buying time has successfully been achieved, and she's willing to fight to the death. I'm not a pushover either. They'll show you the power of a demigod beast. The Spider Queen says, as a translucent light begins to radiate from her body. I have killed demigod beasts like you, and you're no exception, you lowly beast. Zamira says, pointing the tip of her sword at the beast. This is a habit of hers, toying with her opponent before finishing them off. Meanwhile, what is this? Such a monstrous aura filled with evil intent. I guess I now understand what Mom was talking about. However, this evil intent isn't directed at hurting people or anything like that. So what exactly is it directed at? The beast? I mutter to myself while gritting my teeth. I am currently standing a few meters away from where the fight is happening. Since I can't use either my ki or vampire aura to shield myself, I'm only left to use Mom's gravity ability to lessen the pressure coming from both sides. Looking at the fight between the two, the demigod beast stands no chance against Zamira, but it is fighting with all it has, as if it's protecting something. Chapter 228, The Spider Queen's Power Boom. A loud sound goes off as Zamira's aura keeps getting stronger. The space around her is distorting due to the energy she and the demigod beast are emitting. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The cave starts vibrating as the two clash. The Spider Queen is currently covered in a very thick material that's made from her cobwebs. This isn't any ordinary co-web, though, as it's shining brightly, forming a sort of armor around her body and abdomen. All of Zamira's blood slashes aren't affecting her, as the web keeps deflecting the attacks. I'm not an ordinary demigod beast. Don't underestimate me. The beast bellows as several thick cobwebs shoot out of her numerous eyes and fly towards Zamira, who is slashing all the thick cobwebs being shot at her. Each of these rope webs are strong enough to give a vampire lord a tough time. Yet Zamira is slashing them like they're simply a thread. Surprisingly, two laser beams also shoot out of Zamira's eyes, destroying the webs before they can reach her. This is one of the skills Zamira's blood eyes, the omnipotent eyes, have. They can shoot out laser beams made up of vampire aura. However, using these laser beams frequently during a battle will consume a lot of vampire aura. However, Zamira has a lot of vampire aura, which makes her use this skill to a monstrous degree. Seeing that Zamira is effortlessly destroying her webs, the Spider Queen decides to switch her game. As a demigod rank beast, she has an ability, and this web manipulation and beast control is her ability. Subsequently, many thick webs shoot out of the Spider Queen's body, piercing the cave. In a flash, the cave starts shaking vigorously while many rocks start falling to the ground, making Zamira lose balance a bit. The uneven structure of the cave put Zamira at a little disadvantage. Also, this cave is the beast's home. Gaining her momentum, Zamira starts running towards the Spider Queen. However, 10 red goblins suddenly jump in front of her, displaying their dirty teeth while giggling mischievously. These goblins are all at the Emperor rank stage, making Zamira click her tongue in disgust because they're all clearly manipulated by the Spider Queen. Hee. The goblins giggle as they dash towards Zamira with different types of weapons that they got from a victim they had killed. The most annoying thing is that they can activate the active skills of the weapons. This isn't surprising to Zamira, since beast weapons were made from beasts in the first place. I hate goblins the most. Just how long has this beast been able to get all these lower beasts under her command? D. Zamira says with disgust as she chops off all the goblins' heads in one slash. Moving forward a little, another set of beasts about a dozen appear before her. These beasts are large scorpions with very hard, shiny bodies, and they're also all at the Emperor rank stage. Fuck! Zamira curses out loud as she swings her sword in the air in quick succession, creating many lines of blood slashes. These blood slashes fly towards the scorpion-like beasts, burrito their bodies for about an inch before stopping. Even though black blood is oozing from these beast bodies, they're still aggressive and keep on attacking Zamira. The most annoying thing right now is that while she is fighting the beasts, the Spider Queen is attacking Zamira at the same time, making her attention divided. Arg! Zamira lets out a painful cry as one of the beasts sting her with its stinger, injecting tons of venom into her body. However, Zamira's armor is quick to react as it lights up, healing her instantly. Gaining her momentum, another red energy erupts from Zamira's body, which burns like a raging fire compared to before. Even some of the beasts moved back due to the sudden increase and burst of aura from Zamira's body. I never thought I would get to use my full strength against a demigod beast. You are right. You're no ordinary demigod beast. Zamira says angrily as her sword starts glowing bright yellow. This is an active skill of the sword. The purple glow was a passive skill, but it's nowhere near effective compared to the active skills of the sword. Poof! Suddenly, a burst of flames shoot out of the sword like a big flame thrower, burning all of the beasts to a crisp. The fire is so intense that even Zamira has to shield herself with her aura. Once the active skill wears off, the Spider Queen can be seen standing a few meters away from Zamira. However, behind her, there is a horde of beasts of about 200, ranging from the king rank to the legendary rank. Saying a gibberish word, all the beasts start charging towards Zamira, heeding the command of the Spider Queen. How in the hell did this spider get so many beasts under its command? It's useless either way. Fool Zamira tells the Spider Queen as frost starts appearing around her sword. Whoosh crank! A huge tornado of cold frost shoots out of Zamira's sword, freezing all the beasts in position. Even the Spider Queen barely manages to escape the doom by the skin of her teeth as she leaps backwards. The impact of using the skill even makes Zamira lose her balance a little bit as she staggers backwards. Putting her sword on her shoulder pad, Zamira starts walking towards the Spider Queen like a predator looking down on its prey. The name of that fire skill is called Flame Burst, while the ice skill is called Ice Charge. Isn't it awesome that all your minions were frozen in place? It would have been quite a hassle to deal with them. However, I'm just wondering, what type of beast weapon will your crystal make after farming it and giving it to a forger? Zamira says while giving the Spider Queen a toothy grin. The Spider Queen is left stupefied by Zamira's words, and she can only look at her in horror as she sees her life flash before her eyes. When Zamira keeps walking forward with her sword aimed at her. Chapter 229, Killing the Spider Queen currently. I am still watching the fight that is going on between Zamira and the Spider Queen. There's no doubt that the Spider Queen is being completely dominated by Zamira. Nevertheless, the Spider Queen is using everything in her arsenal and whatever trump card she has to fight against Zamira. In my opinion, it seems like the Spider Queen is protecting something since beasts are known to run for their lives when facing a stronger opponent. As for the brunt of their attacks, I had no other choice but to use a little amount of ki to shield my body. At this rate, I couldn't care less about getting exposed. Luckily, I haven't been noticed by Zamira. Walking forward and stopping a few meters away from the Spider Queen, Zamira takes a deep breath and clutches the hilt of her sword tightly. Swordcraft. Zamira mumbles while her blade starts turning red as she sends her vampire aura into it. Yuk the Spider Queen sucks in a cold breath after realizing what Zamira plans to do. She knows that this will lead to her demise. In a flash, many thick web ropes are shot out of the Spider Queen's numerous eyes, but they all disintegrated before they can even get to Zamira due to the aura emanating from her. Despite all this, the Spider Queen doesn't run away as she keeps sending barges of attacks towards Zamira, but she is unable to harm her. Swordcraft. Zamira mumbles again while her sword starts glowing brightly. It's very red as if dipped in a furnace. The Spider Queen can feel the heat radiating from the sword, causing her to move backwards slowly and create mini web armor to cover her body. I'm also surprised by the turn of events, as I feel a little adrenaline course through my veins. Despite being the Protoss and having vast knowledge about vampire techniques, I have never come across this technique. Perhaps there can only be one reason. This technique is not a vampire technique. Alfonso had mentioned before that Zamira had deadly skills and techniques that he had no idea about. Just where in the hell did she learn these techniques from? I would love to learn her techniques. Suddenly, Zamira takes a weird stance with her sword raised to the left side and tilted in a vertical position. 100 blade cuts. Zamira bellows as she swings her sword down in a very fast motion that an ordinary vampire's eyes would be unable to catch. ZRRRM. Suddenly, a long, red, tiny aura line erupts from the sword, flying towards the Spider Queen. I can follow the speed of the attack with the abilities of my eyes. The red line aura is actually more powerful than it seems. Auras of 100 sword slashes were condensed into a single slash. That's quite amusing, because she did it in a very short time. No, no, no. I can't die here. The Spider Queen mumbles in horror as she starts running away. For some reason, her agility is also impressive since she was able to track the speed of the attack coming toward her. Her movements are like a blur as she dances around the cave, creating a thick wall of cobwebs to block the attack while running deeper into the cave. Seeing the aura catching up to her, the Spider Queen braces herself by creating the strongest web she has ever made, which drains quite a lot of her energy. However, despite all this, the red aura line cleanly cuts through her defense, cutting through her like butter. The attack doesn't stop there, though, as it keeps flying forward until it hits the cave and bounces back to the Spider Queen, passing through her neck before canceling itself. After the attack, Zamira lowers her sword and puts it back in her scabbard. As for the Spider Queen, she's still standing like a statue. The blood slash has cleanly passed through her like butter at an unbelievable speed. WY? The Spider Queen mumbles before her numerous eyes close. Thud, 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 thud. The Spider Queen's head falls to the ground and bounces towards Zamira, while her upper body also falls to the ground. Zamira's attack cut the Spider Queen in 3 places. It was a precise attack. Tush! Suddenly, black blood starts erupting from the Spider Queen's lower body that has been severed from her upper body. The lower part starts dancing around in pain before falling to the ground as the nerve reaction wears off. TCH, I thought she was much stronger than that. Zamira says in disappointment as she walks towards the Spider Queen's head, looking at it before raising her right foot. Stomp! Zamira lowers her foot on the head, crushing it into meat paste. This is somewhat cruel. I see why Mom was terrified of her. I'd like to make her my woman. I think inwardly, grinning at the scene in front of me. Just how thrilling would it be to be with her in such an intimate way? Thinking about this scene makes my heart race a little bit. After stomping on the spider's head, Zamira walks towards the lower body of the Spider Queen, gazing at it with disgust on her face. Her abdomen is looking nastier than I thought. I guess I'll have to do a dirty job before extracting her crystal. Zamira mutters as she unsheathes her sword and thrusts it into the abdomen of the beast. Stab! Her sword cleanly enters the body while black blood also starts oozing out of it. The abdomen of the Spider Queen is a little large and whitish with mucus here and there, making things look a little irritating. Grabbing onto the hilt of her sword and dragging it downwards, Zamira cuts open the abdomen of the Spider Queen. Guts and blood is spilt everywhere as the abdomen is cut open. If Zamira was a human or a very sensitive race, she would have puked nonstop. After rummaging through the guts, lo and behold, a red shining crystal about the size of a volleyball appears before her eyes. Yes, Zamira's eyes light up in excitement as she sees the crystal. The moment she is about to grab the crystal, She suddenly stops midway as she can sense a piercing gaze on her back and the aura of a certain entity. Chapter 2, 30 Demon Rank Beast Yes. Zamira's eyes light up with excitement. Immediately, she sees the crystal. The moment she is about to grab the crystal, she suddenly stops midway as she can sense a piercing gaze on her back and the aura of a certain entity. What's this evil aura? It's directed towards me. This is probably the person the beast was talking about. But why here? Zamira thinks inwardly as she grabs the crystal either way and puts it away in her space ring. Even though the sinister aura is getting more intimidating, Zamira doesn't look bothered in the slightest. But inwardly, she is a bit concerned. However, she is very sure that she can leave the cave unscathed if the person attacks her recklessly. This shows how much Zamira believes in her capabilities. She stands up and turns around, and a surprised look appears on her face, which makes her jaw drop. Right in front of her is a completely different thing for what she thought. Seeing this figure, Zamira grabs the hilt of her sword that's still in the scabbard while slowly backing away. So this was what the beast was hiding. I should have realized that something was off. Zamira thinks inwardly while she continues to back away. She has gone against an enemy at the same level as the threat in front of her, and that day she nearly lost her life. It was the first time she had ever felt hopeless, pathetic, and weak. And that same entity is standing in front of her right now, looking at the dead body of the Spider Queen on the ground. Jake, on the other hand, looks very surprised from his hiding spot as he furrows his brows. He wants to butt in and assist Zamira, but after seeing her capabilities, he knows that she won't lose to the threat in front of her. Judging from what Mom told me about Zamira, she's the type who likes to test and exceed her limits. Butting in now might infuriate her, but if things get extremely messy. Jake thinks inwardly and continues to conceal his identity. As for Zamira, she's somewhat nervous because of the aura emanating from the entity in front of her. It's very cool and not overwhelming in any way, but it seems to be the epitome of vileness. Right now, in front of Zamira is a man with a very toned body. However, this doesn't look like an ordinary man. This is a humanoid demon rank beast. Its figure is exactly like the body of a male vampire, toned from head to toe. However, some of its body parts can be seen morphing and dripping with sticky goo as if it took a dip in a gunk pool. There's no doubt that this beast is a mud-type beast that can morph into anything it has ever come across, and also manipulate any mud it comes by. This in-depth information was given by Jake's system, as he was curious about the capabilities of the beast. For some reason, Jake's system is unable to gauge the strength, agility, and stamina of the beast due to its muddy nature. Suddenly, the beast stops in front of the lower body of the Spider Queen before going down on its knees and clutching the remains of the Spider Queen to itself. "You did this, right?" The beast asks without raising its head. "Yes, I did." Zamira answers with her right hand still tightly clutching the hilt of her sword, ready to launch an attack at any moment. "What did you gain?" The beast asks while it continues to hold the remains of the Spider Queen to itself. Hearing the beast's question, a surprised look appears on Zamira's face. It seems to be a male beast he's not attacking. This is strange. Zamira thinks inwardly before proceeding to answer the beast's question. "I did it for so many reasons. Firstly, that beast killed a lot of innocent people. Secondly, I want to test my limits and capabilities. And lastly, I wanted her crystal." Zamira answers truthfully. Hearing Zamira's answer, the beast chuckles before finally laughing out loud. "You're quite an honest person. You didn't hide your reasons and intentions from me. I would like to ask you one more question. What do you think about me?" The beast asks as it raises its head, giving Zamira a menacing stare. Suddenly, a smile forms on Zamira's face upon hearing its question. "Not bad. This beast is going to be interesting. I have improved drastically compared to the last time I fought against a demon rank beast. I should be able to take it down." Zamira thinks inwardly as adrenaline starts pumping through her veins. "What do I think of you, right? Well, I think your crystal would make a good weapon." Zamira answers truthfully. The beast looks a bit puzzled at Zamira's answer, but there isn't much of an expression on its face. "Very well. Yet again, another honest answer from a vile race. You are quite different. Let me tell you something. This world is a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong shall survive. For instance, the beasts consume intelligent races for intelligence, and also consume their own kind for evolution. The same goes for the intelligent races. They hunt down beasts for their crystals and fight amongst themselves for superiority, causing millions of blood to be spilt in the process. Be it beasts or intelligent races, how are we different from each other? We're all vile creatures. I have consumed thousands of my minions before getting to this point. I am the first demon-rank beast on this planet. The beast says, while looking at its body. As for this Spider Queen, she's gone because of one reason. She was weak. I commend her for keeping her promise of protecting me while I was evolving. But the shame she died. I would have liked to consume her crystal, though, but it would be pretty useless to me. I need to go to another planet to find demon-rank beasts like me and consume their crystals, so that I can evolve to the next stage. The beast says with a grin glint as its eyes shine with excitement. Chapter 231, Power of a Demon-Rank Beast. However, I am just a new demon-rank beast. I want to test my capabilities and limits, just like you. The beast says again as it gets up from the ground and slowly begins to walk towards Zamira. Zamira, on the other hand, has a stupefied expression on her face. She is quite angry and puzzled at the same time, because there is no record of a demon-rank beast being as intelligent as the one in front of her. Even the one she had fought in the past hadn't even been 50% as smart as the one in front of her right now. I hope you put up a good fight. Zamira replies as she further tightens her grip on the hilt of her sword, ready to unleash one of her most powerful attacks. Sure, I hope you entertain me a lot. If you lose, you'll die. If you win, you'll get my crystal. This is a death match, but I don't think you have any chance of winning. The beast says confidently as its right hand begins to transform into a large, long-bladed sword. Death is inevitable. I don't think I will die here. At least, my death won't be by a demon-rank beast. Swordcraft, Zamira mumbles, taking a very strange stance, just like before, and unsheathes her sword a little bit. She's doing that move again. I can feel energy gathering up in that scabbard. The beast thinks inwardly, but continues to walk forward either way. Swordcraft 1,000 blade cuts. Zamira bellows as she unsheathes her sword in a very fast motion, swinging at the beast before putting it back in her scabbard. Her movement is very fast, even more than that of a blur. The moment she launched this attack, a large line of condensed blood aura erupts from her sword and flies towards the beast. This blood slash is 10 times bigger than the one she unleashed against the Spider Queen. As the attack makes its way towards it, the beast is able to follow Zamira's movements effortlessly. To say the least, the beast seems to be faster than her. Suddenly, huge thick walls made out of mud emerge from the ground to blood the attack. However, the blood slash cleanly cuts through the walls and continues to move forward with great speed and extreme sharpness. Realizing that its walls have been broken down, the beast starts to liquefy itself, turning into a large pool of mud. Now that there's no opponent to hit, the blood slash continues to fly forward before finally hitting the end of the cave. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Boom! A loud sound erupts as the blood-condensed slash hits the end of the cave before exploding, causing a lot of debris to rise in the air, thereby blocking everyone's view. Slowly, the debris starts settling down, and everything becomes clearer compared to before. The top of the cave has been blown away with a lot of rubbles here and there. Now that the top of the cave has been blown off, 2 moons can be seen in the sky, with many bats taking off into the air. Due to the explosion that just erupted inside the cave, their home. Inside the half-blown cave, Zamira can be seen standing on her feet with her eyes glowing bright red. Opposite her, the beast is also standing unscathed without a single scratch on its body. It seems to have a mocking grin on its face. It's still taking a male vampire form with its right hand formed into a very sharp, large blade. There are also 3 spikes sticking out of each of its shoulders. What a pointless attack. That attack was quite powerful, but not powerful enough to kill a demon-rank beast. To kill a demon-rank beast, you need enough power to shake a planet. The demon-rank beast says while shaking its head. Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. The beast says as it leaps into the air and slams its left fist into the ground. Boom! Tremors ensue as the beast's fist hits the ground and several, deep, web-like cracks start spreading across the area. Now, what is left of the cave has been completely destroyed due to the sheer power of the punch. This is simply brute strength. After the tremors stop, the cave and mountains in the area can be seen to have been completely razed to the ground and turned into nothing but dust. Zamira and the beast are now standing several meters away from each other. Her armor glows with white light before it suddenly stops after a moment. This is one of the active skills of the armor, to heal the wearer and repair itself. However, this skill has a limit. If the wearer or armor itself receives severe damage, the skill will be useless. That's raw power. Show me what you've got. The beast bellows as it dashes towards Zamira. Zamira doesn't panic in the slightest as she grips the hilt of her sword again while it's still inside its scabbard. Swordcraft, Zamira says, and in the next moment, her figure starts turning into a blur, making the beast stop in its advancement as it can't seem to follow her movements again. At first glance, it looks as if Zamira has many clones of herself circling the beast. However, that isn't the case. Zamira is just moving so fast now that it seems like she turned into several clones. Swoosh! Zamira's blade swiftly cuts the beast in half, separating its upper body from its lower body. Putting her sword back in her scabbard, Zamira looks at the beast on the ground with a look of disbelief on her face. Right in front of her, the beast is slowly morphing back together into its humanoid form. It's clear to her now, ordinary sword attacks can't kill the beast in front of her. To kill this beast, I need a lot of power. Zamira thinks inwardly as she clenches her teeth. Once the beast has morphed completely, it stands up and looks at Zamira with a slightly angry expression. My turn. Chapter 232, Yellow Aura, my turn. Suddenly, the beast disappears from its position and starts running towards Zamira. Upon getting closer, it starts shooting muddy projectiles at her. The beast doesn't stop there, as the ground upon which Zamira is standing also begins to turn into a large, sticky, muddy pool, thereby restraining her movements. Catching the movement of the beast and its tactics, Zamira grits her teeth and puts her sword back into its scabbard. This lowly beast thinks I suck at close combat. If I had an ability, things would have been much easier. However, ability doesn't matter. Will, perseverance, and hard work are what matter. I'll show this beast all the skills and techniques that I've learned in the past. Today won't be like the last time I lost against a demon-rank beast. Zamira thinks inwardly as she clenches her fists while a yellowish aura covers her from top to bottom. This aura looks like a Dampier's aura, making Jake squint his eyes from his hiding spot. That energy is familiar. It looks like a Dampier's energy, however, it also looks like primal energy, according to the explanation Mimi gave to me. I have never gotten separated from Mimi for such a long time. I wish she was here. There's something more to primal energy and damper energy. Jake thinks inwardly while speculating about the fight. Getting closer, the beast thrusts its right arm forward, trying to punch her in the face. The punch is packed with enough force as the air surrounding it can be seen distorting. However, Zamira effortlessly catches the beast's punch with her left hand and punches the beast in the abdomen, kicking it off balance. Zamira doesn't stop there, though, as she breaks off the mud binding her feet and swiftly gets behind the beast, slamming both of her hands into its back. Several web cracks appear on the ground as Zamira slams her hands on the beast's back, making its feet sink into the ground. Roar! The beast bellows angrily as it swiftly moves away from its position to get away from Zamira's attack range. Turning around in a circular motion, the beast doesn't find Zamira, which causes a surprised look to appear on its face. However, it doesn't look scared in the slightest. Rather, it looks excited. Looking for me? A voice emerges from above. Raising its head, The beast watches Zamira descend with her sword tightly clutched between her hands as it glows yellow. Apart from this, two black, beautiful wings covered in yellow energy are also sprouting from her back. Seeing this scene, the beast suddenly feels fear for a second as all its survival instincts kick in. Currently, I am levitating in the air several meters away from where the fight between Zamira and the demon rank beast is ensuing. I'm in awe at the efficiency and precision of Zamira's attack. Not even Alfonso's battle scene was as interesting as the one happening in front of me right now. To top it all off, her wings are impressive and alluring. Naturally, female vampires' wings attract the male's attention. And for some reason, I can feel a tingling sensation as I watch her battle like this. This woman, I want to conquer her. Swordcraft 1,000 blade cuts. Zamira bellows as she swings her sword and lowers it on the beast, while a huge red aura line coated with yellow energy erupts from the sword. Seeing the attack coming its way, the beast suddenly divides itself into two parts, making the attack pass through his midsection as it splits itself in half. Swoosh! Boom rumble, the sword slash hits the hard ground, cutting through it like butter, and continues cutting through the ground of the planet like tofu. This causes many cracks to appear on the ground, which spans about several kilometers. Several tremors can also be felt on some parts of the planet as the attack settles down. Zamira can now be seen standing, as her sword rests on her shoulder, while the yellow aura dances around her body violently. Subsequently, the beast's body starts morphing back into its humanoid form, forming its right hand into a thick, sharp blade. Its eyes are also hollow as if they are lifeless. Looking at the scene unfolding in front of me, I am quite stupefied at how fast everything happened. What I noticed while watching this fight is that after using that yellow energy, Zamira's attacks doubled and started causing massive destruction. I once saw this energy the first day I opened my acupoints, and I have always seen traces of it anytime I use God's eyes. However, I noticed that frequently using God's eyes usually puts a strain on me. Also, from the little I know, this energy is called chaos energy, which explains why its destruction rate is unprecedented. But according to what Mimi told me, this energy is wild and untamable. That is the reason why I am unable to harness it. You survived my attack again. You're quite a stubborn one to have made me use this power. To be honest, your ability is quite annoying. However, you haven't witnessed my full power yet, Zamira says with pride, giving the beast another opportunity to prove itself a worthy opponent. Have I gotten so strong that even a demon rank beast looks weak in my eyes? I hope it will push me to the edge this time. Zamira thinks inwardly. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the beast turns cold, making Zamira a little bit cautious since the Spider Queen also did something similar to this. You're a strong one, no doubt, but I haven't used my full strength just like you. I think the reason I am like this is that I am just a newly evolved demon rank beast. However, I haven't hit my limit yet, the beast says as it raises both hands in the air. Suddenly, several thousands of projectiles erupt from the ground and start levitating in the air as they face Zamira. Each of these projectiles is strong enough to kill an average vampire noble on a whim. And yes, thousands of them are directed at Zamira. Seeing an attack of this scale, a smirk appears on Zamira's face as she grabs the hilt of her sword and twists it. Instantly, frost starts appearing around the sword while the beast is unaware. Chapter 233, Go-Go Whoosh. CRRRKKK. In an instant, a radiant burst of light emanates from the sword, momentarily blinding me. A palpable aura of deathly chill engulfs the surroundings as I cautiously open my eyes. Although I stand at a considerable distance, I can still sense the monstrous chill emanating from the sword. The ice spreads in an irregular pattern, freezing the very ground beneath it, leaving no room for the beast to manipulate its earthen domain. CRRRKKK. The ice shatters as the beast breaks free from its frozen entrapment. Roar. The beast bellows, pounding its chest with fury. But before it can retaliate, Zamira materializes before it, delivering a swift kick to its chest, causing it to slide backward across the icy surface. Zamira's onslaught continues as she deftly dashes towards the disoriented beast, intercepting it before it can regain its momentum, and forcefully strikes the hilt of her sword against its head, cleaving it in two. However, undeterred by the grievous blow, the resilient beast manages to reshape its visage and swings its bladed right hand at Zamira, aiming to inflict a fatal wound. Yet, Zamira effortlessly intercepts the bladed assault, catching the hand mid-air and effortlessly snapping in half, with the fractured, bladed mud hand now firmly in her grasp. Zamira ruthlessly plunges it into the beast's left shoulder, eliciting a tortured cry of pain. Not content with her previous actions, she seizes one of the beast's legs, hoisting it and its entire body aloft, before forcefully slamming it into the frozen terrain. Boom! The resulting shockwave sends a barrage of ice shards and shrapnel flying in all directions. A peculiar occurrence transpires amid the chaos. For the first time since the battle commenced, the beast begins to bleed, darkened ichor oozing from its wounds and staining the icy surface. With a sudden shift in demeanor, Zamira strides purposefully towards the wounded creature, encircled by dancing tendrils of yellow energy. Her sword rests casually upon her shoulder, emanating a pulsating hue of purple that imbues her with an ominous aura. Halting abruptly in front of the beast, she looms over it, adopting the posture of a predatory creature. Her countenance reveals little, yet there is a perplexing hint of astonishment in her gaze. I have emerged victorious, and now I believe I am entitled to claim your crystal, Zamira declares, a sly grin playing across her lips as she raises her sword high above her head. Swordcraft. One now. No, I will not allow her to slay the beast. My mind races as I witness Zamira lifting her blade skyward. This is my opportunity to establish a connection with this formidable woman. Should circumstances warrant it, I shall reveal my true self to her. Swiftly, I dash towards Zamira. A resounding metallic clash reverberates as I seize the tip of her sword between two fingers, effectively halting her attack. Through the concentrated infusion of my key energy, I manage to impede her assault effortlessly. Gazing upwards, Zamira's eyes widen as she observes me, effortlessly thwarting one of her most formidable techniques as though it were inconsequential. This act of defiance brings disgrace upon the composed warlock, etching an expression of shock and bitterness upon her face. Whoosh, a colossal cloud of dust billows as Zamira cautiously leaps backward, assuming a defensive stance. An astute move for a warlock. She displays prudence by retreating upon witnessing my intervention and the remarkable feat I have accomplished. Now, she attentively observes me, attempting to gauge the extent of my strength. This is truly a remarkable turn of events. My desire to possess this woman intensifies. You, who are you? You impeded my 1,000 blade cuts. I have never encountered you before, and while I have no desire to engage in combat, I detest your interference. Are you attempting to steal my kill? Zamira demands, her grip on the sword's hilt tightening. Steal your kill? Absolutely not. I have a different purpose here. I beseech you to spare this beast, for I intend to make it my companion. I promise to procure another demon tier crystal for you, I assert, stepping closer to the wounded creature and placing my hand gently upon its head. Suddenly, a radiant crimson glow emanates from my hand, gradually permeating the beast's skull, causing its injuries to miraculously vanish. As soon as I complete the healing process, the beast rises to its feet and bows deeply before me. Master, it utters in a low voice, reveal your true form to me, I command, and the beast obediently nods. In an instant, its body undergoes a remarkable transformation, diminishing in size until it assumes the shape of a diminutive humanoid child. I see. This is your true form, a newly born demon-rank beast. Exhausted by its previous manifestation and the tremendous power it exerted, depleting its crystal. I remark, as the beast affirms my words with a nod. Observing its genuine form, I cannot help but find it endearing. Two antennae protrude from its head, accompanied by shiny black eyes that exude an air of innocence. The remainder of its body resembles that of human, save for its rich, glossy, mud-like skin. At first glance, one might mistake it for a peculiar race. I believe you've gone too far. Halting my 1,000 blade cuts does not grant you carte blanche to act as you please, Zamira interjects, her voice laced with a hint of anger. The sword she wields radiates a potent purple aura, underscoring her mounting fury. However, for reasons unknown, she refrains from initiating an attack. By slaying this beast, its crystal would be rendered virtually useless, a mere semblance of a demon-tier weapon. Thus, you ought to express gratitude, rather than animosity, towards me, I retort with a smile. Go, from this moment forward, that shall be your name. You shall bring all other beasts into submission and abstain from harming any inhabitants of this planet. I shall call upon you when the need arises. Now go, I decree, and in an instant, the beast begins sprinting away until it disappears from view. As I fix my gaze upon Zamira, an expression of intense anger contorts her features, clearly dissatisfied with my actions. Who permitted you to act with such impunity? That beast was meant to be mine. As you have crossed the line, you shall face the consequences, Zamira declares menacingly, as the aura of yellow energy surrounding her pulsates with heightened intensity. Once again, I pose the question, who are you? She demands, adopting an aggressive stance of battle readiness. I am Jake Mistro, I proclaim, a mischievous grin playing upon my lips as I discard my shirt, revealing a meticulously sculpted set of abs. Chapter 234, Jake versus Zamira. Jake Mistro, my younger sister's son? Zamira inquires, her face displaying a perplexed expression. Well, you're absolutely right, dear aunt, I respond with a radiant smile. I observe Zamira's countenance, detecting traces of annoyance and intense anger. Suddenly, she directs her sword towards me. Are you here for the coronation ceremony? Zamira questions, retracting her sword. The air of violence diminishes, yet a simmering intensity remains, as if cautioning me. Yes, I reply truthfully. Zamira gazes at me for a few moments, her silence pregnant with unspoken thoughts. Did you know that after the coronation ceremony, you will essentially be one step away from assuming the role of king? The vampires will look up to you until the king either transfers the crown or meets his demise. I fail to comprehend why Father has chosen you as the crown prince and is even prepared to awaken from his slumber to bestow the crown upon you, Zamira reveals. I discern a tide of emotion laced within her voice, as if she harbors concern not for herself or me, but rather for the vampire citizens. Her words elicit surprise, prompting a bewildered expression to materialize on my face. What in the world? Old Man Duke is about to awaken from his slumber and pass the crown to me? This is nonsensical. I am unprepared for such a responsibility. Simply being a full-fledged crown prince following the coronation will prove burdensome. Nevertheless, I must not betray any signs of ignorance here, especially as I endeavor to captivate this formidable aunt of mine. What are your thoughts, dear aunt? Do you perceive me as weak? I query, crouching down and tracing something on the floor with my index finger. I can hardly believe such words emanating from you. You are but a noble vampire, and your evolution is pitiful. Furthermore, I shall have to penalize you for interrupting my duel, Zamira declares, striding toward me. She halts her advance when she is merely a few meters away from me. Oddly enough, I am surprised by her comportment, how she responded like an ordinary person, lowering her sword upon learning of my identity. She is not entirely the brute my mother claimed her to be. However, I cannot allow matters to conclude at this juncture. I must conquer this woman. According to hearsay, she has never been defeated by a male. Even if a suitor of prodigious strength, on par with a god-slayer, were to challenge her, she would readily decline. She possesses a keen ability to assess her adversaries. Nonetheless, I shall incense her to such an extent that she will have no choice but to engage me in combat. Ah, you assess me based on my evolution? Would you like to witness my capabilities? I inquire, my eyes gleaming crimson. Crimson Zamira's eyes mirror my own crimson hue, as if responding to my power, and she instinctively leaps backward. Do you possess absolute control over blood? Zamira asks, a curious expression adorning her face. Yes, I affirm. I see. That explains why my blood power reacted as such. Nonetheless, do not allow this to foster arrogance within you. You possess a mere fraction of aura. The other families will attempt to ensnare you in their clutches. Do you believe you can fend off their advances? Zamira probes. The manner in which she speaks indicates an absence of concern for my well-being. Rather, she appears anxious about my mother's potential devastation if any harm befalls me. You underestimate me. The fact that my vampire aura is feeble does not render me weak. Allow me to be frank, dear aunt. Compared to me, you are weak, I assert, shaking my head and turning my back as if to depart. What did you say? Zamira's voice reverberates, seething with extreme anger. I pivot around and flash her a bright smile. You are weak, dear aunt. I repeat the same words that stirred her anger, further fueling her fury. Your mother neglected to teach you some moral values. I suppose it falls upon me to discipline you. I shall reveal to you the disparity between life and death. Do not fret. I shan't end your existence, Zamira retorts, brandishing her sword. Observing her actions, I remain unruffled, feigning boredom. TCH, I detest engaging with feeble opponents, dear aunt. Should you defeat me, I shall comply with your every command. However, should I emerge victorious, you shall become mine. I declare, deliberately casting a lascivious gaze upon her ample bosom, accompanied by a lewd expression. Yes, it's working. Zamira appears thoroughly disgusted by my words. She evidently despises being regarded merely as a woman, rather than a warrior. Very well. If you defeat me, I shall become yours. And if I vanquish you, you shall obey my every whim. Zamira retorts confidently, sheathing her yellow aura and invoking her vampire aura. She deems employing the yellow energy to be excessive. Hearing her words, a smile blossoms upon my countenance. In an instant, I unleash my entire vampire aura. Boom! The aura swirls around my form, akin to a blazing inferno, while a startled expression materializes on Zamira's face, as if she is dumbfounded. His aura surpasses even that of a vampire lord. Yet, it pales in comparison to mine. Zamira mumbles in astonishment. Before she can react, I activate the gravity ability I inherited from my mother. Swiftly, Zamira experiences an overwhelming force tugging her towards me. Why you possess Jill's ability? Be but how? I thought you were incapable of employing any abilities, Zamira stammers in shock. Gritting her teeth, Zamira's sword begins to radiate. Swordcraft, 1,000 blade cuts, she proclaims. A crimson arc of blood-infused attack hurtles toward me at breakneck speed. Employing God's eyes, everything surrounding me slows down to a crawl, endowing me with extraordinary reflexes. Concentrating an abundance of ki in my hands, it solidifies, enabling me to seize the blood attack barehanded. Yet, despite utilizing ki, I can feel the keen edge of the assault attempting to slice through my ki. Nonetheless, given my copious ki reserves, I obliterate the blood attack by augmenting the output of my ki. After dispelling the remnants of the attack, I cease utilizing the gravity ability. I wish to conquer Zamira in a manner that is both tantalizing and overwhelming. Weak, I utter, dispersing the smoke from the annihilated blood attack with a wave of my hand. Chapter 235, Repelling Energies, Witnessing the Unfolding Events. Zamira's countenance contorts into an expression of stupefaction. My effortless annihilation of her attack leaves her bewildered. I must admit, her assault possessed considerable potency, and had I not been proficient in channeling my ki, I would have sustained grave injuries or even faced the dire prospect of death. What on earth was she attempting? Was she truly aiming to terminate my existence? Abruptly, Zamira hurtles toward me, clutching her sword firmly in a reverse grip. Observing her impending maneuver, I swiftly retrieve a sword from my inventory. I am no novice in the art of swordsmanship either, I remark, grasping my white katana blade in a manner mirroring her own. The katana, a weapon of regal caliber, finds its place in my possession. A resounding echo reverberates as our swords forcefully collide, causing both of us to momentarily lose balance and stagger backward. The skill she endeavors to employ is one that Alfonso has imparted to me in wrath. Moreover, the moment I lay my hands upon this blade, a deluge of memories detailing diverse sword techniques and skills inundates my mind. No conceivable way. You possess knowledge of that particular sword technique? Zamira murmurs incredulously, dashing forward once more. Alfonso has enlightened me. I retort swiftly, parrying her attack with a casual flick of my hand, all the while stifling yawn. The longer the sword remains in my grasp, the more my recollections resurface. This constitutes merely a fraction of my power as a Protoss. I can only fathom the magnitude of my pinnacle, how monstrously formidable it would be. How can you? Zamira stammers as our swords continue their intricate exchange. Frustration etches itself across her visage, and I discern numerous openings in her attacks. At present, I can identify approximately 10 vulnerabilities. Yes, I could discern multiple chinks in the assault of one of the most formidable vampires of this era. Currently, our duel revolves solely around pure strength, bereft of any energy infusion. Zamira's mounting vexation becomes palpable, and I, too, find the endeavor arduous. Nonetheless, thanks to my absolute blood control, I have fortified my physique, even though it shall undoubtedly exact a toll on me later. Suddenly, Zamira intensifies her assault, infusing her sword with her vampiric aura. In response, I unleash my own vampire aura. The ambient air gradually grows warmer, enraptured by the auras we both exude. In an instant, I initiate an ancient, vampiric sword footwork technique, once possessed exclusively by Sanguine, one of the 100 original and mightiest vampires. My body becomes an indiscernible blur as my movements accelerate to an extraordinary pace. Perceiving the situation, Zamira, too, adopts the identical technique, swiftly catching up. Admirable. Alfonso's assessment of her was accurate. Recognizing the substantial depletion of my vampire aura imposed by this technique, I opt to discontinue it, promptly delivering a swift kick to her abdomen, causing her to stagger and consequently abandoning her own technique. With momentum in my favor, Zamira clutches her stomach, her countenance contorting into a peculiar expression. Gradually, I sense a surge of energy emanating from her. A yellow energy dances fervently around her form, growing in size and potency. The heat radiating from this energy surpasses that of a raging furnace, compelling me to leap backward. She has resolved to unleash her full might, it seems. This is the juncture at which I must approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Screw it. I no longer care if you're my sister's son. You have pushed me beyond my threshold, and now I must reveal my other side. Perhaps you are the catalyst that will propel me past my limits. Mwahaha. Zamira erupts into a hearty laughter as the yellow aura engulfs her, resembling a colossal inferno. Utilizing the power of God's eyes, I discern a dark aura akin to tendrils emanating from her being. Such malevolence. I suppose it is time. I must conclude this encounter swiftly, vanquishing her in a manner that will be remembered for ages. Without hesitation, I unleash the full extent of my ki and vampire aura simultaneously. Boom! An explosive eruption engulfs Zamira, as her energy reacts to the overwhelming surge of my ki. It becomes evident that my reserves of ki far surpass her pool of yellow energy, resulting in a repelling force between the two energies. within an expansive chamber adorned with holographic screens lining its walls. A group of vampires gazes upon a disconcerting phenomenon. The readings display an unprecedented surge of two distinct energies within the vampire planet. "What is this?" murmurs one of the vampires present in the room. These energy fluctuations are reminiscent of an occurrence I have witnessed only once before. However, these energies do not appear to be of vampiric origin. They are something else, states another vampire, his fingers dancing across the keyboard before him. The room buzzes with intense discussion. These vampires are members of the Special Security Department tasked with monitoring abnormal energy readings and radiation levels, such as those emanating from high-level beasts. The office reverberates with alarms and beeping sounds as the readings continue to escalate. I have just informed the other departments, and they have identified Princess Zamira as the source of this energy. However, the most astounding revelation is the presence of two other peculiar energies. The first one corresponds to an energy signature resembling that of a demon-ranked beast. The second energy emanates from a vampire and appears to be the strongest, continually surging in magnitude. The other departments are still attempting to ascertain the identity of this vampire, reports Lask, a vampire renowned for his exceptional swiftness and computer expertise. His words elicit shock among the gathered workers, their trembling bodies mirroring the trepidation filling the room. We must apprise the vampire leaders. Undoubtedly, they too have sensed this energy disturbance. If this individual poses a threat at the highest level, the vampires are in grave peril, proposes one of the vampires, his hands rubbing together anxiously. There is no cause for fear. The vampires possess countless individuals whose strength surpasses your wildest imagination. Take, for instance, the mightiest knight, Alfonso, and numerous others hidden within shadows. I know precisely the individual capable of putting an end to this conflict, one that threatens to ravage our planet and claim countless lives, declares Lask, a confident smile adorning his face. "Are you suggesting we contact Alfonso?" inquires one of the workers. "No, Alfonso will not intervene unless the king awakens. He can be quite stubborn. I will reach out to Zero," replies Lask with a smile, eliciting widened eyes and stunned expressions from his colleagues. Zero, a legendary assassin renowned for his monstrous feats, mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy of awe and reverence. Chapter 236, Transcendent God's Bane. Fourth stage, the current surge of energy emanating from both Zamira and me is so overwhelming that even I can sense its impact. Unleashing the full extent of my ki is not the challenge at hand. Rather, my physical vessel itself poses a significant problem. The strain I am putting on my body is causing my muscle fibers to feel as though they may tear apart under the immense power I am wielding. My physical form is ill-equipped to endure such intensity. Continuing down this path will inevitably result in the crippling of my body within just a few moves. For the first time in a considerable while, I have made a miscalculation and misjudged my opponent. However, my primary concern presently lies with my body, which serves as a conduit for my extraordinary abilities. There is only one viable course of action. "Zamira!" I exclaim, summoning her attention as she grips her sword tightly. Simultaneously, her eyes appear to radiate as if beams of light are about to burst forth. Yet, as she hears her name, the luminous glow in her eyes subsides, though she remains steadfastly clutching her sword. "Do you comprehend the potential loss of countless lives if we engage in combat? How about we approach this situation differently?" I propose, consciously reducing my ki to alleviate the strain on my body. "What alternative method do you suggest? You need to be reminded of your place. Your upbringing evidently lacked proper manners," Zamira retorts, her tone dripping with disdain as she prepares to launch an attack against me. "Wait. Ponder the consequences for the people. Consider the outcry that would arise should lives be lost due to our selfish interests," I assert loudly, attempting to persuade her. Fortunately, this time, Zamira appears to recognize some truth in my words. "What do you propose we do, then?" Zamira inquires, her impatience evident in her demeanor. "Unleash your most formidable attack upon me. Should I endure it unscathed, you shall become my partner. Does this agreement suit you?" I ask, a smile gracing my countenance. Upon hearing my proposition, Zamira seems less than pleased, her face contorting into a frown. She is gradually taking the bait. "That will be excessive. Instead, subject me to your most potent assault. If I emerge from it unharmed, I shall grant you another opportunity to withstand my own attack. Should you succeed, I will become your partner. Thus, I offer you 2 chances to prove yourself. Do we have a deal?" Zamira declares, her expression exuding confidence. Excellent. She has taken the bait. It appears she is not as astute as I initially thought. Perhaps I am simply too crafty. Very well, we have a deal. Nevertheless, we cannot merely rely on verbal agreements. We must formalize our commitment with a blood oath, I assert. How shall we proceed with that? Zamira inquires, wearing a perplexed expression. I possess the power to perform a blood oath effortlessly, given my absolute control over blood. Anyone who fails to honor their promise will face a self-destructive demise within 24 hours, I inform her sternly. Zamira pauses momentarily, seemingly contemplating the proposition. Fine, but don't attempt anything foolish, she concedes. Remain still, I reply, pointing my index finger toward her. Suddenly, a surge of aura emanates from the tip of my finger, streaking toward Zamira and Barato her forehead. Simultaneously, our bodies convulse in unison, as if possessed. The blood oath has been sealed. The process of a blood oath is rather straightforward, involving the temporary summoning of a blood fairy to seal the agreement. Prepare yourself for my assault, I declare, tightly gripping my sword. Without delay, I begin infusing my vampire aura into the blade. My hair starts to float in undulating waves, while my eyes assume a vivid crimson hue. Furthermore, the once dark sky and moons gradually shift to a striking shade of red as a colossal crimson cloud materializes overhead. Boom! An eruption of vampire aura surges forth from within me, causing blood to trickle from my ears and nose. Has my vampire aura just intensified? Pushing aside such thoughts, I raise my sword aloft, its glow intensifying to a bright crimson. Simultaneously, the cloud above us morphs into a massive vortex. Transcendent God's Bane, 4th stage. I proclaim. In an instant, a torrent of aura shoots forth from my blade, piercing through the vortex. The sword continues to draw on my aura at an astounding rate, eliciting a grunt of strain from my lips. Sensing that the vortex can no longer siphon my dwindling aura, of which only around 5% remains, I tightly grasp the hilt and swiftly swing the sword downward in Zamira's direction. KRR. A burst of crimson light detonates from the vortex, resembling a myriad of fireworks, as an immensely magnified sword hurtles towards Zamira. Unlike the blood palm strike I employed against Alfonso, this time I opted for a blood slash. In an instant, my body is propelled backward, while the sword in my hand shatters into minuscule fragments upon impact. It is at this moment that worry begins to seep into my thoughts, contemplating Zamira's ability to withstand the attack. During my confrontation with Alfonso within the virtual reality console, I had only utilized the 2nd stage. Even with his key, Alfonso struggled to neutralize the blood palm strike. However, Zamira lacks ki and relies solely on that yellow energy renowned for its destructive nature, which cannot be employed for defense. The sole means to halt my assault is by generating an attack of equal or greater magnitude, thus canceling out the devastation. However, I doubt if Zamira possesses the capability to entirely nullify my strike. BOM, multiple explosions reverberate in the distance as I am violently propelled backward. I can sense profound tremors emanating from the planet's core, while the sky radiates with blinding luminosity. To withstand the impact of the explosion, I must shield myself with ki as my body jolts erratically. The ground trembles beneath the force of the explosions, and I am propelled backward with great intensity. The vibrations seem to originate from the very core of the planet, while the sky illuminates with a blinding brilliance. I hastily erect a shield of ki to protect myself as my body is jostled by the sheer impact of the detonations. Amidst the chaos, I strain my senses to ascertain Zamira's fate. Did she manage to withstand the tremendous onslaught? I can't help but worry, knowing that I utilized the second stage during my encounter with Alfonso within the virtual reality console. Alfonso, with his ki, struggled to obliterate the blood palm strike. Yet, Zamira lacks ki and relies solely on her formidable, yet destructively natured yellow energy and energy unsuited for defensive purposes. The only conceivable way to counter my assault would be for Zamira to unleash an attack of equal or superior magnitude, thereby nullifying the destructive force. However, I harbor doubts about Zamira's ability to completely negate my strike. Chapter 237, Blood Spirit Summoning Arc. I emit a low groan as my eyes snap open in an instant, accompanied by an accelerated pace of my breath. Simultaneously, I sense the surging blood coursing through my veins, akin to an engine newly ignited. Fixing my gaze upon my surroundings, I discern that I am presently entangled amidst a heap of rubble and debris. An immense wave of agony and an excruciating headache wash over me. Zamira, is she unharmed? Contemplating her well-being, I swiftly rise, brushing off the detritus from my body. Regrettably, the smartwatch adorning my wrist lies shattered beyond repair, evoking a sigh from my lips. It was a cherished gift from Myra. This wristwatch is no ordinary trinket, for it serves as a life-saving relic. It activates upon sensing any peril or impending demise befalling its wearer, as is the case presently. Gazing upward, the sky retains a reddish hue, while remnants of my vampiric aura linger in the air. Moreover, traces of Zamira's vampire aura also taint the atmosphere. Scanning the distance, I discern no signs of her presence, stirring a tinge of panic within me. Only destruction surrounds me. Widespread devastation. The ground lies scorched, as though hell itself has materialized in this very place. Numerous crevices and ruptures mar its surface, exuding a liquid akin to molten lava. The earth must have been subjected to intense conflagration, resulting in partial liquefaction. The ambient heat emanating from this area is anything but trifling, though it ranks among my lesser concerns. Zamira, where can she be? Zamira, I bellow, yet minutes pass without any response. I persist with my fervent calls, but to no avail, frustration gradually etching its mark upon my countenance. There remains but one recourse, for a sliver of my vampiric aura yet endures. Though my sinews threaten to rend asunder, I must resort to this option, lest I bear this guilt for eternity. That assault was potent, exacerbated by her already weakened state after contending with demigods and demon-ranked beasts. Without delay, I make a shallow incision upon my palm. O crimson lifeblood, heed my command and bend to my will as your sovereign. Absolute dominion, blood fairy summon, I mutter as my form begins to emit a faint crimson luminescence. Whoosh! Suddenly, a diminutive crimson figure, roughly the size of a clenched fist, materializes, soaring through the air. Why did you go to such lengths to summon me? The figure inquires, furrowing its brow. This figure is none other than the blood spirit, a being capable of molding its corporeal essence into any desired shape, currently manifesting its physical form. Its eerie visage bears a red, menacing countenance, adorned with a trident-shaped mark upon its forehead. Its most disconcerting feature lies in its white eyes, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Silence yourself. I require your aid, I retort without faltering. Sheesh. The blood spirit grits its teeth. If it weren't for your mastery of absolute blood control, I would not deign to respond to your summons. Furthermore, how did you even learn to summon me? This is utterly improper. The blood spirit hisses disdainfully. Fufufu. I detected your presence the moment I arrived on this planet. I chuckle softly, though my thoughts remain consumed by Zamira. What is it that you desire, then? The blood spirit queries, punctuating its question with a snort. I seek my aunt's whereabouts. With your assistance, finding her will be far easier. Although I could have used my aura to locate her, I have unfortunately depleted it entirely. I explained to the blood spirit. Now, how shall I help you locate her? The blood spirit asks, teeth gritted. 2 vampire auras still linger in the air, and the second one belongs to her. I inform the blood spirit. Consider it done. The blood spirit responds. In the next instant, it streaks across the sky like a shooting star, diligently scouring the surroundings. After a few moments, the voice of the blood spirit resonates in my ears. I have found her. Upon hearing these words, I dash toward the blood spirit's location. Rubble, 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 rubble. Arg! I groan as I heave a colossal boulder aside. Behold, Zamira's form now lies before me, burdened by a large slab of stone resting upon her legs. She had been concealed beneath layers of rubble and debris before I discovered her here. Without the blood spirit's aid, it would have taken me a considerable amount of time to locate her. Zamira, I shout as I hasten toward her, casting the stone aside before cradling her in my arms. Her armor lies in ruins, as if disintegrated. Only tattered remnants of undergarments cling to her body, crumbling to dust the moment I lift her. A substantial towel wraps tightly around her chest, seemingly an attempt to conceal her ample bosom as best as possible. Was it truly necessary for her to go to such lengths to hide her assets? Despite her efforts, it remains evident that her bosom is anything but inconspicuous. I believe she requires assistance. Why are you staring? The blood spirit's voice jolts me back to reality, prompting me to inspect Zamira's body. She is alive, albeit unconscious. That surge of yellow energy must have taken its toll on her. Furthermore, half of her hair has been singed. I remark as I channel a portion of my ki into her body, alleviating her pain and tending to her injuries. Simultaneously, I strive to replenish at least a fragment of her vampiric aura. Did you mention yellow energy? That must be primal energy. I recall the time when the princess was learning about it. She acquired it from a spirit she had captured in exchange for his freedom. However, it seems that spirit neglected to disclose its advantages and disadvantages, the blood spirit explains. What do you mean? Could you shed more light on the incident? I inquire, my curiosity piqued. Chapter 238, The Blood Spirit's Resolution. What do you mean? Can you elaborate on the incident? I inquire, my curiosity aroused. Well, after Zamira's harrowing battle against a demon-rank beast, where she was on the brink of losing her life, she became driven by a relentless quest for power. She is always fixated on the legends of the Protoss, yearning to transcend the current pinnacle of vampire warlock prowess. Consequently, she embarked on a perilous journey to capture the beloved familiar of the Protoss, which happens to be me. However, I'm not like the feeble spirits she encountered before. I once reigned as the king of familiars, the Spirit King. Fortuitously, she came face to face with me, but my imposing aura and appearance proved insurmountable for her. Frustrated, Zamira sought out other formidable spirits and managed to ensnare a fire dragon spirit. The dragon spirit, in a bid for liberation, proposed a contract to serve as her familiar in exchange for bestowing its fiery essence upon her. However, Zamira declined the offer. To be concise, the dragon spirit forged a pact with her, teaching her the ways to harness primordial energy in return for its own freedom. The blood spirit elucidates vividly. That was quite arduous. Zamira's thirst for power seems unquenchable, and she refuses to rely solely on her innate abilities. I mutter, assimilating the blood spirit's revelations. Suddenly, I gaze at the blood spirit with a mischievous grin on my countenance. TCH, so impudent and foolish. You couldn't even recognize your own master, I retort, placing my left palm against my face in exasperation. Huh, sigh. I'm relieved to have found you again. My memories are still somewhat hazy, but I distinctly recall you, I say, rubbing my forehead as I attempt to process the deluge of information inundating my mind. Humph. You behave like the rest, laying claim to being my master. Merely possessing absolute control over blood does not entitle you to exploit me. Were it not for your command of absolute blood control, I would have dispatched you without hesitation, the blood spirit asserts, regarding me with a menacing expression as the trident-shaped mark on his forehead begins to radiate light. Sigh, such a pity. Very well, I shall now convince you of the truth, I declare. In an instant, my eyes ignite with a brilliant crimson glow. A serene aura weaves around me, while my hair floats gracefully in a sleek manner. I promptly distance myself from Zamira, recognizing that her condition is gradually improving, and she will awaken within a few minutes. Blood Monarch, assume true form, I command, as my physique elongates and morphs into an intimidating figure. Adorned in a resplendent suit of blood-red armor from head to toe, boasting arched shoulder plates reminiscent of a scorpion stinger, I exude an eerie presence. My ebony hair billows in the air as if it possesses a life of its own. An air of fear envelopes me, instinctively sending shivers down the spines of any who lay eyes upon me. Furthermore, my visage possesses an extraordinary, ethereal quality that no woman could resist. It resembles an older incarnation of myself. To complete the ensemble, a colossal sword is fastened to my waist, emanating a monstrous aura that could rend a moon asunder if unleashed. However, all of this is ephemeral, a mere manifestation intended to reveal my true form to the blood spirit. In this form, I raise my index finger aloft and commence sketching ephemeral illustrations in the air with flawless and swift movements. Présenting un captivating spectacle. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. I recite, accompanied by the illustrations taking shape in the air. As I finish, I snap my fingers, causing the ephemeral drawings to vanish in an instant. Suddenly, my body collapses to the ground, reverting back to its normal state, while blood begins to trickle from my mouth. Looking up, I observe the blood spirit's eyes welling up, tears streaming down its cheeks. Yuan! The blood spirit bursts into tears, flying towards me and clinging onto my arms. Yuan! Master, I didn't recognize you. I am sorry. Why did you leave me? The blood spirit cries, seeking solace in my embrace. Naughty boy, I had to reveal my true form and recite your favorite rhyme. I remark, gently caressing the blood spirit's head. I apologize. Master, it is not my fault. Many formidable individuals have claimed to be your reincarnation, attempting to deceive me, the blood spirit explains with a hint of sadness. Though I do not recall any of these events, fragmented memories continue to flicker within my mind. This blood spirit, whom I often refer to as Bloody Baby, possesses the unique ability to manipulate and solidify blood to an extraordinary degree, accompanied by an unlimited blood aura. Yet, what eludes comprehension is that Bloody Baby is exclusive to the Protoss, specifically to me. However, the wielder of absolute control can also summon Bloody Baby, although it does not alter the fact that Bloody Baby's true potential can only be realized by its rightful master. Sigh, now that we are reunited, will you integrate with me? I inquire. Upon hearing my question, Bloody Baby soars into the air, folding its arms while turning away from me. Master, in this reincarnation, you appear exceedingly frail, far from your peak level. Are you not weary of undergoing multiple reincarnations? Bloody Baby voices its concerns, still facing away. There's an undercurrent of emotion in its words. Despite its baby-like voice and form, I promise not to perish this time, I assure with a sigh. Humph, if you seek my forgiveness, master, come find me at the Skull Valley. I must depart now. I shall await your arrival, master. Furthermore, you must ascend to a higher stage of evolution before our integration, Bloody Baby declares, offering a small wave before vanishing into thin air. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, sounds emanate from the stone slab on the floor. Looking down, I witness Zamira coughing intensely, as she is slowly awakening. Chapter 239, Zamira's role model. Witnessing the sight of her coughing out copious amounts of blood, I swiftly dash towards her, administering a unit of blood from my inventory. Cough, cough, cough. Zamira coughs vehemently, greedily consuming the blood from the pack. After consuming 2 units of blood, she gradually regains her composure. KPA. The moment her eyes lock onto mine, she slaps me across the face. Why did you do that? I ask, my expression brimming with anger as I rise and distance myself from her. What have you done to me? Where are my clothes? Zamira demands, clutching what remains of her attire to cover her chest and lower body. Your clothes disintegrated when I launched that attack. I remark, my back turned to her. I suppose I won the bet? I add, nonchalantly walking forward, as if intending to leave. Wait, are you going to abandon me here? Zamira bellows angrily, teeth clenched. Oh, I thought you didn't want to lay eyes on me after slapping me earlier. I retort, pivoting and advancing towards her, presenting a gown that I procured from my inventory. Though I had purchased this gown with the intention of giving it to Jill, it seems that plan will no longer come to fruition. Perhaps I shall acquire another one. As I draw near Zamira, I toss the gown in her direction. Put on that dress. Did you also retrieve this from a spatial ring? But you don't appear to possess one? Zamira mutters, swiftly catching the dress. Her face still radiates immense anger. You need not concern yourself with that. Shall I escort you home? I inquire, maintaining a neutral expression. Upon hearing my question, Zamira regards me disdainfully, her teeth grinding. I can manage on my own, she replies, exhaling a sigh. You need not feel remorse. You defied the reincarnation of the Protoss. You should consider it an accomplishment, I state, initiating my departure, leaving Zamira astounded. Old Man Duke did harbor genuine speculations that I am the Protoss, though most dismissed him as deranged, save for my father and sister. Now, having witnessed my capabilities, Zamira's perception of me has altered. I apologize for not realizing it sooner. Zamira says, her countenance transformed, regarding me with newfound admiration, as if I were a role model. Undoubtedly, the Protoss serves as a role model for all vampires, though his way of life is not, given his penchant for pursuing romantic relationships. No need for apologies. Although I am the reincarnation of the Protoss, it does not mean I shall mirror his every action. Simply treat me as an ordinary individual, and all will be well. I deceive, maintaining a smile, while 2 wings unfurl from my back before I ascend into the sky. After Jake's departure, Zamira rises and surveys the surrounding destruction in awe. Had I known he was the reincarnation of the Protoss, I would have prolonged the battle to witness more of his techniques. Despite being at the noble vampire level, he managed to unleash such a monstrous attack. I myself am incapable of delivering an assault on such a grand scale. Zamira muses inwardly, albeit limping on her weary feet. Also, what is this tingling sensation I feel down there? I have never experienced anything like this before. Could it be due to the blood oath? Or simply my reaction upon learning he is the Protoss? No, I am not a pervert. Zamira shakes her head wearily at her thoughts, even as an unexpected warmth stirs within her for some inexplicable reason. It is the effect of the blood, oath, and the realization of things. The Protoss serves as Zamira's greatest inspiration and role model, as she has always yearned to possess his power, to become the most formidable vampire that ever existed. But if he's the reincarnation of the Protoss, what does that make his father? His father ranks among the top 10 most powerful vampires in history, but his life was tragically cut short. After marveling at her surroundings, a pair of wings burst forth from Zamira's back as she takes flight. Despite depleting her stamina and strength while defending against Jake's attack, she manages to regain a modicum of energy within a short span. Shortly after Zamira departs, a figure donning a black, wide-brimmed hat and coat strolls through the heavily affected area. Beneath the coat lies a complete suit of legendary grade armor, fashioned entirely from crystallized essence of beasts. An icy and formidable aura exudes from this individual, so chilling and intense that one might faint merely by gazing upon him. This person is none other than Zero. The extent of the devastation is immense. Not even the Vampire King could unleash an attack of this magnitude. That boy, has he surpassed his previous limits? When I last encountered him, his skills were still erratic, and he was nothing short of a troublemaker, Zero mutters as he surveys the area. If only others knew the true strength of this boy. Though prodigiously gifted vampires emerge from time to time, their combined might still fall short of impeding his ascension to kingship. Moreover, Zamira will undoubtedly stand by his side. Blood, an abundance of blood will be spilled. At present, I soar through the skies of Gloams, noticing the pervasive emptiness. Only a handful of individuals, mostly guards and knights, traverse the area. Could it be due to the clash between Zamira and me? Now that I observe closely, the sky remains crimson, shrouded in a veil of red mist, obscuring the moon's feeble glow. Mother must be greatly concerned about my well-being. Abruptly, I increase my speed, hurtling through the air at an astonishing velocity of approximately 400 miles per hour. Chapter 240 Sharing News. Why did you put me through so much stress? The loud voice of my mom reverberates with tears on her face. Currently, we're inside her room with the door shut and the key kept in God knows where. I didn't put you through any stress. You decided to stress yourself. Didn't I tell you that I will be fine? I say while rubbing my face. You didn't return for a whole freaking day, Jake. You and Zamira caused an uproar in this kingdom. I wanted to come over there, but I was stopped by Carter. Mom replies, cleaning her tears. Sigh. I'm really sorry. I didn't know time went so fast. Zamira and I are fine. I tell her as I move forward and wrap my hands around her waist. I don't know, I'm not feeling well. Mom mutters as she buries her face in my chest. Probably because you were overthinking. That's not it. It feels like my inside is stuffed with something. Foo-foo. Maybe because you missed your husband so much. I say with a grin as I carry her toward the bed. Wait. Bam. The bed bounces as I set her down gently, smiling at her flustered expression. She has made things easier by wearing a light nightie, and I quickly approach her. Overcome by my strong feelings towards Zamira, I move closer to her. My libido increases drastically. Ian Mom raises a voice as I pull her closer. I don't stop there. I lift her legs, bringing her knees up before pressing myself against her. Ahan there. If you keep moving like that, I might see you, kya. Before Mom can even complete her words, I quicken my pace, increasing the stimulation. At the same time, I lean my face forward toward one of her nipples. Of course, you might be wondering how I'm doing all of this at once, right? Well, what do you expect from a pervert like me? Suddenly, Mom seemed to react in an unexpected way, tightening around me as if pulling me in. Arg, forget it. Something feels different today, Mom. It's more intense than usual. I let out a groan while pulling back. Don't say such dirty things. Mom mutters with a red face, averting her gaze. The bed springs creak under the shifting weight as she trembles beneath me. I can't hold back anymore. Mom declares breathlessly while grabbing onto the sheets. Let's finish together, I say with a groan as I reach my peak inside her. Ian, Art, both of us raise our voices as we reach the end and share the moment. After letting out our desires, both of us fall to bed in fatigue. Honey, I want to tell you something. Mom suddenly speaks up. What's that? Well, I mentioned something about my insides feeling stuffed, right? Yeah, you told me that. Well, while you were away, because of the tension between you and Zamira, I fainted after worrying about you a lot. While I could teleport to you due to our contract, I can't for some reason. When I woke up, I found myself in the Royal Hospital, and guess what the healer told me? Mom says, her face turning red. You drank a lot of blood, huh? I conclude, putting my index finger on my chin. You idiot. Mom blurts out, giving me a small nudge. Sigh. You've always sucked at guessing things. The healer told me that I am 2 days pregnant. Mom announces while using the bedspread to cover her red face in excitement. Why you don't know how happy I am, Jake? Am finally going to conceive naturally this time. Hearing her words, my mouth runs out of words. Right now, I'm walking towards Stella's quarters while making a video call. I've gotten another wristwatch since Mom always had a ton of them. However, compared to my previous one, this one doesn't seem to have any life-saving effect in it. I miss you, Jake. A voice sound from the hologram projecting out of my wristwatch. The person in this hologram is none other than Misty. As you can guess, after my time with Jill and hearing the good news, I started calling my women one after the other, with Misty ending up as the last. I was reprimanded by them for not calling for the past few days. Though I can't blame them, since Earth's time and cycle are completely different from this planet. I miss you too, Misty. I say, flashing a smile. I'm really happy for Mom. It came as a surprise to me also. Fufu, I can't wait to bully Mom if she comes back. Ha! After walking for a while, I get to Stella's quarter. The moment I step inside, I see Stella sitting in a lotus position while Mimi is sitting down on the small table in the corner of the room, reading a large book. The moment she sees me, her eyes widen in shock. Yua, where have you been to? Master? Stella and I were so worried about you. Mimi wails as she flies towards me, before disappearing into my head. At the same time, Stella also opens her eyes upon hearing my voice. Unlike Mimi, Stella doesn't have any expression on her face. Is something wrong with her? Master Stella is feeling restless. Stella mutters while her horns turn extremely pink. No matter how much I have learned about Stella, I still have shit tons of things to discover about her and her behavior as a giraffe. Chapter 241, Quenching Stella's Lust. I am Master, please. Stella lets out a loud moan as I finish inside her. A small groan also escapes my lips as I finish completely before falling on the bed in exhaustion. The moment I slip out of Stella, my body feels completely overwhelmed while Stella's eyes are closed as her hands clutch the sheets. Stella is just too beautiful. I think inwardly as I glance at her. Stella won't stop me from spending more time with her, but she looks extremely exhausted today, which is a bit odd. Should we go one more round? I ask, pulling on her nipples. Master, Stella is tired. But if Master wants to do it, why? It's fine. I think I'm okay now. I say with a small smile. Master, do you want me to wash your back for you? You barely have time for me these days. Stella says as she sits up in the Saiza posture. Sûr. Kiki. Without further ado, we both get up and walk to the bathroom. Once we get inside, I sit inside the bathtub while Stella gets behind me and start washing my back. Stella, since you've helped me, don't you think I should also return the favor? I ask with a toothy grin as I turn my head to look at Stella. But, Mas, I have to pay back the favor. Oh, okay. Stella replies with a red face as she gets up and sits down in front of me. In the next moment, I pick up the sponge with my right hand and start washing her back slowly. Adding a little more soap, the sponge starts bringing out a lot of foam, which makes Stella's back a lot easier to wash. And Master, you have been washing my back for a while now. Don't you think you should wash other parts too? Stella asks with a stutter. Fufu, did you wash other parts for me? You only wash my back. I say with a grin as I start moving my hands forward, playfully. I am sorry. You could be upset with me if you want. That's what I am about to do. I reply before gently tapping her shoulders. Master. This punishment, your touch feels too good. Stella says softly. Kek. Master, you can't tell me what to do. I'm the one punishing you. I reply while I continue holding her close, gently pulling her into my embrace. I'm sorry, Master. I can see her breathing quicken as I continue to comfort her, causing me to rest my head against her shoulder and hold her tighter. Ahan, after kissing Stella and holding her close, I move my hands down and pull her gently against me. Ahan, master, right now. I am walking towards Zamira's quarters. While walking past the guards, I see most of them staring at me intensely and mumbling after I walk past them. I guess the news ended up spreading after all. The news about sparing the demon-rank beast has circulated, but how? Was Gogo sighted by someone? That must have been the case. Without giving it further thought, I quicken my pace. I just got to Zamira's quarters. I notice many guards situated outside, and to my surprise, they don't intercept me. This is weird. I think to myself as I walk past them and toward a small gate, but to my utmost surprise once again, the guards don't stop me and instead give me a respectful bow. Wait, why didn't you guys intercept me? I ask a heavy-looking guard with an overgrown beard. The princess informed us that you'd come. The guard answers. I see. Go get yourself some beer. I say, giving the guard a wallet full of money. Thank you. Your Highness. The guard thanks me profusely as he hastily collects the wallet with a smile on his face. Looking to the side, I see that the other guards don't have any reaction whatsoever. I thought they would be a bit jealous of their colleague. They are well trained. I didn't forget you guys, too. I tell the other guards as I clap my hands, and in a flash, a pile of money appears on the floor. I'm sorry, I don't have any more wallets. Besides, this is Earth's currency, but it can be converted to the currency of this planet at the bank. I explain as I add another pile of money. Thank you. Your Highness. All the guards shout in sync while their eyes light up. Suddenly, they start coming forward one by one to take a handful of money, storing it inside a storage ring before returning to their position. They continue this process until they finally share all the money among themselves. These guards are well trained. While I thought the money would make them go crazy, it didn't. They were well coordinated as they took turns taking a handful of the money until it was completely gone. Are you testing the intelligence of our guards? A voice suddenly emerges behind me. Turning around, I see Zagrith standing in front of me before giving me a small bow. What would I gain from testing their intelligence? I am indeed shocked by their coordination, but that's just it. I give a reply. I didn't mean to say it that way. I'm sorry if it offended you. Zagrith says with a stutter. Looking deep into her eyes, I see deep hatred lurking behind them, which hadn't been there before. You must be mad at me for letting your master end up in that condition, right? Don't get me wrong. I have good intentions toward your master, but I gave her what she has always wanted, to get past her current limit. I tell Zagrith, listening to my words. Zagrith turns her face sideways while tears start leaking from the corner of her eyes. Why, you shouldn't have done that. My master has always suffered from many battle wounds and injuries, but today's injuries seem to be worse. She got wounded more than the time she fought against a demon-rank beast in the past. This time around, she is seriously injured and bedridden to the extent that she consumed all her vampire aura that was supposed to fasten her recovery. Yuan, this girl is weird. I must learn about her relationship with Zamira before jumping into conclusions. That's why I am here to make up for my mistakes. Don't you think you should take me to her? I ask while making a gesture with my right hand. Sniff okay. Chapter 242, New Revelation, currently. I find myself within the confines of Zamira's exquisite room, a stark contrast to the arrangement and beauty of my mother's quarters. This space emanates an air of elegance, complete with state-of-the-art appliances meticulously placed throughout. However, it is the colossal artwork adorning the wall that captures my attention most fervently. As my gaze lingers upon the artwork, a smile involuntarily begins to grace my countenance. It is evident that this young lady holds a fondness for the Protoss, judging by the prominent display. Directing my attention away from the artwork, I fix my eyes upon Zamira, who is nestled upon her bed in a slumber, her eyes firmly closed. Positioned adjacent to her rests a conspicuously substantial candle, emitting a thread of ethereal essence that intertwines with Zamira's very being. Standing closely behind me is Zagrith, her gaze fixed upon my every movement, an expression of curiosity adorning her countenance. I inquire, what purpose does this candle serve? Zagrith responds, it serves to alleviate pain. We acquired it during our visit to the dwarves' planet. I see. So you accompanied Zamira on her journey to the dwarves' planet, I remark. Yes, comes Zagreth's simple response. In the ensuing moment, I seat myself upon an unoccupied stool beside Zamira. Suddenly, her eyes flutter open, widening in astonishment as they meet my gaze. She instinctively attempts to rise from her supine position, yet I swiftly impede her efforts, gently guiding her back onto the bed with a supportive grip on her shoulders. P. Protas, Zamira murmurs. Please, refrain from addressing me as such. Just call me Jake, and it shall suffice, I implore, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. In return, Zamira reciprocates with a radiant smile, a countenance I have not witnessed since our encounter yesterday. Master Zagreth utters in hushed tones, drawing Zamira's attention towards her. Master, how are you feeling now? Zagreth queries as she approaches Zamira, enveloping her in an embrace upon the bed. I feel considerably better. You may extinguish the candle, Zamira directs, pointing towards the now illuminated presence on the adjacent stool. Complying with her request, Zagreth sways a vampiric glow over the candle, gradually extinguishing its ethereal glow before removing it from the room. Why did you extinguish it in such a manner? I inquire, an expression of perplexity adorning my features. Oh, that? Well, it does not extinguish like an ordinary candle. I acquired it from the dwarves when I assisted them in vanquishing a kraken on their planet. I sustained a few bruises during the ordeal, and they bestowed this candle upon me, advising its use during sleep to alleviate my discomfort, Zamira explains. I understand, I acknowledge. Zagreth, would you kindly excuse us? Zamira abruptly requests, casting a gaze towards Zagreth, who remains stationed behind me. Very well, Master, Zagreth acquiesces before taking her leave from the room. Now that only the two of us remain in the chamber, a faint blush tinges Zamira's visage, her delicate fingers instinctively employing the blanket to shield half of her face in a display of shyness reminiscent of a teenage girl. About the blood oath we undertook, what are we to do with it? Do you intend to marry me? Zamira ventures, deliberately averting her gaze. Oh, in regard to that matter, well, I do. I can nullify the contract since I am the master of the blood spirit, I reply, feeling a slight embarrassment as I scratch the back of my head. However, inwardly a grin forms, knowing the decision I am about to reveal. And no, there's no need for that. Don't you wish to marry me? Zamira speaks up, her face flushed crimson. I will marry you, I declare with a smile, affirming my commitment. Really? You'll marry me? Zamira exclaims, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, I confirm, my smile unwavering. Oh, okay, Zamira replies, her fingers fidgeting nervously, reminiscent of a bashful teenager. Now, about the... Zamira and I simultaneously begin to speak, causing her to blush once more. You go first, I offer, allowing her to take the lead. All right, she agrees. Regarding the banquet, is scheduled to take place today. Are you prepared for it? Zamira inquires. Yes, I was informed by my mother. Mentally, I may not be fully prepared, but as the event is held in my honor, attendance is obligatory. I respond with a sigh. The banquet will be held in the Royal Event Hall in approximately 1 hour. Some guests have already arrived and are currently gathered in the Royal Lounge. We are planning to announce our marriage during the occasion, Zamira reveals, her face growing slightly redder. Oh, I believe it would be prudent to keep our marriage a secret for now, I suggest, shaking my head wearily. Why? Zamira questions, raising an eyebrow. I prefer to avoid unnecessary gossip and speculation. It might be best if we marry discreetly. Besides, you know how elaborate vampire marriage ceremonies can be, with their rituals and traditions, I explain. I suppose you have a point. Well, it doesn't matter to me. I don't mind if they hear my passionate expressions, Zamira remarks. I understand. If that is your desire, then so be it, I acquiesce. Furthermore, I do not wish to have children in the near future, Zamira adds. Her words catch me off guard, and a look of surprise manifests on my face. It is the first time a woman, especially the woman who is to become my wife, has expressed such a sentiment. I respect your decision. I promise not to impregnate you without your consent, I assure her, intertwining our hands. Zamira fell in love with me upon learning of my identity as a Protoss. While our bond may not yet be profound, I vow to be the best husband I can for her. Jake, you look quite dashing in this attire, Mom compliments, her face blushing as she gazes at me from head to toe. Wow, I never knew my master could look this handsome, Stella chimes in, awe evident in her voice. I can't help but sigh deeply. Taking a moment to examine myself in the mirror, which spans almost 3 meters in length, I failed to see anything remarkable about my ensemble. In fact, the clothing appears rather ludicrous to me. Allow me to provide a vivid description. I currently don a red tunic garment beneath a lustrous black jacket crafted from the hide of a gator. The accompanying trousers are fashioned from the same material, slightly restricting my movements. To complete the ensemble, I wear pointed shoes with curved tips reminiscent of those donned by clowns. Sigh. Fu. You truly resemble a clown, master. You needn't remind me. Skull face, Mom. Don't you think I should change this attire? I ask with a deep sigh, feeling a sense of embarrassment. How could they expect me to wear such a peculiar outfit? It suits you perfectly, Jake. After all, you're about to become a father. Isn't it time you reconsidered your fashion choices? Mom responds, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Master, the outfit looks splendid on you. I wholeheartedly support Jill. Stella adds enthusiastically. Both Mom and Stella continue to praise the attire, extolling its charm. Sigh. Master, you've let out more than 100 sighs. I simply have a simple question, Mom. I state, my face turning slightly red from the awkwardness. How could they expect me to wear such outlandish clothing? What would you like to ask, Jake? You do like the outfit, don't you? I knew you would. Mom gushes with a giggle. Who exactly owns this attire? I inquire, letting out another sigh. To be honest, this dress belonged to your father. He wore it when he fought against the Demon King and emerged victorious. These garments are legendary. Jake, I managed to acquire this one before his possessions were confiscated, Mom explains. You mean Dad wore this attire during his battle against the Demon King? I ask, astonished. Even Stella appears speechless, her mouth agape in awe. Yes, they are legendary items. Wait a moment. Now that I finally take notice, I can feel the energy emanating from the clothing. I didn't realize it earlier due to its unappealing appearance. Well, considering your recent disregard for the system, I assumed you were aware. However, you didn't appreciate them due to their appearance. Nevertheless, regardless of their value, you still resemble a clown. But they're all legendary tier beast items. Clothing made from legendary ranked beasts. Who exactly is my father? I, as a Protoss, have never enjoyed such privileges, I exclaim in disbelief. Would you like me to display the stats? Yes, please. While I can discern the tier of the beast items, I cannot ascertain all of their skills. Blood Tunic. After being stained by the blood of countless beasts, this once white tunic transformed into a blood-red garment, evolving into a legendary beast item due to its wearer being the first to single-handedly slay millions of beasts. Stats: Agility, 60 Strength, 15 Stamina, 25 Resistance, 60 Skills. Blood Roar. Overwhelm enemies with the intense blood aura absorbed by the tunic, instilling fear regardless of their rank, due to the murderous intent directed at them. Type: Active Skill Usage, 50 seconds cooldown, resets every 2 hours of usage. Bloodcroc's Jacket and Pants. A jacket and pants crafted from the skin and crystal essence of a Bloodcroc found in Skull Valley. The Bloodcrocs can only be activated if the user wears both the pants and jacket. Stats: Agility, 15 Strength, 50 Stamina, 25 Resistance, 90 Skills. Bloodcroc Bite. Summon an ethereal manifestation of the Bloodcroc and control it as your pet, using its powerful bite force to crush your enemies. However, the Bloodcroc can be defeated if the opponent is significantly stronger. Type: Active Skill Usage, 10 minutes cooldown, Resets every 24 hours. Clown shoes, a pair of shoes crafted from the crystal essence of a Spyrat, a beast known for its trickery and cunning nature. It's one of the most feared creatures. Stats: agility, 85 strength, 16 stamina, 25 resistance, 5 skills. Flash walk. Despite their clown-like appearance, the clown shoes grant the user extraordinary speed, allowing them to move in a blur-like fashion that appears almost otherworldly to opponents. Type: active skill usage, 2 seconds cooldown. Resets every 10 minutes. As I observe the stats, my jaw drops in amazement at the power contained within these items. Chapter 243: Grandma is not dead. Examining the data laid out before me, I am taken aback in utter astonishment. Well, aren't you impressed by the statistics and skills of these garments? My mother inquires with a mischievous chuckle. On the contrary, Stella wears a perplexed expression, unaware of the cause behind my sudden shift in demeanor. These are the only pieces you managed to acquire, correct? I inquire eagerly, my eyes shimmering with excitement. Amidst my hazy recollections, I recall how, despite being a Protoss, I never paid much heed to beast items and equipment. I simply relied on my inherent strength and an otherworldly body that surpassed even Zletherium steel in durability. How ignorant I had been, failing to acknowledge the potency of beast items and gears. Though in my previous life, my exceptional natural attributes rendered beast gears unnecessary, the trinkets fashioned from these creatures could have shielded me from the accursed poison that claimed my life. All I ever relied upon was my blood sword, a blade intricately tied to the fabric of the universe, forged alongside my existence. Yet the gods seized it after my demise. To be slain by such an insignificant thing. How absurd. That poison appeared far from ordinary. It must have been concocted by a deity associated with toxins. When I find that god, I shall crush them like an insignificant insect. Jake, my mother's voice, abruptly jolts me out of my stupor. We should make our way to the hall soon. The banquet is on the verge of commencing. Mom says, her excitement palpable for some undisclosed reason. You don't intend to wear this dress to the banquet, do you? I question, casting an eye on Mom's unassuming attire. Oh, of course not. I had already prepared an outfit for this occasion. Mom reveals with a soft giggle, proceeding towards her wardrobe. To think she had made all the preparations beforehand. Truly, women are a breed apart. And what about you, Stella? I inquire, studying her with a curious gaze. Well, I assume that my current dress suffices as a suitable maid's attire, Stella responds, offering a gentle smile. Hearing her words, I approach her and lightly place my hand on her shoulders. I have told you before, Stella, though you perceive yourself as my maid, deep within my heart, I regard you as one of my women. I do not wish for you to constantly belittle yourself. By the way, before we departed from Earth, I overheard you discussing the prospect of having children with Aurora. If you desire to have a child with me, I am open to it. I utter in a hushed voice, gently tapping her shoulders. Are really, Master? Yes. I am truly elated that you grant me the privilege of bearing your child, Master. However, after careful consideration of the present circumstances and the possible challenges that lie ahead in the future, I believe it is best not to conceive at this time. I don't wish to burden you, knowing I am not as formidable as the others. Moreover, I desire to safeguard everyone from potential harm. Stella states with utmost seriousness etched across her countenance. Stella, I mutter, struggling to fathom her words. I understand your perspective. Your reasoning is completely valid. Since you're constantly by my side, this may not be the opportune moment to embark on a pregnancy. As for protecting others, you need not fret. Vampires are not typically encumbered by their pregnancies. The only individuals we need to safeguard are Anne and Anna, as their combat abilities are limited. However, their combined formation is formidable, yet a cunning adversary could exploit their weaknesses. Nevertheless, we have Blair, who stands as the strongest among my women. I fear that even I would falter if pitted against her presently. I explained to Stella, who nods in confusion, a faint wisp of smoke seemingly emanating from her head, on the verge of overload. Sigh is expected of a beastkin. She struggles to process all my words. You didn't fully grasp my meaning, did you? I inquire with a weary smile. Stella couldn't quite comprehend everything the master said. Stella sheepishly responds, scratching the back of her head. Let's not overwhelm Stella too much. She may not be the quickest in intellect, but she is not lacking either. Her tutor has noted improvements. Jill interjects, joining us with a red embroidered dress in hand. This is my attire for the banquet. It looks lovely, simple in appearance, yet it exudes intricate craftsmanship, I remark, gazing upon the dress with curiosity. I have a question, though. When did Stella acquire a tutor? I ask, a hint of surprise coloring my expression. Oh, about that. I enlisted a tutor to impart Stella with fundamental knowledge and etiquette, Jill replies. Why didn't you inform me? I apologize if you were displeased. Mom responds, her gaze lowered. Don't misunderstand. I'm actually pleased that you arranged a tutor for her. It explains how she fluently speaks the vampire language like the natives. Besides, she has been making progress and growing more astute. I simply need to acquire an ability crystal for her and offer a few lessons. I chuckle, dissipating the melancholy that lingers in the air. Then, I suppose I deserve a reward or something. Foo. Jill smirks playfully. A reward, huh? That reminds me. It is high time I instruct all my women in the utilization of ki, since I am imparting this knowledge for their protection. I am not violating my oath with Alfonso, though I have only mastered the initial stage of ki condensation. My proficiency is astounding, thanks to my vast reservoir of life force. Surprisingly, according to my mentor's teachings, the effectiveness of ki manipulation need not rely solely on the size of one's pool. It bewilders me to possess such an immense life force. Mom, regarding this dress, where did you procure it? It appears priceless. I query, my gaze filled with curiosity as I inspect Mom, who now dons the attire. Remarkably, she surpasses my expectations, her voluptuous figure lending allure to the fabric. Mom is truly unparalleled. Well, now that Zamira is among my close companions, I must concede that she has a very striking appearance. Although Mom carries herself with strength and confidence in other ways, namely her build and posture. You don't look at me like that, you weirdo, Mom jests, noticing my focused attention. About your inquiry, this dress was bestowed upon me by my mother. Mom responds, her expression tinged with a touch of sadness. Are you reminiscing about your late mother? I inquire, moving closer to Mom in an attempt to console her. However, Mom recoils, her body tensing in shock. Who said mother is dead? Mom exclaims, her voice betraying surprise. Hearing her words, a bewildered expression creeps across my face. Did I say something amiss? I understand. I will likely fashion blood candies as a form of remembrance for her, I suggest, trying to uplift Mom's spirits. What? Remembrance? Blood candies? Who died? Mom exclaims, her voice filled with shock. Your mother, of course, I reply, still oblivious to the misunderstanding. Glancing to the side, I notice Stella, resembling a perplexed and adorable little cat, her head emitting wisps of white smoke. Dead. Who killed her? Where did you hear such a thing? Mom asks, her voice rising in volume, clearly surprised. Misty told me that Grandma passed away a long time ago, I respond, finally catching on to the confusion. Mom lets out a sigh, her expression softening as she relaxes a little. Misty must have misunderstood. Perhaps she heard something incorrect. She knew very little about my mother since she was very young at the time. My mother was a loving and devoted parent. However, everything changed when my father sought to marry another wife. My mother divorced him and would visit us frequently, especially young Sid, until we all reached adulthood. Gradually, her visits became less frequent due to my father's persistent pleas for her return. But after Sid's death, she stopped appearing and blamed everyone for his demise. And in a way, she was right. We could have saved him, Mom explains, tears welling up in her eyes. I quickly move to console her, offering comforting words as her emotions overflow. Suddenly, a series of heavy knocks reverberate from the door. Your Highness, the banquet is about to commence. Carter's voice echoes through the room. Chapter 244, The Banquet Part 1, Your Highness. Are you feeling nervous? Carter asks. Haha, that would be the last thing on my mind, I reply with a smile, although I find myself growing increasingly excited instead. Currently, we are walking on a plain-tiled road that leads to the ceremonial hall. The ceremonial hall is quite distant from the royal residences. Considering the vast expanse of this castle, I should have arranged a car to pick you up, and for that, I apologize for my impudence, Carter suddenly says, bowing slightly without meeting my gaze. Oh, it's fine. I won't break a sweat before reaching the hall. I just hope to avoid encountering people I can't tolerate, I sigh. Upon hearing my words, Carter freezes momentarily. Regarding that, there are indeed some bothersome people attending the event, Carter wearily responds, accompanied by a smile. Sigh. One last question, Carter. Why be assigned an aide? I inquire, adopting a serious expression. A smile unexpectedly appears on Carter's face. Fufu, just as I was considering, Your Highness. Would you prefer a skilled young girl, considering your affinity for girls? Carter suggests sheepishly in a hushed tone, a repulsive grin forming on his face. Ah, your mind is as perverted and empty as your bald head. While a combat maid sounds amusing, I already have one. She is the girl you sparred with a few days ago. What I desire is a proficient boy younger than myself, rather than someone thick-skinned or well-endowed, I state, expressing my preference. It's not like you would reject a well-endowed woman. That would have been quite challenging to find. However, I will certainly search for one after the coronation. Furthermore, since the king has chosen you, his grandson, as his successor, most people have already recognized you as the crown prince. Nevertheless, this coronation will bring wider awareness of your presence, allowing people to become familiar with your appearance and acknowledge you as their future king. I wonder what kind of ruler you will become, Carter remarks with a bright smile, evoking reminiscence. Carter, something troubles me. Normally, I wouldn't have the right to ascend to the throne since I am not a direct offspring. The rightful heir should have been Sid, who is no longer with us. Yet, even when Sid was alive, the king chose me over him, I say with a small sigh. Uncle Sid's passing still deeply distresses me. Upon hearing my words, Carter appears to hesitate, contemplating something. Your Highness, if I were to disclose everything I know, we would not arrive at the banquet on time, which would be gravely disrespectful to the guests. You see, first impressions and initial encounters hold great significance. However, I could provide a brief explanation as we walk. You see, the position of the king is not solely a title. It is a duty and a role bestowed upon the strongest individual capable of leading the vampire race. As you are well aware, we vampires are a species that venerates strength above all else. The reason the king did not choose Sid as his heir is rather simple. Sid lacked talent and possessed none of the special blood powers. Although he tried to prove the king wrong, as we know, in vampire culture, it is crucial for a king to possess one of the special blood powers or inherit it. The king would have had high expectations for Sid if he had managed to advance to the vampire lord stage during that period. However, despite Sid consuming copious amounts of blood moon fruits to expedite his evolution, he was unable to surpass the noble stage. Thus, the king chose you instead, as he had great hopes that you would eventually awaken. Moreover, you were artificially conceived by blending the blood and essence of his daughter with that of the mightiest vampire at the time. That's all I know, and I consider myself fortunate to possess such knowledge as Her Highness Butler, Carter explains before exhaling audibly. There is another matter I want to bring to your attention. Princess Zamira seems to have a significant aversion toward you. Don't misunderstand me, based on what I knew before your arrival. She never had high expectations for you as the future king. It seems she has her own grand scheme. Carter expresses his concern. As I listen to Carter's words, A sense of amusement and satisfaction slowly fills me. If only he knew. Revealing the truth wouldn't cost me anything either way. Fufufu. Perhaps I haven't informed you yet. Zamira and I are getting married after the coronation. I declare, a sinister smile gradually forming on my face. H, how did you manage that? In no way. That woman despises men. There is no possibility she would agree to marry you. Carter exclaims in disbelief, his voice audible. Hee, believe it or not, just wait and see. I reply, my grin widening. In no way. Did something happen between you two during the Demon Rank Beast saga? Carter asks, unable to contain his excitement and curiosity. Fufufu, what do you think? Damn, my admiration for you has multiplied 1,000-fold. But why did you reveal such a secretive matter to me? Carter inquires, now regarding me in a different light. I let out a series of small coughs. Soon, everyone will know when Zamira becomes my wife. Therefore, there's no harm in divulging this information. Besides, I have no hair to lose, I respond. A wicked grin spreading across my face. This, Carter mutters while stroking his bald head. Fufu, that dealt quite the emotional blow. Why are we taking this route? I squint my eyes as we approach a small metal door barely large enough for me to fit through. I apologize for the inconvenience, Your Highness, but I believe it is preferable for you to enter from here and proceed directly to your seat, rather than walking through the midst of the crowd, Carter explains with a stern expression. He is still displeased with me. I imagine him as a handsome man, assuming he had hair. Indeed, Mother mentioned that he was incredibly handsome before losing his hair. Nonetheless, he doesn't look bad, even with his baldness. Hoay, hoay, hoay. Let's make some noise for the crown prince as he gracefully steps into the hall, emanating an aura of royalty. Truly, he is the descendant of the great Sir Derek and a worthy contender for the throne. A tall, lanky host wearing sunglasses lavishly praises me as I make my entrance into the hall through the back door. Now that I am here, I am genuinely grateful to Carter for steering me away from the main entrance. Within this hall, there are approximately 200, if not more, individuals, although not exceeding 300 for sure. Advancing toward the largest seat atop a towering platform, I take my place as guided by Carter. Additionally, apart from the one I am seated on, there are 4 other chairs on this platform, 2 to my right and 2 to my left. Surprisingly, Mother and Zamira are occupying the seats on the left side, while an unknown man and woman occupy the seats on my right side. What stands out about these 2 vampires is their advanced age and the aura surrounding them, indicating that they have reached the Vampire Lord stage. Finally, as I shift my gaze downward, the full view of the hall unfolds before me. Just like the platform I'm currently seated on, there are around 20 chairs and tables arranged in a distinct pattern separate from the rest of the crowd. Judging by their auras, all those occupying these seats are at the Vampire Lord stage. Behind them stand several formidable-looking vampires emanating wild and concealed auras that even surpass those of vampire lords. Among them, some auras resonate with mine. Fufu, now things are becoming interesting. I mutter under my breath as I spot a particular individual whose presence here is completely unexpected. However, before I can delve further into my thoughts, the ceremony commences, diverting my attention to the proceedings. The sound of a resounding trumpet fills the air, signaling the start of the ceremony. I shift my focus to the front of the hall, where a grand stage is adorned with lavish decorations and intricate tapestries. A group of musicians begins to play a melodic tune, setting a majestic ambience for the occasion. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X, 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 X. Chapter 245, The Banquet Part 2. Is that your muscle-headed friend? Yes, Roth Freeman. It's unexpected to encounter him here. I wonder if Alfonso is here too. He's not. I have a record of Alfonso's aura. What an unusual ability. Roth's presence here intrigues me. My intuition tells me this situation may not be good. Indeed, looking at the remaining individuals, they don't seem significant.